Prologue. Mr. Gray peeked around the corner and surveyed the corridor. It stretched off into dim infinity, dotted with floating globes of silvery light. Mr. Gray had been told that the globes were swamp fire, encased in a time loop charm, so they were inextinguishable. He'd never even heard of swamp fire, much less a time loop charm, but then again, Mr. Gray had never been in a place quite like the Hall of Mysteries. He shuddered. "I don't see anybody," he whispered to the two figures behind him. "No gates or locks, neither. Do you think maybe they're using invisible barriers or something?" "And they are," a gravely voice answered. "We was told exactly where the beacons were placed, wasn't we? This section's clean. Sentries, all we have to worry about. If you don't see him, then move in." Mr. Gray shuffled his feet. "I know what we was told, but it don't feel right, Bissell. I has a sense about these things. Me ma'am always said so." "Don't call me Bissell, yes odding half-wit," said the gravely voice, which belonged to a particularly grisly goblin in black shirt and trousers. "I'm Mr. Saffron when we're on the job. And blast yer sixth sense. Yerry just a great coward whenever yet get in an unfamiliar place. The sooner we get on, the sooner it'll be over and we'll be back to the shack to celebrate." The third figure, a tall, old man with a pointed, white goatee, stepped past Mr. Saffron and walked casually down the corridor, scanning the doors. "See how Mr. Pink does it?" Mr. Saffron said, following closely and glancing around. "Knows to trust his information, he does. No sentry, no problems. Right, Mr. Pink?" Mr. Gray trailed behind Mr. Saffron, frowning massively and watching the mysterious doors. There were hundreds, maybe thousands, of them along the endless corridor. None had names or markings of any kind. In the lead, Mr. Pink could be heard counting softly under his breath. "Why do I have to be Mr. Gray?" Mr. Gray said petulantly. "Nobody likes gray. It's hardly even a color at all." The goblin ignored him. After several minutes, Mr. Pink stopped walking. Mr. Saffron and Mr. Gray halted behind him, looking around the corridor with furrowed brows. "Can't be the place, Mr. Pink," the goblin said. "There's no doors in this section at all." "Are ye sure ye counted right?" "I counted right," Mr. Pink said. He glanced down at the floor, and then scuffed at a section of the marble tile with his toe. There was a chip in the corner of one of the tiles. Mr. Pink grunted and knelt down. He probed the broken corner with a finger. He nodded to himself, then hooked his finger into the hole and gave a tug. A rectangular section of the tile floor popped upwards, pulled open by Mr. Pink's tugging finger. He heaved and the rectangular chunk of floor slid upwards like a long, vertical drawer, rising with a grating rumble until it touched the ceiling. It shuddered into place. It was as wide and tall as a door, but only a few inches thick. Mr. Gray peered around it and could see the endless corridor of the Hall of Mysteries stretching away behind it. "How'd ye know that was there?" Mr. Saffron demanded, slitting his eye up at Mr. Pink. "She told me," Mr. Pink responded, shrugging. "She did she? Anything else you might know that you hain't told us about yet?" "Just enough to get us there," Mr. Pink replied. "You're the lot breaker, Mr. Gray is the heavy hand, and I'm the mapper. We all know what we need to know, and nothing else." Yar, I remember," the goblin grumbled. "Let me get on with it, then, won't ye?" Mr. Pink stood aside as Mr. Saffron moved closer to the slab of mysterious stone. He studied it carefully, squinting and muttering. He laid one of his huge ears against it and tapped here and there. Finally, he reached into a pocket of his black shirt and produced a complicated device made of dozens of brass loops. He unfolded one and peered through it at the stone slab. "Hardly worth the effort," Really, he muttered. It's a homunculus lock. Only opens when a predefined set of factors is present. Could be it only opens when a red-headed lass sings the national anthem of Atlantis at 3 o'clock on a Thursday. Or when the light of the setting sun is reflected from a cracked mirror onto a goat's eye. Or when Mr. Great hawks a bogey onto a purple newt. I've seen some good homunculus factors in my time, yar. Is this a good one, then? Mr. Gray asked, rather hopefully. The goblin grinned, showing lots of tiny, pointed teeth. "S like Mr. Pink says, isn't it? We all knows what we need to get the job done." He reached into another pocket and produced a tiny glass vial filled with red powder. Carefully, the goblin uncorked the vial and appended the contents onto the floor before the stone slab. The powder swirled and eddied as it fell, so that as it hit the ground, it formed an unnaturally regular pattern. Mr. Gray peered down and saw that it had formed the shape of a skeletal hand with one finger pointing toward the slab. Mr. Saffron produced a tiny brass tool and muttered, "Aculamos." A narrow beam of greenish light glowed from the end of the tool. The goblin squatted and carefully laid the tool across the bony hand so that the light pointed at the exact angle of the pointing, skeletal finger. Mr. Gray gasped and took a step backwards. Seen in the carefully arranged light of Mr. Saffron's tool, the rough stone surface of the slab was no longer random. The play of light and shadow revealed an ornate engraving of a grinning skeleton surrounded by dancing, impish shapes. The skeleton's right hand was outstretched, forming something like a door handle. The left hand was missing, and Mr. Pink shuddered again, realizing it was the shape formed in red powder on the floor. "It's a dance macabre," Mr. Saffron said, studying the engraving. "A dance of death. Revealed with powdered dragon's blood and cavern light. Yar, it's a good one, Gray. Is it unlocked, then?" Mr. Pink asked briskly. "Never was locked," the goblin replied. "We just had to know where to grasp." "Feel free to do the honors, Mr. Pink." The tall, bearded man approached the slab, careful not to block the greenish light. He reached forward and wrapped his hand around the outstretched fist of the skeletal engraving. He turned it, producing a low, grinding click. The engraved shape of the door swung inwards, revealing a large, dark space and a sound of distant, dripping water. Cold air pushed out of the opening, filling the corridor and ruffling Mr. Saffron's black shirt. Mr. Gray shivered as the sweat on his forehead went cold. "Where's that go to?" "That space isn't even here, if you know what I mean." "Of course it isn't," Mr. Saffron replied tersely, but he was clearly shaken as well. "It's the hidden depository. We was told about it, just like everything else. That's where the chest is. Come now, we haven't much time." Mr. Pink led them through the doorway, ducking to fit through. It became apparent by the smell and the echo of their footsteps that they were in a deep cavern. Mr. Pink produced his wand and illuminated it, but it revealed little more than the shiny, wet rock beneath their feet. The blackness sucked at the light, and Mr. Gray had the sense that they were in a place so deep that it had never known sunlight. Raw, musty cold pressed onto their skin, chilling them after the warmth of the corridor. Mr. Gray glanced back once and could just see the shape of the door leading back. It glowed like a pillar of silvery light, almost as if it were a mirage. "Where do you think we are?" he asked. "Air pocket in the cavern under the Atlantic Ocean," Mr. Pink replied, still walking. "Under," Mr. Gray said faintly, then swallowed. "I got a bad sense about this. Really bad. I want to go back, Bissell." "Don't call me Bissell," the goblin said automatically. "What's in this chest, anyway?" Mr. Gray moaned. "It better be worth a lot. I can't think of anything worth coming to a place like this." "Never yet mind that," Mr. Saffron said gruffly. "It's more than Yevie ever dreamed of. We'll never have to work like this again. No more petty cons and midnight hold-ups for us. Once we get the chest, we'll be set for good. But what is it? Mr. Gray insisted. Once in the chest. Well, you'll just wait and see, won't you? Mr. Gray stopped walking. You don't know, do you? Mr. Saffron sputtered. It doesn't matter what it is, yeah, great dummy. We was told it was more than we could ever dream of, wasn't we? Alls we have to do is nick the box and gives a 20% share to our inside informer. They'd hardly help us break into the Ministry of Magic if they didn't have a prize bit of swag in mind, would they? Mr. Pink knows what it is, anyway. Why don't you ask him? I don't know either, Mr. Pink said thoughtfully. There was a long moment of silence. Mr. Gray heard the steady drip of water echoing out of the darkness. Finally Mr. Saffron said, Yeah, don't know neither. Mr. Pink shook his head slowly, barely visible in his own wand light. The goblin frowned. Each of us only knows what we needs to know. All we need to know is where to go, Mr. Pink said. Once we get there, we'll know what to do. The goblin nodded, remembering. All right, then. Let's go, Mr. Pink. You're the mapper. We're there, Mr. Pink replied. It's Gray's job from here. He turned and shone his wand ahead of them. A horrible, monstrous face loomed out of the blackness, lit in the feeble silvery light. Mr. Gray's knees went watery. It's just a statue, Yenini, Mr. Saffron growled. It's the dragon's head we were told about. Go on and open it. Earn your share, Mr. Gray. I hate that name, Mr. Gray said, walking toward the dragon's head statue. It was taller than he was, formed eerily from the stalactites and stalagmites of the cavern wall. I wanted to be Mr. Purple. I like purple. He crouched and slipped his hands between the snaggle teeth of the dragon's upper jaw. Mr. Gray was unusually strong, but lifting the dragon's jaw required every ounce of his formidable power. Sweat streamed down his face and neck as he strained, but the statue wouldn't budge. Finally, just as Mr. Gray was certain he would tear his muscles loose from his bones, there was a glassy shattering sound and the jaw jarred loose. The stalactites that formed the hinge of the jaw had broken. Mr. Gray heaved the jaw upwards until it was high enough for the others to scramble through. Hurry, he ordered through gritted teeth. Just don't drop the blasted thing on us, Mr. Saffron whined as he and Mr. Pink ducked into the gaping dragon's jaw. The opening behind the dragon's head was low and almost perfectly round. Stalactites and stalagmites surrounded the space like pillars, supporting a smooth, domed ceiling. The stone floor was terraced, leading down to the center, where a strange shape sat in the darkness. It's not a chest, Mr. Pink stated flatly. And they are, Mr. Saffron agreed. But it's the only thing here, isn't it? Think we can lug it between us? Mr. Pink descended the terraces, leaving the goblin to scramble after him. They studied the object for a moment, and then Mr. Pink placed his wand between his teeth. He bent down, grasping the object, and nodded for the goblin to grasp the other side. It was surprisingly light, though crusted with calcium and mineral. Clumsily, they carried the object between them, hefting it up the terraces. Mr. Pink's wand light bobbed and jerked, making their shadows leap wildly on the pillared walls. Finally, they heaved the object through the open jaw of the dragon's head statue. Mr. Gray was sweating profusely, his knees trembling. When he saw that his companions were out of the way, he released the upper jaw. It slammed down and shattered, producing a cloud of gritty dust and a deafening crash. Mr. Gray collapsed backward onto the stony floor of the cavern, faint with exertion. So what is it? Mr. Saffron asked, ignoring Mr. Gray's heaving breaths. It doesn't look like it's worth a fortune. I never said it was worth a fortune, a voice said from the blackness behind them. I merely said it was enough to take care of you for life. Funny how many meanings a phrase like that can have, isn't it? Mr. Saffron wheeled around, seeking the source of the voice, but Mr. Pink turned slowly, almost as if he'd expected it. A shape formed out of the darkness. It was draped in black robes. The face was obscured behind a horrible glinting mask. Two more similarly dressed figures emerged from the darkness. I recognize your voice, Mr. Pink said. I should have known. Yes, the voice agreed. You should have, Mr. Fletcher, but you didn't. Your years of experience are no match for your innate greed. And now it is too late. Wait now, Mr. Saffron cried, throwing up his hands. We had us a bargain. Yeah, can't do this. We had a deal. Yes, we did, my goblin friend. Thank you very much for your services. Here is your cut. A flash of orange light leapt from one of the masked figures, striking Mr. Saffron in the face. He stumbled and clutched at his throat, making thick choking sounds. He collapsed backwards, still writhing. Mr. Gray stood shakily to his feet. That's not right. You shouldn't have done that to Bissell. He only did what you asked. And we are only doing what we promised, the voice behind the mask said pleasantly. There was another jet of orange light and Mr. Gray collapsed heavily. The three masked figures drifted closer, surrounding Mr. Pink. He looked around at them hopelessly. At least tell me what it is, he said. Tell me what this thing is that you made us get for you, and why you made us do it instead of doing it yourselves. Your last question, I am afraid, is none of your business, Mr. Fletcher, the voice said, circling him. As they say, if we told you, we'd have to kill you. That would not be a living up to our end of the bargain. We promised to take care of you for life, and we intend to fulfill that promise. It may not be much of a life, granted, but beggars cannot be choosers. A wand appeared, pointing at Mr. Pink's face. He hadn't used the name Fletcher for years. He'd given it up when he'd given up being a crook. He'd tried so hard to be good and honest. But then he'd been approached about this job, an inside job at the Ministry of Magic, a job so perfect, with a payoff so grand, that he simply couldn't turn it down. Sure, all his old friends in the order would be disappointed in him, but most of them were dead now, anyway. Nobody even knew his real name anymore. Or, so he thought. Apparently these people had known who he really was all along. They'd used him, and now he was going to be disposed of. It was fitting, in a way. He sighed. The voice went on. As for your first question, however, I expect we can answer that. It seems only fair. And after today, who could you possibly tell? You came looking for a chest of riches because you are a small man with small aims. We are not small, Mr. Fletcher. Our aims are grand. And thanks to you and your cohorts, we now have everything we need to accomplish those aims. Our goal is power, and what you see here is the means to that power. What you see here, Mr. Fletcher, is simply the end of your world. Hopelessness filled Mundungus Fletcher and he fell to his knees. When the jet of orange light struck him, choking him, covering him with darkness, he welcomed it. He embraced it. 1. Shadow of Legends. James Potter moved slowly along the narrow aisles of the train, peering as nonchalantly as he could into each compartment. To those inside, he probably looked as if he was searching for someone, some friend or group of confidants with whom to pass the time during the trip, and this was intentional. The last thing that James wanted anyone to notice was that, despite the bravado he had so recently displayed with his younger brother Albus on the platform, he was nervous. His stomach knotted and churned as if he'd had half a bite of one of Uncles Ron and George's puking pastilles. He opened the folding door at the end of the passenger car and stepped carefully through the passage into the next one. The first compartment was full of girls. They were talking animatedly to one another, already apparently the best of friends, despite the fact that, most likely, they had only just met. One of them glanced up and saw him staring. He quickly looked away, pretending to peer out the window behind them, toward the station, which still sat bustling with activity. Feeling his cheeks go a little red, he continued down the corridor. If only Rose was a year older, she'd be here with him. She was a girl, but she was his cousin, and they'd grown up together. It would have been nice to have at least one familiar face along with him. Of course, Ted and Victoire were also on the train. Ted, a seventh year, had been so quickly absorbed into a noisy throng of returning friends and classmates that he barely had time to wave and wink at James before disappearing into a crammed compartment from which emanated the thump of music on a sleek new wireless. Victoire, 5 years older than he, had invited him to sit with her during the trip, but James wasn't as comfortable with her as he was with Rose, and didn't relish the idea of listening to her prattle on with the 4 other girls in her compartment about pixie powder blushes and hair care charms. Being part Vila, Victoire had never had any problem making friends of either gender, quickly and effortlessly. Besides, something in James felt that he needed to assert himself as an individual straight off, even if the thought left him feeling nervous and lonely. It wasn't that he was worried about going to Hogwarts exactly. He'd been looking forward to this day for most of his life, ever since he was old enough to understand what it meant to be a wizard, ever since his mum had told him of the school he'd one day attend, the secret school that witches and wizards attended to learn magic. He was positively itching with anticipation of his first classes, of learning to use the brand new wand that he carried proudly in his backpack. More than anything, he was looking forward to Quidditch on the Hogwarts pitch, getting on his first real broom, trying out for the team, maybe, just maybe. But that was where his excitement began to melt into cold anxiety. His dad had been the Gryffindor Seeker, the youngest one in Hogwarts history. The best he, James, could hope for was to match that record. That's what everyone would expect of him, the firstborn son of the famous hero. He remembered the story, told to him dozens of times, of how the young Harry Potter had won his first golden snitch by virtually jumping off his broom, catching the golden ball in his mouth and nearly swallowing it. The tellers of the tale would always laugh uproariously, delightedly, and if Dad was there, he'd smile sheepishly as they clapped him on the back. When James was 4, he found that famed snitch in a shoebox in the bottom of the dining room hutch. His mum told him it had been a gift to Dad from the old school headmaster. The tiny wings no longer worked, and the golden ball had a thin coat of dust and tarnish on it, but James was mesmerized by it. It was the first snitch he had ever seen close up. It seemed both smaller and larger than he'd imagined, and the weight of it in his small hand was surprising. This is the famous snitch, James thought reverently, the one from the story, the one caught by my dad. He asked his dad if he could keep it, stored in the shoebox when he wasn't playing with it, in his room. His dad agreed easily, happily, and James moved the shoebox from the bottom of the hutch to a spot under the head of his bed, next to his toy broom. He pretended the dark corner under his headboard was his Quidditch locker. He spent many an hour pretending to zoom and bank over the Quidditch green, chasing the fabled snitch, in the end, always catching it in a fantastic diving crash, jumping up, producing his dad's tarnished snitch for the approval of roaring imaginary crowds. But what if James couldn't catch the snitch, as his father had done? What if he wasn't as good on the broom? Uncle Ron had said that riding a broom was in the Potter blood as sure as dragons breathed fire, but what if James proved him wrong? What if he was slow, or clumsy, or fell off? What if he didn't even make the team? For the rest of the first years, that would only be a mild disappointment. Even though the rules had been changed to admit them, very few first years ever made the house teams. For James, however, that would mean he already hadn't measured up to expectations. He would already have failed to be as great as the great Harry Potter. And if he couldn't even measure up to his dad in terms of something as elemental as Quidditch, how could he ever hope to live up to the legend of the boy who defeated the Basilisk, won the Triwizard Cup, united the Deathly Hallows, and, oh yeah, put old Moldy, the darkest and most dangerous wizard who ever lived, in the ground for good? The train gave a protracted, noisy lurch. Outside, the conductor's voice called for the doors to be shut. James stopped in the corridor, suddenly overcome by a cold certainty that the worst had already happened. He had already failed miserably even before he'd begun to try. He felt a deep, sudden stab of homesickness and blinked back tears, looking quickly into the next compartment. There were two boys inside, neither talking, both looking out the window as platform 9 3/4 began to slip slowly past. James opened the door and blundered in quickly, hoping to see his family outside the window, feeling an enormous need to make eye contact with them one last time before it was too late. His own reflection in the glass, lit by the hard morning sun, blotted the view of the crowd outside. There were so many people, he would never find them in that throng. He scanned the crowd desperately anyway. And then there they were. They were just where he'd left them, a tiny knot of people standing still in the milling faces, like rocks in a stream. They didn't see him, didn't know where he was in the train. Uncle Bill and Aunt Fleur were waving to a point further back on the train, apparently mouthing goodbyes to Victoire. Dad and Mum stood smiling somewhat wistfully at the train, scanning the windows. Albus stood next to Dad, and Lily held Mum's hand, transfixed by the gigantic crimson engine as it chuffed great bursts of steam and hissed and rang, picking up speed. And then Mum's eye caught James, and her face lit up. She said something and Dad turned, looked, and found him. They both waved, smiling proudly. Mum wiped her eye with one hand, held up Lily's hand with the other, waving it to James. James didn't smile back, but watched them and felt a bit better anyway. They receded backward as if they were on a conveyor belt, more faces, more waving hands and milling bodies coming between them. James watched until they all vanished behind a wall at the end of the platform, then he sighed, dropped his backpack onto the floor, and plopped into a seat. Several minutes of silence went by as James watched London scroll past the windows. The city thinned into crowded suburbs and industrial areas, all looking busy and purposeful in the bright morning sunlight. He wondered, as he sometimes did, what life was like as a non-magical person, and for once he envied them, going to their non-magical, less intimidating schools and jobs. Finally, he turned his attention to the two other boys sharing his compartment. One was seated on the same side as him, closer to the door. He was big, with a squarish head and short dark hair. He was flipping avidly through an illustrated booklet called Elemental Magic, What to Know for the New Witch and Wizard. James had seen copies of these being sold from a small stall on the platform. On the cover, a good-looking teenaged wizard in school robes was winking as he conjured a series of objects from a trunk. He had just produced a full-sized tree with cheeseburgers for fruit when the boy flipped the cover backwards and settled in to read one of the articles. James turned his attention to the boy across from him, who was looking at him openly, smiling. "I've got a cat," said the boy, unexpectedly. James blinked at him, and then noticed the box sitting on the seat next to the boy. It had a hinged grate for a door, and a small black and white cat could be seen inside, lounging and licking its forepaw. "You aren't allergic to cats, are you?" the boy asked James earnestly. No, James replied, "I don't think so. My family has a dog, but my Aunt Hermione has a big old carpet of a cat. I've never had a problem with it." "That's good," the boy answered matter-of-factly. He had an American accent that James found a little amusing. "My mom and dad are both allergic to cats, so we could never have one, but I like them. When I saw that I could bring a cat, I knew that was what I wanted. This is Thumbs. He has extra toes, see? One on each paw. It's not particularly magical, I suppose, but it makes him interesting. What did you bring? I've got an owl. He's been in the family for a few years. A big, old barn owl with plenty of miles on him. I wanted a frog, but my dad says a boy should start school with an owl. He says there's no more useful animal for a first year, but I think he just wanted me to have one because he had one. The boy grinned happily. So your dad is a wizard, too? Mine isn't. Neither is my mom. I'm the first in my family. We just found out about the magical world last year. I could hardly believe it. I'd always thought magic was the sort of thing that happened at little kids' birthday parties. Guys in tall black hats pulling silver dollars out of your ear. Stuff like that. Wow. Have you known you were a wizard all your life? Pretty much. It's hard to miss when your first memories are of your grandparents arriving for Christmas morning via the fireplace, James answered, watching the boy's eyes widen. Of course, it never seemed strange to me at all, you know. It was just life. The boy whistled appreciatively. That's wild and crazy. Lucky you. Anyway, my name's Zane Walker. I'm from the States, if you haven't guessed. My dad is working in England for the year, though. He works on movies, which isn't as exciting as it sounds. I'll probably be going to the wizarding school in America next year, but it looks like it's Hogwarts for me this year, which is fine by me, although if they try to give me any more kidneys or fish for breakfast, I think I'll blow a gasket. Good to meet you. He finished in a rush, and reached across the compartment to shake James' hand in a gesture that was so guileless and automatic that James almost laughed. He shook Zane's hand happily, relieved to have so quickly made an acquaintance. I'm happy to meet you, too, Zane. My name's Potter. James Potter. Zane sat back and looked at James, tilting his head curiously. Potter. James Potter, he repeated. James felt a small, familiar surge of pride and satisfaction. He was used to being recognized, even if he pretended to not always like it. Zane made a sort of quizzical half-frown, half-grin. Where's Q007? James faltered. Excuse me? What? Oh, sorry, Zane said, his expression changing to one of amusement. Thought you were making a James Bond joke. Hard to tell with that accent. James, who? James said, feeling that the conversation was slipping away from him. And what accent? You're the one with the accent. Your last name's Potter. This came from the third boy in the compartment. He'd lowered his booklet a little. Yes. James Potter. Potter. Zane said in a fairly ridiculous attempt at an English accent. James Potter. He raised his fist next to his face, index finger pointed toward the ceiling like a pistol. Are you related to this Harry Potter kid? Said the bigger boy, ignoring Zane. Only I'm reading about him right here in this brief history of the magical world article. Seems like he was a pretty big deal. He's not a kid anymore, James laughed. He's my dad. He's less of a big deal when you see him eating Weetabix in his boxers each morning. This wasn't technically true, but it always put people at ease to think they'd gotten a mental glimpse of the great Harry Potter in a candid moment. The large boy raised his eyebrows, frowning slightly. Wow. Cool. Says here he defeated the most dangerous evil wizard ever. Some guy named UMM. He glanced down at the booklet, scanning it. It's right here somewhere. Volda what's it or something. Yeah, it's true, James said. But really, now he's just my dad. That was a long time ago. But the other boy had turned his attention to Zane. You're Muggle-born, too, he asked. Zane looked baffled for a moment. What? I'm what-born? Non-magical parents. Like me, said the bigger boy seriously. I'm trying to learn the language. My dad says it's important to get a handle on the basics straight off. He's a muggle, but he's already read Hogwarts, a history cover to cover. He quizzed me on it the whole ride in. Ask me a question. Anything. He glanced back and forth between Zane and James. James raised his eyebrows at Zane, who frowned and shook his head. What's 7 times 43? The bigger boy rolled his eyes and slumped in his seat. I meant about Hogwarts and the wizarding world. I've got a new wand, Zane said, abandoning the bigger boy and turning to dig in his pack. It's made of birch, with a unicorn tail in it or something. Can't get it to do squat, yet. Not for lack of effort, though, I'll tell you that. He turned, flourishing the wand, which was wrapped in yellow cloth. I'm Ralph, by the way, said the bigger boy, putting aside his booklet. Ralph Deedle. I just got my wand yesterday. It's made of willow, with a Himalayan Yeti whisker core. James glanced at him. A what? A Himalayan Yeti whisker. Very rare, according to the man we bought it from. Cost my dad 20 galleons. Which translates to a good bit, I think. He studied Zane's and James' faces in turn. Why? James raised his eyebrows. It's just that I've never heard of a Himalayan Yeti. Ralph sat up and leaned forward earnestly. Sure. You know what those are. Some people call them abominable snowmen. I'd always thought they were imaginary, you know. But then on my birthday, my dad and me found out I was a wizard, and I'd always thought wizards were imaginary, too. Well, now I'm learning about all kinds of crazy things that I thought were imaginary that are turning out to be true. He picked up his booklet again and fanned the pages with one hand, gesturing vaguely with the other. Just out of curiosity, James said carefully, where did you buy your wand? Ralph grinned. So, well, we thought that was going to be the hard part, didn't we? I mean, there don't seem to be wand merchants on every corner where we come from, which is Surrey. So we got down here to the city early and followed the directions to that Diagon Alley place. No problem. There was a man right there on the street corner with a little booth. Zane was watching Ralph with interest. A little booth, James prodded. Yeah. Of course, he didn't have the wands right there in the open. He was selling maps. Dad bought one and asked directions to the best wand maker in town. My dad develops security software for computers. Did I mention that? Anyway, he asked for the best, most state-of-the-art wand maker. Turned out the man was an expert wand maker himself. Only makes a few a year, but keeps them special for people who really know what they are looking for. So Dad bought the best one he had. James was trying to keep his face straight. The best one he had, he repeated. Yeah, Ralph confirmed. He dug in his own backpack and pulled out something about the size of a rolling bin, wrapped in brown paper. The one with the Yeti core, James confirmed. Ralph suddenly glanced at him, halfway through. Unwrapping the package he'd removed from his backpack. You know, it starts sounding a little silly when you say it, doesn't it? He asked a bit morosely. Ah, bugger. He pulled the brown paper off. It was about 18 inches long and as thick as a broomstick. The end had been whittled to a dull point and painted lime green. They all stared at it. After a moment, Ralph looked a bit desperately at James. It's not really good for anything magical, is it? James tilted his head. Well, it'd be a treat for killing vampires with, I'd think. Yeah. Ralph brightened. Zane straightened and pointed to the door of the compartment. Woo. Food. Hey, James, you got any of that wacky wizard money? I'm starved. The old witch that operated the food cart peered into the open door of their compartment. Anything you'd fancy, Dears? Zane had jumped up and was looking eagerly over her wares, examining them with a serious, critical eye. He glanced back at James expectantly. Come on, Potter, now's your chance to welcome us Muggleborns to the table with a little wizard generosity. All I have is an American $10 bill. He turned back to the witch. You don't take American greenbacks, do you? She blinked and looked slightly aghast. American green. Excuse me? Drat. I thought not, Zane said, wiggling his upturned palm towards James. James dug in the pocket of his jeans, bemused and amazed at the boy's temerity. Wizard money isn't like play money, you know, he said reproachfully, but there was a smile in his voice. Ralph looked up from his booklet again, blinking. Did he just say drat? So. Look at this. Zane cried happily. Cauldron cakes. And licorice wands. You wizards really know how to carry a metaphor. Us wizards, I mean. Head. James paid the witch and Zane flopped back into his seat, opening a box of licorice wands. Assorted colors of wands were laid out in neat compartments. Zane produced a red one, brandished it, and then flicked it toward Ralph. There was a pop and a shower of tiny, purple flowers peppered the front of Ralph's t-shirt. Ralph glanced down at them. Better than I've gotten out of my own wand, yet, Zane said, biting off the end of the wand with gusto. James was surprised and pleased to find that he wasn't nervous anymore, or at least not much. He opened the box containing his own chocolate frog, caught the frog in the air as it leaked out, and bit its head off. He looked down into the bottom of the box and saw the face of his dad peering up at him. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, ran the caption at the bottom of the card. He took the card out of the box and handed it to Ralph. Here. A little something for my new Muggleborn friend, he said as Ralph took it. Ralph hardly noticed. He was chewing, holding up one of the tiny, purple flowers. I don't know for sure, he said, looking at it, but I think these are made out of meringue. After the initial rush of excitement and worry, then the whirlwind of making new acquaintances, the rest of the train ride seemed remarkably mundane. James found himself in turns either acting as a tour guide for his two new friends or having their conversation explained to him wherever they centered on Muggle life and concepts. He found it incredible that they had apparently spent a great chunk of their lives watching television. Whenever they weren't watching it, it seemed that they and their friends were playing games on it, pretending to drive racing cars or go on adventures or play sports. James had, of course, heard of television and video games, but having had mostly wizard friends, he'd assumed Muggle children only engaged in those activities when there was absolutely nothing better to do. When he'd asked Ralph why he'd spent so much time playing sports on the television instead of playing them in real life, Ralph merely rolled his eyes, made an exasperated noise, and then looked helplessly at Zane. Zane had clapped James on the back and said, James, buddy, it's a Muggle thing. You wouldn't understand. James, in turn, had explained as best he could about Hogwarts and the magical world. He told them about the unplottable nature of the castle, which meant it couldn't be found on any map by anyone who didn't already know its location. He described the schoolhouses and explained the house points system Dad and Mum had told him about. He tried, as best he could, to explain Quidditch, which seemed to leave both of them confused and frustratingly unenthusiastic. Zane had had the ridiculous idea that only witches rode brooms, apparently based on a movie called The Wizard of Oz. James tried very patiently to explain that both wizards and witches rode brooms and that it wasn't at all a girly thing. Zane, apparently sensing the consternation this was causing, went on to insist that all witches were supposed to have green skin and warts on their noses, and the conversation quickly deteriorated. Just as evening was beginning to turn the sky a pale purple and silhouette the trees outside the train's windows, a tall, older boy with neatly cropped blonde hair knocked sharply on their compartment door. Hogsmeade Station, straight ahead, he said, leaning in with an air of brisk purpose. "You fellows will want to be getting your school robes on." Zane frowned and raised his eyebrows at the boy. "We will we?" he asked. "It's almost 7 o'clock. Are you quite sure?" He pronounced the word quite with his ridiculous English accent. The older boy's brow darkened very slightly. "My name is Stephen Metzger. 5th year. Prefect." "And you are?" Zane jumped up, offering the boy his hand in a parody of the gesture he'd shown James at the beginning of the trip. "Walker. Zane Walker. Happy to meet you, Mr. Prefect." Stephen glanced down at the proffered hand, and then decided, with an apparently great effort, to go ahead and shake it. He spoke to the compartment at large as he did so. "There will be a dinner in the Great Hall promptly upon your arrival on the school grounds. School robes are required. I will assume by your accent, Mr. Walker," he said, retracting his hand and looking bracingly at Zane, "that dressing for dinner is a relatively new concept. No doubt you'll catch on fast." He caught James' eye, dropped a quick wink, and then disappeared down the corridor. "No doubt I shall," Zane said cheerfully. James helped Ralph and Zane make sense of their robes. Ralph had put his on backwards, making him look to James like the youngest cleric he'd ever seen. Zane, liking the look, had turned his around on purpose, proclaiming that if it wasn't the style yet, it soon would be. Only when James had insisted that it would be disrespectful to the school and teachers did Zane reluctantly agree to turn it back around. James had been told repeatedly and in great detail what would happen when they arrived. He knew about Hogsmeade Station, had even been there a few times when he was very young, although he had no memories of it. He knew about the boats which would ferry them across the lake and had seen dozens of pictures of the castle. Still, he discovered that none of that had quite prepared him for the grandness and solemnity of it. As the tiny boats glided across the lake, drawing V-shaped wakes on the glassy water, James stared with a kind of wonder that was perhaps even greater than that felt by those with him who hadn't come believing they knew what to expect. The sheer bulk of the castle amazed him as it rambled and clumped on the great rocky hilltop. It soared upwards in turrets and ramparts, each structural detail lit on one side by the blue of the approaching night, on the other by the golden rose of the setting sun. A galaxy of windows dotted the castle, glowing a warm yellow on the shaded sides, glittering like sunfire on the lake. The massiveness and weight of the sight seemed to press down on James with a pleasant awe, going straight through him and down, into its own reflection deep in the mirror of the lake. There was one detail he hadn't expected, however. Halfway across the lake, just as conversation had begun to spring up again among the new students and they began to hoot excitedly and call to each other across the water, James noticed another boat on the lake. Unlike the ones he and his fellow first years rode in, it wasn't lit by a lantern. Nor was it approaching the castle. It was pointed away from the lights of Hogwarts, a larger boat than his own, but still small enough to be nearly lost in the dim shadows at the edge of the lake. There was one person in it, lanky and thin, almost spider-like. James thought it looked like a woman. Just as he was about to turn away and forget the decidedly unremarkable sight, the figure looked up at him suddenly, as if aware of his curiosity. In the darkening light, he was almost sure their eyes met, and a totally unexpected coldness came over him. It was, indeed, a woman. Her skin was dark, her face bony, hard, with high cheeks and a sharp chin. A scarf was tied down neatly over her head, hiding most of her hair. The look on her face as she watched him watch her wasn't frightened or angry. Her face didn't seem to have any expression at all, in fact. And then she vanished. James blinked in surprise, before realizing, a moment later, that she hadn't actually vanished. She had simply been obscured behind a hedge of reeds and cattails as their boats grew further apart. He shook his head, smiled at himself for being a typically jumpy first year, and then returned his gaze to the journey ahead. The gaggle of first years entered the courtyard with a chorus of appreciative chatter. James found himself straggling, threading almost unconsciously to the rear of the group as they climbed the steps into the brightly lit corridor. There was Mr. Filch, whom James recognized by his hair, scowl, and the cat, Mrs. Norris, which he held cradled in the crook of his arm. Here were the enchanted staircases, even now creaking and grinding into new positions to the mingled delight and trepidation of the new students. And here, finally, were the doors into the great hall, their panels gleaming mellowly in the light of the chandeliers. As the students congregated there, conversation faltered to silence. Zane, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ralph, who was nearly a head taller, turned and looked over his shoulder at James, waggling his eyebrows and grinning. The doors creaked and swung inwards, light and sound pouring out through them as they revealed the great hall in all its splendor. The 4 long house tables were full of students, hundreds of faces grinning, laughing, chattering, and cappering. James looked for Ted, but couldn't find him in the throng. The tall, slightly gawky teacher who'd led them to the doors turned and faced them, smiling disarmingly. "Welcome to Hogwarts, first years," he called over the noise of the hall. "My name is Professor Longbottom. You'll be sorted into your houses straight off. Once that's done, you'll find your table and dinner will be served. Please follow me." He turned with a flap of his robes and proceeded briskly down the center of the great hall. Nervously, the first years began to follow, first in a shuffle, then in a brisk trot, trying to keep up. James saw the heads of Ralph and Zane crane back, their chins pointing higher and higher. He'd almost forgotten about the enchanted ceiling. He looked up himself, but only a little, not wanting to look like he was too impressed. The higher he looked, the more the ceiling beams and alcoves retreated into transparency, revealing a stunning representation of the outside sky. Cold, brittle-looking stars glittered like silver dust on jeweler's velvet, and off to the right, just over the Gryffindor table, the half-moon could be seen, its giant face looking both mad and jolly. "Did he say his name was Longbottom?" Zane said to James out of the corner of his mouth. "Yeah. Neville Longbottom." "Wow," Zane breathed. "You Brits really have a thing to learn about subtlety. I don't even know where to start with a name like that." Ralph shushed him as the crowd began to quiet, noticing the first years lining up along the front of the hall. James looked along the table on the dais, trying to pick out all the teachers he knew about. There was Professor Slughorn, looking just as fat and ridiculously baroque as his parents had described. Slughorn, James recalled, had come on as a temporary teacher during his parents' time, apparently reluctantly, and then simply never left. Next to him was the ghostly Professor Binns, then Professor Trelawney, blinking owlishly behind her gigantic spectacles. Further down the table, recognizable by his size, was Professor Flitwick. Several other faces James didn't recognize were scattered about, teachers who'd come since his parents' time and were therefore relatively unfamiliar. No sign of Hagrid, but James had learned that he was off among the giants again with Grop, and wouldn't return until the following day. Finally, at the center of the table, just then standing and raising her arms, was Minerva McGonagall, the headmistress. "Welcome returning students, and welcome new students," she said in her piercing, rather tremulous voice, "to this first banquet of this new year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." A cheer of happy acknowledgement went up from the seated students behind James. He glanced back over his shoulder, scanning the crowd. He saw Ted seated, hooting through his cupped hands, surrounded by a group of somehow impossibly handsome and beautiful older boys and girls at the Gryffindor table. James tried to smile at him, but Ted didn't notice. As the cheers diminished, Professor McGonagall continued. "I'm glad to see you are all as excited to be here as are your teachers and school staff. Let us hope that this spirit of mutual understanding and unity of purpose accompanies us throughout the school year." She eyed the crowd, picking out certain individuals. James heard scattered scuffling and the marked silences of conspicuous guilty grins. And now, the headmistress went on, turning to watch as a chair was carried onto the stage by two older students. James noticed that one of them was Stephen Metzger, the prefect they'd encountered on the train. As is our proud tradition on the occasion of our first gathering, let us witness the sorting of our newest students into their respective houses. First years, will you please approach the platform? I will be calling your names individually. You will approach the platform and have a seat. James tuned out the rest. He knew this ceremony well, having quizzed his parents endlessly about it. He had been, in the previous days, more excited about the sorting ceremony than he had been about anything else. In truth, he recognized now that his excitement had actually masked a numbing, terrible fear. The sorting hat was the first test he'd have to pass in order to prove he was the man his parents expected him to be, the man the wizarding world had already begun to assume he was. It hadn't quite hit him until he'd seen the article in the Daily Prophet several weeks earlier. It had been a fluffy, happy, little article of the whatever happened to so-and-so variety, and yet it had filled James with a sort of cold, creeping dread. The article summarized the ongoing biography of Harry Potter, now married to his school sweetheart, Ginny Weasley, and announced that James, the firstborn son of Harry and Ginny Potter, was to be attending his first year at Hogwarts. James had been particularly haunted by the line that ended the article. He could recall it word for word. We at the Daily Prophet, along with the rest of the magical world, wish young Mr. Potter all the best as he moves on to fulfill, and perhaps even surpass, the expectations any of us could hope to have of the son of such a beloved and legendary figure. What would the Daily Prophet, or the rest of the wizarding world, think of the son of the beloved and legendary figure if he sat on that chair and the sorting hat proclaimed him something other than a Gryffindor? Back on platform 9 3/4. James had confided this very fear to his dad. There isn't any more magic in being a Gryffindor than there is in being a Hufflepuff or a Ravenclaw or a Slytherin, James, Harry Potter had said, squatting down and putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. James had pressed his lips together, knowing his dad would say something like that. Would that have comforted you back when you were getting ready to sit on the chair and put that hat on your head? He'd asked in a low, serious voice. His dad didn't answer, only pressed his lips together, smiled ruefully, and shook his head. But I was a worried, superficial, little git back then, James, my boy. Try not to be like me in that regard, okay? We know great witches and wizards from all the houses. I'll be proud and honored to have my son in any of them. James had nodded, but it hadn't worked. He knew what his dad really wanted, and expected despite the talk. James was to be a Gryffindor, just like Mum and Dad, just like his uncles and aunt, just like all the heroes and legends he'd been told about since he was a baby, all the way back to Godric Gryffindor himself, greatest of all the founders of Hogwarts. And yet now, as he stood, watching the sorting hat being produced and held aloft by the skinny arms of Headmistress McGonagall, he found that all his fears and worries had somehow drained away. He'd had a sort of idea during the last few hours. Now it came fully to the front of his mind. He had assumed all along that he had no choice but to compete with his father and try to fill his enormous shoes. His subsequent terrible fear had been that he would be unequal to the task, that he would fail. But what if there was another option? What if he simply didn't try? James stared ahead, unseeing, as the first students were called to the chair, as the hat was lowered onto their heads, almost hiding their intensely curious, upturned eyes. He looked like a statue of a small boy with his father's unruly black hair and his mother's nose and expressive lips. What if he simply didn't try to live up to the giant shadow cast by his dad? Not that he wouldn't be great in his own way. It would just be a very different way. A decidedly, intentionally different way. And what if that started here? Right here, on the platform, on his first day, being proclaimed. Well, something other than a Gryffindor. That would be all that mattered. Unless James Potter, the voice of the headmistress rang out with her distinctive, rolled R on his last name. He startled, looking up at her as if he'd forgotten she was there. She looked 100 feet tall standing there on the platform, her arm held out ramrod straight and holding the sorting hat over the chair, casting a triangular shadow onto it. He was about to move forward and climb the short flight of steps to the platform when a noise broke out behind him. It shocked and worried him for a moment. He was irrationally afraid that somehow his thoughts had gotten out and betrayed him, that it was the noise of the Gryffindor table standing, booing him. But it wasn't the sound of booing. It was the sound of applause, polite and sustained, in response to the calling of his name. James turned to the Gryffindor table, a smile of gratitude and happiness already lighting his face. But they weren't the ones applauding. They sat there, rather blankly. Most of their heads were turned toward the source of the sound. James turned, following their eyes. It was the Slytherin table. James felt rooted to the spot. The entire table was looking at him with pleasant smiles, everyone open, happy, applauding. One of the students, a tall, very attractive girl with wavy black hair and large, sparkling eyes, was standing. She clapped lightly but confidently, smiling directly at James. Finally, the other tables began to join in, first in dribs and drabs, and then in a sustained, rather puzzled ovation. Yes. Yes, thank you, Headmistress McGonagall called over the applause. That will be enough. We are all quite, happy that we have young Mr. Potter here with us this year. Now, if you'll please resume your seats. James began his ascent of the dais while the applause died down. As he turned and sat down on the chair, he heard the headmistress mutter, "So we can finish this and have dinner before the next equinox." James turned to look up at her, but saw only the dark maw of the sorting hat coming down on top of him. He closed his eyes tightly and felt the cool softness of the hat cover his head, slipping down over his brow. Instantly, all other sound stopped. James was in the mind of the hat, or perhaps it was the other way around. It spoke, but not to him. "Potter, James, yes, I've been expecting this one. The third Potter that's come under my brim. Always difficult, these," it mused to itself, as if it enjoyed the challenge. "Courage, yes, as always, but courage is cheap in the young. Still, good Gryffindor stock, just like the ones before." James' heart leaped. Then he remembered the thought he'd had standing before the dais, and he faltered. "I don't have to play the game," he thought to himself. "I don't have to be a Gryffindor." He thought of the applause, thought of the face of the pretty girl with the long, wavy black hair, standing beneath the green and silver banner. "Slytherin, he thinks," the hat spoke in his head, considering. Yes, always that possibility as well. Like his father. He'd have made a great Slytherin, but hadn't the will. Very unsure of himself is this one, and that is a first for a Potter. Lack of sureness is neither a Gryffindor nor a Slytherin trait. Perhaps Hufflepuff would do him some good. Not Hufflepuff, thought James. Faces swam up before him in his mind, Mum and Dad, Uncle Ron, and Hermione, Gryffindors all. Then they faded and he saw the girl at the Slytherin table, smiling, applauding. He heard himself thinking, as he had thought minutes earlier, I could be great in a different way, an intentionally different way. Not Hufflepuff. Perhaps you're right. Yes, I see it now. Confused you may be, but uncertain you are not. My initial instincts are correct, as always. And then aloud, the sorting hat called out the name of his house. The hat was whipped off his head, and James had actually thought he'd heard the word Slytherin still echoing from the walls, actually looked with sudden horror toward the green and silver table to see them applauding. When he realized it was the table beneath the Crimson Lion that had jumped up and applauded. The Gryffindor table cheered loudly and raucously, and James realized how much more he liked that than the polite, practiced applause he'd gotten earlier. He leaped from the chair, ran down the steps, and was enveloped amongst the cheers. Hans patted his back and reached out to shake his and high-five him. A seat near the front opened for him, and a voice spoke in his ear as the cheers finally subsided. "Never doubted it a minute, mate," the voice whispered happily. James turned to see Ted give him a confident nod and a slap on the back before settling back to his seat. Turning back to watch the rest of the sorting ceremony, James felt, so suddenly, perfectly happy that he thought he might split right down the middle. He didn't have to follow exactly in his dad's footsteps. But maybe he could start doing things deliberately differently tomorrow. For now, he gloried in the knowledge that Mum and Dad would be thrilled to know that he, like them, was a Gryffindor. When Zane's name was called, he trotted up the steps and plopped on the chair as if he thought it was going to take him on a roller coaster ride. He grinned as the shadow of the hat fell over his head. And it had no sooner done so than the hat cried out, "Ravenclaw." Zane raised his eyebrows and rocked his head back and forth in a cheerfully mystified way that brought a peal of laughter from the crowd, even as the Ravenclaws cheered and beckoned him to their table. The rest of the first years made their way to the dais, and the house tables filled out appreciably. Ralph Deedle was one of the last to climb up and sit on the chair. He seemed to shrink a bit under the hat as it thought for a surprisingly long time. Then, with a flourish of its peak, the hat announced, "Slytherin." James was stunned. He had been sure that at least one, if not both, of his new friends would end up seated next to him at the Gryffindor table. Neither of them had joined him, however, and one of them, the one he least expected, had become a Slytherin. Of course, he conveniently forgot that he himself had almost succeeded in getting sent there. But Ralph? A Muggle-born, if ever there was one? He turned and saw Ralph seating himself at the table on the far side of the room, being patted on the back by his new housemates. The girl with the sparkling eyes and the wavy black hair was smiling again, pleasantly, welcomingly. Maybe Slytherin House had changed, he thought. Dad and Mum would hardly believe it. Finally, Headmistress McGonagall put the sorting hat away. "First years," she called, "your new house is your home, but we are all your family. Let us enjoy competitions wherever we may find them, but never forget where our ultimate loyalties lie." And now, she pushed her spectacles onto her nose and addressed the crowd over them. Announcements. As always, the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students at all times. Please be sure that this is not a merely academic preference. First years may ask any older students except for Mr. Ted Lupin and Mr. Noah Metzger, whose counsel you might wish to avoid on the matter what they can expect if they determine to ignore this rule. James let the rest of the announcements roll over him as he scanned the faces of the crowd. Zane, at the Ravenclaw table, had pulled a bowl of nuts in front of him and was determinedly working his way through it. Across the room, Ralph caught James' eye and gestured wonderingly at himself and his new housemates, seeming to ask James if it was all right. James shrugged and nodded noncommittally. "Leaving us with one last order of business," the headmistress finally said, to the accompaniment of a few brave cheers. "Some of you may have noticed that there is one empty chair amidst your teachers here on the dais. Rest assured that you shall have a defense against the dark arts professor and that he is indeed a uniquely qualified and gifted expert on the subject. He will be arriving tomorrow afternoon, along with a full complement of fellow teachers, students, and associates, as part of a year-long international magical summit between his school and ours. I will expect you all to turn out tomorrow afternoon in the main courtyard for the arrival of the representatives from Almanal and the United States Department of Magical Administration." Sounds of mingled excitement and derision erupted in the hall as the students instantly turned to discuss this rather remarkable turn of events with their fellows. James heard Ted say, "What is some old yank gonna be able to tell us about the dark arts? What channel to watch them on?" There was a chorus of laughter. James turned around, looking for Zane. He found him, caught his eye, and pointed at him, shrugging. "Your people are coming here," he mouthed. Zane clapped his hand over his heart and saluted with the other. In the midst of the debate, dinner appeared on the long tables, and James, along with the rest of Hogwarts, dug in with fervor. It was nearly midnight by the time James made his way to the portrait of the fat lady marking the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. "Password," she sang out. James stopped short, letting his green backpack slip off his shoulder and thump to the floor. No one had told him any passwords. "I don't know the password yet. I'm a first year. I'm a Gryffindor," he added lamely. "Gryffindor you may be," said the fat lady, looking him up and down with an air of polite patience, "but no password, no entry." "Maybe you could give me a little hint this time?" James said, trying to smile winningly. The fat lady stared at him levelly. "You seem to have some unfortunate misunderstanding of the nature of the term." "Password, my dear." There was a commotion on the moving staircase nearby. It swung into view and settled, lurching slightly, at the end of the landing. A group of older students clambered up, laughing and shushing each other conspicuously. Ted was among them. "Ted," James called in relief, "I need the password. A little help." Ted saw James as he and the others approached. "Genus Alaris," he said, and then added to one of the girls in the group, "Hurry it up, Petra, and don't let Noah's brother see you." She nodded, brushing past James as the portrait of the fat lady swung open to reveal the fire-lit glow of the common room. James began to follow her in when Ted threw an arm around his shoulder, turning him around and bringing him back out onto the landing. "My dear James, you can't imagine we're going to let you toddle off to bed at such an early hour, do you? There are Gryffindor traditions to think about, for Merlin's sake." "What?" James stammered. "It's midnight. You know that, do you?" "Commonly known in the Muggle world as the witching hour," Ted said instructively. "A misnomer, of course, but the witching and wizarding pulling tricks on unsuspecting Muggle country folk hour is just a bit too long for anyone to remember. We like to call it, simply, raising the Wocket dot." Ted was leading James back toward the stairs, along with 3 other Gryffindors. "The what?" James asked, trying to keep up. "Joey doesn't know what the Wocket is," Ted said mournfully to the rest of the group. "And his dad's the owner of the famous Marauder's Map. Just think how much easier this would be if we could get our hands on that bit of skullduggery. James, let me introduce you to the rest of the Gremlins, a group you may indeed hope to join, depending on how things go tonight, of course." Ted stopped, turned, and threw his arm wide, indicating the 3 others skulking along with them. "My number 1, Noah Metzger, whose only flaw is his unwitting relationship to his 5th-year prefect brother." Noah bowed curtly at the waist, grinning. "Our treasurer," Ted continued, "if we ever manage to come across any coin, Sabrina Hildegard." A pleasant-faced girl with a spray of freckles and a quill stuck in her thick reddish hair nodded to James. "Our scapegoat, should such services ever be required, young Damien Damascus." Ted gripped the shoulder of a stout boy with heavy glasses and a pumpkin-like face who grimaced at him and growled. "And finally, my alibi, my perfect foil, everyone's favorite teacher's favorite, Ms. Petra Morgenstern." Ted gestured affectionately to the girl who was just returning from the portrait hole, stuffing something small into her jeans pocket. James noticed that everyone but him had changed out of their robes and into jeans and dark sweatshirts. "Is everything clear for takeoff?" Ted asked Petra as she met them. "Affirmative. All systems go, Captain," she replied, and there was a titter from Damien. They all turned and began to descend the staircase, Ted steering James along with them. "Should I go change or something?" he asked, his voice shaking as he pounded down the stairs. Ted gave him an appraising look. "No, I don't think that'll be necessary in your case. Relax, mate. You're going to have a blast. So to speak. Jump just here, then. You don't want to step on that step, mind you. James jumped, his backpack swinging from his shoulder, feeling himself pulled along partly by the group's enthusiasm, but mostly by Ted's grip on his elbow. He landed on the floor of a long, torchlit corridor and stumbled to keep up. At the end of the hall, the group met 3 more students, all standing in the shadow thrown by a statue of a gigantic, hunchbacked wizard wearing a very tall hat. "Good evening, fellow gremlins," Ted whispered as they all clustered together in the shadow of the statue. "Meet James, son of my godfather, some guy named Harry Potter." James grinned sheepishly at the new faces, and then did a double take at the third face in the group. "James, meet our Ravenclaw chapter, Horace, Jennifer, and young what's-his-name." He turned to Jennifer. "What's his name?" he asked, gesturing at the boy on the end. "Zane," Jennifer said, throwing an arm around the smaller boy, who grinned and let himself be playfully shaken. "Just met him tonight, but he's got a little something that says gremlin to me. I'm thinking there might be some imp in his lineage somewhere. We're gonna play Hunt the Walket," Zane said to James in a stage whisper that carried along the entire corridor. "Sounds iffy to me, but if this'll make us cool, well, I figured we might as well get it out of the way straight off." James couldn't tell if Zane was joking, and then he realized it didn't really matter. "Raise the walket," Noah corrected. James decided it was time to impress himself upon the conversation. "So where is this walket? And why are we all crammed into a corner behind a statue?" "This isn't just any old statue," Petra said as Ted shimmied as far between the statue and the wall as he could, apparently looking for something. "This is St. Lochimigus the Perpetually Productive. We only learned his story last year, and it led us to a rather amazing discovery." "Led you, you mean?" Ted said, his voice muffled. Petra considered this and nodded. "True enough," she agreed matter-of-factly. "Back in your father's day," Noah said as Ted scratched around behind the statue, "there were 6 secret passages in and out of Hogwarts. But that was before the battle. After that, a lot of the castle was rebuilt, and all the old secret passages were permanently sealed off. Funny thing about a magical castle, though. It just seems to grow new secret passages. We've only found 2, and those only because of Petra and our Ravenclaw friends here. St. Lochimigus the Perpetually Productive is one of them. It's all right there in his slogan." Noah pointed to the words engraved into the statue's base, Iter Comuvio, Caete Mudia. Ted made a grunt of triumph, and there was a loud click. "You'll never guess where it was this time," he said, puffing from beneath the statue. With a grind of moving stone, the statue of St. Lochimigus straightened up as much as his humped back would allow, stepped carefully off his plinth, and then walked across the corridor with a slightly bow-legged gait. He disappeared into the door opposite, which James saw was a boys' bathroom. "What's his slogan mean?" James asked as the gremlins began to duck hurriedly into the low doorway on the back of St. Lochimigus' plinth. Noah grinned and shrugged. "When you gotta go, you gotta go." The passage led to a short stairway with rounded stone steps. The gremlins pounded noisily up the steps, and then shushed each other as they reached a doorway. Ted creaked the door open a fraction, peering through the crack. A moment later he pushed the door wide and motioned for the rest to follow him outside. The door opened inexplicably out of a small shed near what James recognized as the Quidditch pitch. The tall grandstands rose into the moonlight, looking bleak and imposing in the silence. "The passage only works one way," Sabrina explained to James and Zane as the group ran lightly across the Quidditch pitch toward the hills beyond. "If you go into it without having come through St. Lochimigus Tunnel first, you just find yourself in the equipment shed. Pretty convenient, since it means that even if we get caught, nobody else can chase us back through the tunnel." "Have you gotten caught yet?" James asked, puffing along next to her. "No, but this is the first time we've tried to use it. We only discovered it at the end of last year." She shrugged as if to say, "We'll see how this turns out, won't we?" Zane's voice came out of the darkness behind James, conversationally. "What if Saint Magic Buns gets done with the loon before we all come back through his hole?" James shuddered at Zane's turn of phrase, but admired his logic. It seemed like a question worth asking. "That's definitely a question for a Ravenclaw," Noah called back as quietly as he could, but nobody answered. After 10 minutes of skirting the border of a scraggly, moonlit wood, the group clambered over a wire fence into a field. Ted pulled his wand from his back pocket as he approached a patch of rambling bushes and weeds. James followed and saw that there was a low barn hidden among the growth. It was ramshackle, bowed and buried in vines. "Alhambra," Ted said, pointing his wand at the large rusted padlock hanging on the door. There was a flash of yellow light. It bloomed out of the lock, and then resolved into the shape of a glowing, ghostly arm that snaked from the padlock's keyhole. The arm ended in a fist with the index finger pointed in the air. It waggled the finger back and forth reprovingly for a few seconds, and then vanished. "Protective charms still in place, then," Ted announced happily. He turned to Petra, who came forward, pulling something out of her jeans pocket. James saw it was a rusted skeleton key. "That was Jennifer's idea," Horace, the second Ravenclaw, said proudly. "Although I had wanted it to be a different gesture." "Would have been a nice touch," Zane agreed. "We figured any magical types that tried to break in here wouldn't think to try anything as boring as a key," Noah explained. "We put up disillusionment charms to keep the muggles away, but they don't come out here anyway. It's abandoned." Petra turned the key and pulled away the padlock. The doors of the old barn swung open with surprising silence. "Creaky doors are for novices," Damien said smugly, tapping the side of his pug nose. James peered inside. There was something large in the shadows, its bulk blotting out the rear of the barn. He could just barely make out the shape of it. More than anything, it looked like somebody's very antiquated idea of a flying saucer. "Cool," Zane cried happily, understanding dawning on him. "Raise the wacket." "You're right, James. There was nothing like this in The Wizard of Oz." "The Wizard of what?" Ted said to James out of the corner of his mouth. "It's a muggle thing," James replied. "We wouldn't understand." Frank Toddington awoke suddenly, sure he'd heard something out in the garden. He was instantly alert and angry, throwing off his covers and swinging his legs out of bed as if he'd fully expected such an annoyance. "What?" his wife mumbled, raising her head sleepily. "It's those dragged Grindel kids out in our garden," Frank announced gruffly, jamming his feet into his tartan slippers. "Didn't I tell you they were sneaking in at night, trampling my begonias and stealing my tomatoes? Kids," he spat. He shoved into a threadbare robe. It flapped about his shins as he clubbed down the stairs and grabbed his shotgun off the hook by the back door. The screen door squeaked open and clapped against the outside wall as Frank barreled out. "All right, you hooligans. Drop those tomatoes and step out here into the light where I can see you." He raised the shotgun in one hand, pointing it warningly at the star-strewn sky. A light popped on over his head, illuminating him in a blinding white beam that seemed to hum faintly. Frank froze, his shotgun still held barrel up, pointing up into the beam of light. Slowly, Frank raised his head, squinting, his stubbly chin casting a long shadow down the front of his robe. There was something hovering over him. It was hard to tell the size of it. It was simply a round black shape, with dim lights dotting the edge. It was turning slowly and appeared to be lowering. Frank gasped, stumbled, and nearly dropped his gun. He recovered and backed quickly away, not taking his eyes from the gently humming object. It lowered slowly, as if cushioned by the beam of light, and as it came to rest, its hum deepened, throbbing. Frank boggled at it, his knotty knees bent in a sort of alert crouch. He chewed on his dentures fretfully. Then, With a burst of steam and a hiss, the shape of a door appeared in the side of the object. It was outlined in light, and the light brightened as the door unfolded, forming a short ramp. A figure was standing, framed in the light. Frank gasped and raised his shotgun, socking it to his shoulder. There was a blast of red light, and Frank jumped. He made to pull the trigger, but nothing happened. The trigger had changed, become a small button instead of the comforting loop of metal. He glanced down at the shotgun, and then held it out in front of him in shock. It wasn't his shotgun at all. It was a small, ratty umbrella with a fake wooden handle. He'd never seen it before. Recognizing he was in the presence of something truly otherworldly, Frank dropped the umbrella and sank to his knees. The figure in the doorway was small and thin. Its skin was a purplish green, its large head was nearly featureless, with the suggestion of large, almond-shaped eyes barely visible in the glare of light from the open hatchway. It began to walk down the ramp toward Frank, and its footsteps seemed unusually careful, almost awkward. It ducked slightly to clear the doorway, then, suddenly the figure tripped on the lip of the hatch. It stumbled forward, pinwheeling its arms, and seemed about to throw itself upon Frank. He scrambled backwards desperately, terrified. The small figure toppled forward, its disproportionately large head zooming towards Frank, filling his vision. In the moment before Frank blacked out, he was distracted only by the rather strange fact that the figure seemed to be wearing, if nothing else, a fairly ordinary dark green backpack slung over its shoulders. Frank fainted with a look of rather worried confusion on his face. James awoke blearily the next morning. He pried his eyes open, taking in the unfamiliar shapes of his surroundings. He was in a four-poster bed in a large, round room with a low ceiling. Some light beamed cheerily in, lighting more beds, most of which were disheveled and empty. Slowly, like owls coming in to roost, he remembered the previous night, the Sorting Hat. Standing before the portrait of the fat lady and not knowing the Gryffindor password, meeting Ted, and then the rest of the gremlins. He sat up in bed quickly, reaching for his face. He patted his cheeks, his brow, the shape of his eyes, and then sighed with relief. Everything appeared to be back to normal. Something flopped onto his bed next to him, a newspaper James didn't recognize. It was turned to an article with the headline, "Local man insists Martian rockets steal his tomatoes." James glanced up. Noah Metzger was standing at the foot of his bed, a wry look on his face. "They misspelled Wacket again," he said. 2. Arrival of the Almud-All-Aarons. By the time James had dressed and made his way down to the Great Hall for breakfast, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Less than a dozen students could be seen moving disconsolately among the detritus of the morning's earlier rush. At the far corner of the Slytherin table, Zane sat hunched and squinting under a beam of sunlight. Across from him was Ralph, who saw James enter and waved him over. As James made his way across the hall, 4 or 5 house elves, each wearing large linen napkins with the Hogwarts crest embroidered on them, circled the tables, meandering in what at first appeared to be random paths. Occasionally, one of them would duck beneath the surface of a table and then reappear a moment later, tossing a stray fork or half a biscuit casually onto the mess of the table. As James passed one of the elves, it straightened, raised its spindly arms, and then brought them swiftly down. The contents on the table in front of him swirled together as if caught in a miniature cyclone. With a great clattering of dishes and silverware, the corners of the tablecloth shot upwards and twisted around the pile of breakfast debris, creating a huge clanking bag floating improbably over the polished wood table. The house elf leaped from floor to bench to tabletop, and then jumped, turning in midair and landing lightly on top of the bag. It grasped the twisted top of the bag, using the knot as if it were a set of reins, and turned the bag, driving it bobbingly toward the gigantic service doors in the side of the hall. James ducked as the bag swooped over his head. "Phew," Zane muttered as James plopped down next to him and reached for the last piece of toast. "These little waiters of yours may be weird-looking buggers, but they know how to make a good cup of coffee," They're not waiters, they're house elves. I read about them yesterday, Ralph said, happily munching half a sausage. The other half was speared on the end of his fork, which he used like a pointer, indicating the elves. They work downstairs. They're like the elves in that kid's story. The ones that came at night and did all the work for the cobbler. The what? Zane asked over his coffee mug. The guy that makes shoes. He had all these shoes half finished and just lying around, and he was about to fall over from all the work. You know that story, don't you? So he falls asleep, and in the middle of the night, all these little elves show up and whip out their hammers and go to town, fixing up all the shoes for him. He wakes up, and bammo, everything's cool. Ralph bit the rest of the sausage off his fork and munched it, looking around. I never pictured them wearing napkins, though. Hey, alien boy, I see your face is back to normal, Zane said, examining James critically. What passes for it, I suppose, James replied. Did it hurt at all when Sabrina zapped you? No, James said. It felt weird. Really weird. But it didn't hurt. It just went back to normal overnight. She must be an artist. You looked great. Web feet and all. What are you two talking about? Ralph asked, looking back and forth between them. They told him all about the previous night, about raising the Wocket, and the farmer who'd fainted when James, the little alien, had stumbled and fallen on top of him. I was hiding in the corner of the yard, near the shed, and I about gave myself a hernia trying not to laugh when you tackled him. Attack of the Martian klutzes. He dissolved into laughter, and after a moment, James joined him. Where'd they get the spaceship? Ralph asked, bypassing the humor. It's just a bunch of chicken wire and papier-mâché, Zane said, downing the last of his coffee and clapping the mug onto the table. He raised his arm and snapped his fingers twice. Sabrina and Horace made it last year as part of a float for a Christmas parade down in Hogsmeade. It used to be a giant cauldron. Now, with the help of some paint and something Jennifer called Ivisum Ineptio charm, it's the RMS Wocket. A very small house elf approached Zane, frowning. You, snapped, young master. The elf's voice was gratingly deep, despite his size. Here you go, buddy, Zane said, handing the elf the empty coffee mug. Nice work. Keep it up. This is for you. The elf looked down at the piece of paper Zane had just handed him. He raised his eyes again. Thank you, young master. Will there, be anything else? Zane flapped his hand dismissively. No, thanks. Go get some sleep or something. You look tired. The elf looked at Ralph, then James, who shrugged and tried to smile. With a barely perceptible roll of the eyes, the elf tucked the $5 bill into his napkin and disappeared under the table. Zane looked thoughtful. I could get used to this. I don't think you're supposed to tip the house elves, Ralph said uncertainly. I don't see why not, Zane said airily, stretching. My dad tips everybody when he's traveling. He says it's part of the local economy. And it fosters good service. And you can't just tell a house elf to go get some sleep, James said, suddenly realizing what had just happened. Why the heck not? Because that's exactly what he'll have to go and do, James said in exasperation. He was thinking of the Potter family house elf, a sad little pug of an elf whose moroseness was only offset by his sheer bloody-minded determination to do exactly what was asked of him. It wasn't that James didn't like Creature. It was just that you had to learn precisely how to ask things of Creature. House elves have to do what is asked of them by their masters. It's just the kind of beings they are. He's probably heading back to his cupboard, or shelf, or wherever it is he sleeps even now and trying to work out how he's going to sleep in the middle of the morning. James shook his head, and then realized it struck him funny. He tried not to smile, which only made it worse. Zane saw it and pointed at him. Ha ha. You think it's funny, too, he chortled. I can't imagine that they have to do everything we ask of them, Ralph said, his brow furrowed. We're just students. We don't own the place or anything. And we're just first years. You remembered the name of the spell Sabrina used to make the rocket look like a rocket? James asked, turning to Zane, impressed. Vice Meneptio, Zane said, relishing the sound of it. It means something like eye fooling. If you work through the Latin, you can sort of figure it out. Horace says it just helps people see what they think they are going to see. James frowned. So when that beam of light came out of the sky onto that farmer, he, sort of, expected to see an alien spaceship? Sure. Everybody knows that a beam of light, at night, in the middle of nowhere means the little green guys are coming. You're a strange guy, Zane, Ralph said, not unappreciatively. Just then, James sensed someone standing behind him. All three of them turned, looking up. It was the Slytherin girl from the previous night, the one who'd led the applause for James before his sorting. She was looking down at him with a pleasant, vaguely indulgent expression. She was flanked by two other Slytherins, a boy with handsome, rather sharp features whose smile showed an awful load of teeth, and another girl, who wasn't smiling. He rushed to James' cheeks as he remembered he was sitting at the Slytherin table. Before he could think, he scrambled to get up, a chunk of toast still sticking out of his mouth. No, the pretty Slytherin girl said, raising her hand toward him, calm out, stopping him in his tracks almost as if she'd used magic. Don't stand. I'm happy to see you feel comfortable enough to sit at the Slytherin table with us. These are quite different times than those of your father. But I assume too much. Mr. Deedle, would you be so kind as to introduce me to your friend? Ralph coughed, clearing his throat in embarrassment. This is my friend, James Potter. And this is Zane. I forget his last name. Sorry. He said the last to Zane, who shrugged, grinned at Ralph, then jumped to his feet and reached across the table to shake the Slytherin girl's hand. Walker. Zane Walker. It is a distinct and heartfelt pleasure to make your acquaintance, miss. The girl's smile broadened a tiny bit and she tilted her head, still looking at Ralph. No. Ralph said, jumping a bit. Yes. This is, Tabitha Corsica. She's a prefect in Slytherin House, a 6th year, I think. Captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. And the debate team. And, she has a really cool broom. Having exhausted himself of everything he could think of to say about her, Ralph slumped as if exhausted. Tabitha finally accepted Zane's hand, holding it lightly, then releasing it. I'm glad to have officially made your acquaintances. Mr. Potter, or may I call you James, she said, turning to him. Her voice was like silver bells and velvet, lower than James' own, but rather beautiful. He realized she'd asked him a question, shook himself, and answered. Yeah. Sure. James. And I'd be delighted if you'd call me Tabitha, she said, smiling as if this gesture of familiarity pleased her immensely. I'd just like to say, on behalf of Slytherin House, that we are glad you are among us, and we hope sincerely that any remaining, she glanced upwards with her eyes, considering, prejudices will be left in the past, where they forever belong. She turned left and right, encompassing the two Slytherins with her. We all have nothing but the highest respect and, yes, regard for you and your father. Can we, I hope, expect to all be friends? The boy on Tabitha's right continued to smile down at James. The girl on her left studied a spot on the table somewhere between them, her face expressionless. Sure. Friends. Of course, James stammered. The silence of the rest of the hall seemed a huge thing. It swallowed his voice, made it tiny. Tabitha's smile warmed even further. Her green eyes twinkled. I'm pleased that you agree. And now we will leave you to finish your breakfasts. Tom? Philia? The three turned on the spot and swept away down the aisle. What did you just agree to? Ralph asked as they stood and followed the Slytherins at a careful distance. I think James here has either just made a gorgeous friend or a sultry enemy, Zane said, watching the swoop and drape of Tabitha's robes as she turned the corner. I can't say for sure which I am rooting for. James was thinking hard. Things certainly had changed a lot since Dad's and Mum's day. He just couldn't quite tell if they were, in fact, better. The three of them spent the rest of the morning exploring the school grounds. They visited the Quidditch pitch, which looked to Zane and James remarkably different in the bright, hazy sunlight than it had in the dark. Zane's mouth fell open when he saw a group of older students playing a scratch 3-on-3 Quidditch match. The players swooped in and out of formations, barely missing each other, calling out plays and occasional swear words. Brutal. Zane proclaimed happily as one of the players walloped a bludger at an opposing player's head, knocking him into a barrel roll around his broomstick. And I've been to a rugby match. They passed Hagrid's cottage, which looked empty and dark, with no smoke in the chimney and the door shut tight. Shortly after, they ran into Ted Lupin and Noah Metzger, who led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. A gigantic, ancient-looking willow tree dominated the edge of the clearing. Ted held out his arm, stopping Ralph as he moved toward it. Close enough, mate, he said. Watch this. Ted loosened the mouth of a large laundry bag he'd been dragging behind him. Out of it, he produced an object shaped roughly like a four-legged animal with wings and a beak. It was covered in multicolored scraps of paper whose colors shifted and swam in the light breeze. No. It's a piñata. Zane exclaimed. In the shape of a don't tell me. A sphinxoraptor. It's a hippogriff, James said, laughing. I like his name better, Ralph said. Me too. Noah added. Silence, said Ted, raising his hand. He lifted the piñata in his other hand, hefted it, and then threw it as hard as he could into the curtain of branches hanging from the willow. It vanished into the dense foliage, and for a moment, nothing else happened. Then there was a rustle among the whip-like branches. They writhed, as if something large was moving beneath them. Suddenly, the tree exploded into a violent flurry of motion. Its branches flailed wildly, slopping, groaning, and creaking. The noise it made was like a very localized windstorm. After a few seconds, the piñata was caught up visibly in the branches. The tree embraced it in dozens of coiling, angry whips, and then all of the branches pulled at once. It was as if the piñata had been dropped into a blender. Shreds of multicolored paper and wizard candy exploded as the ballistics charm core of the piñata triggered. Confetti and candies peppered the tree and the surrounding clearing. The tree thrashed in apparent annoyance at the sudden colorful mess in its branches, then seemed to give up. It settled into its original shape. Ted and Noah laughed uproariously. Behold the death of the sphinxoraptor, Noah proclaimed. James had heard about the Whomping Willow, but was still impressed by both its violence and the other Gryffindors' casualness about it. Zane and Ralph simply stared, mouths agape. Without looking, Ralph plucked an every flavor bean out of his hair and stuck it in his mouth. He chewed meditatively for a moment, and then glanced at James. Tastes like taco. Cool. James separated himself from the group a little later and made his way up the stairs to the landing outside the Gryffindor common room. Password, the fat lady sang out as he approached. Genisolaris, he replied, hoping it hadn't changed already. Proceed, the painting answered, swinging open. The common room was empty, the fireplace cold. James ascended to the sleeping chamber and headed for his bed. He was already feeling a warm sense of belonging in this room, even in its dozing, midday emptiness. The beds had been neatly made. Nobby, James' huge, brown barn owl, was sleeping in his cage with his head tucked under his wing. James flopped onto the bed, took a sheaf of parchment and a quill, and began to write, being careful not to spill ink onto the blankets. Dear Mum and Dad. Arrived last night with no problems. Met some cool new friends so far. Ralph turned out to be a Slytherin, which I'd have never guessed. Zane is a Ravenclaw, and he's about as crazy as Uncle George. They're both Muggle-born, so I'm learning a lot even though classes haven't started yet. With their help, Muggle studies should be a breeze. Ted showed us the Whomping Willow, but we didn't get too close, Mum. Some new teachers here. Saw Neville yesterday, but didn't have a chance to give him your greeting. So, and a delegation of American wizards and such is arriving later today. Should be interesting since Zane is from the States himself. Long story. More later. Your son, James. P.S. I'm a Gryffindor. James smiled proudly as he folded and sealed the letter. He debated about the best way to announce his house to Mum and Dad, and had decided that just saying it straight up would be best. Anything else would have seemed either too casual or unnecessarily grand. Hey, Nobby, James whispered. The bird raised its head halfway, revealing one great orange eye. Got a message for you to deliver. How about a nice fly home? Nobby stretched, ruffled his feathers so that he seemed to double in size for a moment, and then stuck out his leg. James opened Nobby's cage and attached the letter. The owl sidled carefully to the window, unfolded his wings, hunched, and then launched himself easily into the bright daylight beyond the window. James, feeling almost absurdly happy, watched until Nobby was a speck between the distant blue mountain peaks. Whistling, he turned and ran noisily down the stairs. He had lunch at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall and then met up afterwards with Zane and Ralph as the rest of the school began to assemble in the main courtyard. A small student orchestra had assembled to play the American national anthem upon the arrival of the United States delegation. The cacophony, as they tuned their instruments, was deafening. Zane commented with conviction that it was the first time he'd ever heard the Star-Spangled Banner played on bagpipes and accordion. Students milled and congregated, filling the courtyard. Finally, Professor Longbottom and another professor who James didn't know yet began to move among the crowd, pressing the students into orderly arrangements along the walls. James, Zane, and Ralph found themselves near the great front gates, watching for the arrival of the Americans with growing anticipation. James remembered the stories his parents had told of the arrival of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations back when the Triwizard Tournament had been held at Hogwarts, the gigantic horses and flying carriage of the one and the mysterious submarine galleon of the other. He couldn't help wondering how the Americans might choose to arrive. The gathered throng watched and waited, voices hushed. The student orchestra stood on a small tiered grandstand, instruments held at the ready, blinking in the hazy afternoon sunlight. Headmistress McGonagall and the rest of the teaching staff stood, watching the sky, arranged along the portico which led into the main hall. Finally, someone pointed and voices called out. All eyes turned, straining. James squinted into the golden haze over the distant mountain peaks. A dot resolved, growing larger as it approached. As he watched, two more became visible, closely following the first. Sounds drifted into the courtyard, apparently coming from the approaching objects. James glanced at Zane, who shrugged, obviously mystified. The sound was a low, droning roar, growing quickly louder. The objects must have been moving at a great speed because they were already swooping down, taking on shape as they approached the courtyard. The sound of them became lower, vibrating, a beating thrum as of giant insect wings. James watched as the objects slowed appreciably, lowering to meet their shadows on the courtyard lawn. Cool. Zane called out over the sound of them. "They're cars." James had heard about his grandfather Weasley's enchanted Ford Anglia, flown once by his dad and Uncle Ron to Hogwarts, where it took refuge in the Forbidden Forest and was never seen again. These weren't like that at all. One difference was that, unlike the photos James had seen of the Anglia, these cars were shiny and immaculate, with chrome accents throwing darts of sunlight all around the courtyard. The other difference, which produced a sustained sigh of appreciation from the gathered Hogwartians, was the wings which folded out of the rear half of each vehicle. They were exactly like giant insect wings, thrumming loudly, catching the sunlight in blurring rainbow-colored fans. "That's a Dodge Hornet," Zane called, pointing at the first one as it landed. Its front wheels touched down first and rolled slightly forward as the rest of the car settled behind them. It had 2 doors, and was a fierce yellow color, with long wasp-like wings. The second, according to Zane, who seemed to be an expert on the subject, was a Stutz dragonfly. It was bottle green, low and long, with swooping fenders and chrome pipes curling from its tapered hood. Its wings were also long and tapered, making a deep, beating drone James could feel on his chest. Finally, the last one landed, and James didn't need Zane to identify it. Even he knew what a Volkswagen Beetle was. Its bulbous body rocked back and forth as the flaming red car descended, its stubby wings thrumming underneath 2 hard outer wings which were unfolded from the back of the car just like a real beetle. It settled onto its wheels as if they were landing gear, and the wings stopped thrumming, folded delicately, and disappeared beneath the hard outer wings, which closed over them. The Hogwartians erupted into a great, exhilarated cheer at the same moment that the orchestra began to play the anthem. Behind James, a girl's voice coughed over the noise, "Americans and their machines." Zane turned to her. "That last one's German. I'd have thought you'd known that." He grinned at her, then turned away, enjoying the applause. As the Hogwarts band plodded its way through the anthem, the doors of the cars opened and the American delegation began to emerge. 3 identically dressed adult wizards appeared first, one from each car. They wore dark, thigh-length gray-green cloaks, black vests over high white collars, and loose gray pants that gathered just above their white socks and shiny black shoes. They stood for half a minute, blinking and frowning about them as if surveying the crowd. Apparently satisfied with the security level of the courtyard, the men stepped away from the open doors of each vehicle and assumed guard positions nearby. James could see a bit into the open door of the nearest car, the Beetle, and wasn't surprised at the disproportionately large and sumptuous interior. Figures moved inside, and then the view was blocked as they began to climb out of the car. The number of figures that emerged from the car surprised even James, who camped inside wizard tents on many occasions and knew how flexible wizard spaces could be. Porters in burgundy cloaks moved to the books of each vehicle, producing small flat carts and unloading innumerable trunks and cases onto them, forming dizzying, swaying piles. Young wizards and witches in surprisingly casual robes, some even wearing jeans and sunglasses, began to fill the center of the courtyard. Official-looking adult witches and wizards followed, their light gray cloaks and charcoal tunics identifying them as the members of the American Department of Magical Administration. They gravitated, smiling, hands outstretched, toward the portico, where Headmistress McGonagall and the staff were descending to meet them. The last to emerge from the cars were also adults, although their variety of dress and ages implied they were neither department officials nor students. James guessed these were the teachers of Alma Dal-Eron, the American Wizarding School. There appeared to be one per car. The one nearest, climbing from the Beetle, was as stout as a barrel, with long gray hair parted to frame a pleasant, blocky face. He wore tiny, square glasses and smiled with an air of vaguely arrogant benevolence at the Hogwartians. Something about him rang a faint bell in James' memory, but he couldn't quite place it. James turned, looking for the second professor, and found him emerging from the Stutz dragonfly. He was very tall, white-haired, with a long, gray face, unsmiling and severe. He surveyed the crowd, his bushy black eyebrows working on the slab of his forehead like a pair of caterpillars. A porter appeared next to him and held out a black leather case. Without looking, the professor grasped the handles of the case in a great knobby-knuckled hand and moved forward, approaching the portico like a ship under full sail. "I'm making it my New Year's resolution to avoid any classes with that guy," Zane said gravely. Ralph and James nodded. James found the third professor from Almedal just as she was climbing slowly, imperiously out of the Dodge Hornet. She raised herself to her full height and turned her head slowly, as if examining each face in the crowd. James gasped, and without thinking, ducked down behind Ralph's bulky form as her gaze moved over the crowd. Carefully, he peeked over Ralph's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Ralph asked, straining to see James out of the corner of his eye. James squinted through the crowd over Ralph's shoulder. The woman wasn't looking at him at all. She didn't appear to be looking at anything, precisely, despite the scrutinizing expression on her face. "That tall lady over there. The one with the scarf tied down over her head. I saw her the other night on the lake." Zane stood on tiptoe. "The one over there that looks like a gypsy mummy?" "Yeah," James said, suddenly feeling foolish. The scarfed lady looked a lot older than he remembered. Her eyes were a dull gray, her dark face bony and lined. A porter handed her a large wooden cane and she accepted it with a nod. She began to make her way across the crowded courtyard slowly, tapping the cane ahead of her as if feeling her way. "Looks to me like she's blind as the proverbial bat," Zane said doubtfully. "Maybe it was an alligator you saw in the lake instead of her. It'd be an easy mistake." "You guys know who that other teacher is?" Ralph suddenly interjected in a low, odd voice, indicating the stout man in the square spectacles. That's. He's the 5. No. Wait, the 50, he babbled. Zane looked at the portico, frowning. The little dude with the John Lennon glasses and the weird little ruffled collar? Yes. Ralph rasped excitedly, beckoning to Zane as if trying to pull the man's name out of his head. That's. So, whose name? He's Money. How surprisingly hip of you to say so, Ralph, Zane said, slapping Ralph on the back. Just then, Professor McGonagall touched her wand to her throat and spoke, magnifying her voice so that it echoed throughout the courtyard. Students, faculty, and staff of Hogwarts, please join me in welcoming the representatives of Almedal and the United States Department of Magical Administration. Another burst of perfunctory applause filled the courtyard. Someone in the student orchestra, mistaking the announcement as a cue, began to play the American anthem again. 3 or 4 other musicians joined in, hurriedly trying to catch up, before they were silenced by Professor Flitwick's frantic waving. Esteemed guests of Hogwarts, the headmistress continued, nodding at the crowd of newcomers, thank you for joining us. We all look greatly forward to a year of mutual learning and cultural exchange with such long-standing and steadfast allies as our friends from the United States. And now, representatives from Almedal, if you would be so kind as to step forward so that we may introduce you to your new pupils. James assumed that the tall professor with the steely features would be the leader, but this was not so. The stout wizard with the square glasses approached the portico and bowed gallantly to the headmistress. He turned and addressed the crowd without using his wand, his clear tenor voice carrying expertly, as if speaking in public was something he was quite used to. Students of Hogwarts, faculty, and friends, thank you for such a warm welcome. We've come to expect no less, though I assure you that we require nothing so grand. He smiled and winked to the crowd. We are thrilled to be a part of your schooling this year, and let me assure you that the learning will certainly go both ways. I could, at this point, stand up here in the sun and regale you with endlessly impressive anecdotes of all the assorted similarities and differences between the European and American magical worlds, and I promised that such a diatribe would be, of course, endlessly engaging. Again, the smile and the feeling of a mutual, inside joke. But, as I can see that my own delegation of students are eager to rid themselves as quickly as possible of our administration for the afternoon, I can only assume that the same is true of our new Hogwarts friends. Thus, I shall merely provide the necessary introductions so that you may know who will be teaching what, and then release you all to your assorted devices. I like this guy already, James heard Ted say from somewhere behind him. In no particular order, the stout wizard called out, "Let me introduce Mr. Theodore Herschel Jackson, Professor of Technomancy and Applied Magic. He is also a 3-star general in the Salem Burgess Free Militia, so I'd advise you all to call him sir as many times as possible whenever you address him." Professor Jackson's face was as impassive as granite, as if he had long since grown impervious to his associates' joking. He bowed slowly and gracefully, his chin raised and his dark eyes hovering somewhere over the crowd. Next to him, the stout professor continued, gesturing expansively with one arm, Professor of Divination, Advanced Enchantments, and Remote Parapsychology, Desdemona Delacroix. She also makes a rather, intimidatingly delicious gumbo, although you'll consider yourselves very fortunate indeed if you are allowed to taste it. The dark woman with the scarf over her hair smiled at the speaker, and the smile transformed her face from that of a skeletal hag to something resembling a desiccated but pleasantly mischievous grandmother. She turned and her blind eyes roved, unfocused, over the crowd, crinkling as she smiled. James wondered how he could have thought that blind, milky gaze had been the same one he'd seen piercing him through the darkness across the lake the evening before. Besides, she'd just arrived, he reasoned. She couldn't even have been there the night before. And finally, the stout professor said, "Last and, quite possibly, least, allow me to introduce myself. Your new defense against the dark arts teacher, head of the Almanal Aeron debate team, and unofficial, but very willing, wizard chess contender, Benjamin Amadeus Franklin, at your service." He bowed deeply, arms wide, his stringy gray hair drooping. "That's who I was trying to think of," Ralph whispered harshly. "He's on your money, you goon." He elbowed Zane in the ribs, nearly knocking the smaller boy off his feet. Minutes later, James, Zane, and Ralph were pounding up the stairs toward the Ravenclaw common room. "Benjamin Franklin?" Zane repeated disbelievingly. "That can't be the original Ben Franklin." "He'd be." He thought for a moment, frowning. "Well, I don't know how old, but he'd be really, really old. Crazy old. Older than McGonagall, even." "No way." Ralph wheezed, trying to keep up. "I'm telling you, I think these wizard types, us wizard types, have ways of sticking around for a long time. It's not all that surprising when you think about it. Ben Franklin almost seems like a wizard when you read about him in the Muggle history books. I mean, the guy caught lightning with a key on a kite string." James was thoughtful. "I remember my Aunt Hermione telling me about some old wizard they learned about in their first year. Nicholas Flamel or something. He'd made a sort of stone that made him live forever, or close to it. Of course, it was the sort of thing that always seemed to be falling into the wrong hands, so eventually he destroyed it and ended up dying just like everybody else. Still, I think there probably are lots of ways for witches and wizards to prolong life for a long time, even without Flannel's stone. Maybe you should get his autograph on one of your $100 bills," Ralph mused to Zane. "I don't have any hundreds. I gave my last 5 to that elf doorman downstairs. It was all I had." "He wasn't a doorman." James tried again to convince Zane. "Well, he got the door for us," Zane said placidly. "Ralph knocked him over when he shoved it open. He wasn't trying to open it for us." "Well, I'm out of money anyway. I just hope the service doesn't suffer." Zane stopped in front of the door to the Ravenclaw common room. The eagle door knocker spoke in a high, trilling voice. What is the significance of the hat in magical mastery? Ah, sheesh, these are supposed to be the easy ones, Zane complained. Are you sure it's all right for us to go in there? Ralph said, shuffling his feet. What are the rules for hanging out in common rooms other than your own? There aren't any rules about it that I know of, James said. I just don't think people do it much. This didn't seem to ease Ralph's mind. He looked up and down the corridor fretfully. The hat. The hat, Zane mumbled, staring at his shoes. Hat, hat, hat. Rabbit out of a hat. You pull things out of a hat. It's probably like a metaphor or something. You wear a hat on your head. Your brain's in your head, under the hat. He snapped his fingers and looked up at the eagle door knocker. You can't pull anything out of a hat that you haven't already put in your head. Crude, but close enough, the door knocker replied. The door clicked and swung open. Wow, James said, following Zane into the common room. And your parents are muggles? Well, like I said, my dad makes movies, and my mom has ESP about anything I try to sneak past her, so I assume I am unusually prepared for the magical world, Zane said in an offhand manner. So this is the Ravenclaw common room. Not an electric light or a Coke machine in sight. We do have a really cool statue, though, and a talking fireplace. Saw my dad in it last night. He's adapting to all of this a little too well, if you ask me. Zane toured them through the Ravenclaw rooms, apparently making up details whenever he didn't know them. Ralph and Zane tried to teach James how to play gin rummy with a deck of Muggle playing cards, but James couldn't get interested in king, queen, and jack cards that didn't actually attack one another. When they got bored, Ralph took them to the Slytherin common room, leading them through a maze of dark, torchlit cellar passages. They stopped at a large door that dominated the end of a corridor. Set in the middle of the door was a brass sculpture of a coiling snake, its wedge-shaped head protruding menacingly, open-mouthed. So, yeah, Ralph muttered. He shook back his sleeve, revealing a new ring on his right hand. The ring was set with a large green emerald, shaped like an eye with a slit pupil. Ralph pressed it carefully into one of the snake's eye sockets. The other socket glared to life, glowing green. Who seeks entry? The snake's head said in a thin, hissing voice. Me, Ralph Deedle. Slytherin, first year. The glowing green eye flipped over James and Zane. And this? My friends. I can vouch for them. The glowing eye studied Zane, then James for an uncomfortably long time, and then, finally winked out. A series of complicated ratchets, clicks, and clanks came from within the door. It swung ponderously open. The Slytherin rooms occupied a large, Gothic space carved from beneath the lake. Thick, stained glass windows in the vaulted ceilings looked up through the depths of the lake, making the filtered sunlight flicker greenly on the glass portraits of Salazar Slytherin and his progeny. Even Ralph seemed jumpy as he showed them around. Only a few other students were in the common room, draped over the furnishings with extravagant indolence. They followed Zane and James with their eyes, smiling cryptically, but apparently without malice. Ralph stiffly mumbled greetings. The Slytherin sleeping quarters felt to James like someplace a very tasteful and wealthy pirate captain might sleep. The room was wide, with a sunken floor and low ceilings hung with gargoyle head lanterns. The large beds were mahogany with great square pillars at each corner. The Slytherin house crest hung on curtains at the end of each bed. The three boys clambered onto Ralph's immaculately made bed. These guides are pretty hardcore, Ralph admitted in a low voice, indicating the owners of the other beds. To tell you the truth, I feel a little out of place here. I like the Ravenclaw rooms better. I don't know, Zane said, looking around the room admiringly. They sure have a flair for decorating. although it'd be hard to sleep with all those stuffed animal heads on the walls. Is that one a dragon? Yes, Ralph replied, his voice strained and terse. These guys bring them from their houses. They have families that actually go out dragon hunting. James frowned. I thought dragon hunting was illegal. Yeah, Ralph whispered severely. That's the thing, isn't it? These guys' families have hunting preserves where they can go shoot just about anything. That over there is the skull of a unicorn. Still has the horn on it, although they said it isn't the real horn. The real horn is too valuable for magical uses to leave hanging on the wall. And that thing back behind Tom's bed is a house elf head. They put them on the wall when they knock him off. And I swear it looks at me sometimes. Ralph shuddered, and then seemed to decide he'd said too much. He pressed his mouth into a thin line and looked from James to Zane and back. Yeah, it is pretty creepy, James admitted, deciding not to tell Ralph any of the things he'd heard about how some of the Slytherin families lived. Still, I expect it's mostly just for show. What's that? Zane said suddenly, pouncing forward on the bed. Is that a game deck? It is. And you've got the wireless uplink for online competition and everything. He rummaged into a duffel bag at the end of Ralph's bed, pulling out a small, black box about the size and shape of the deck of cards they'd been playing with earlier. It had a tiny screen set into the front, with a mind-boggling array of buttons beneath it. What games do you have for it? Do you have Armageddon Master 3? No. Ralph rasped, grabbing the tiny machine away from Zane. And don't let anybody else see this thing. They flip out about stuff like this. Zane was incredulous. What? Why? How should I know? What's the deal with wizards and electronic stuff? Ralph addressed the question to James, who frowned and shrugged. I don't know. Mostly, we just don't need it. Electronic stuff, like computers and phones, are just muggle things. We do what we need to do with magic, I guess. Ralph was shaking his head. That's not how these guys act about it. They talked about it like I'd brought something nasty to school with me. Told me if I meant to be a real Slytherin, I needed to abandon all my false magic and machines. False magic? Zane asked, glancing at James. Yeah, he sighed. That's what some wizarding families think of muggle electronics and machines. They say those things are just cheap knockoffs of what real wizards do. They think any wizards who use muggle machines are traitors to their magical heritage or something. Yeah, that's pretty much what they told me, Ralph nodded. They were, passionate about it. I hid my stuff right away. I figure I'll give it all to Dad at the next break. Zane made a low whistle. I'll bet your orthodox wizard types didn't like seeing my guys landing today in those hunks of rolling iron. You can't get much more machine-wide than a Dodge Hornet. James considered this. Yeah, they might not like it very much, but there's a difference between electronics and clockwork. They think of cars as just a bunch of cogs and pistons. They aren't so much false magic as just unnecessarily complicated tools. It's the computers and stuff they really hate. I'll say, Ralph breathed, looking down at his game deck, and then stuffing it back into his duffel bag. He sighed. Let's get out of here. Dinner soon, and I'm starved. Are you ever full, Ralph? Zane asked as they jumped off the bed. I'm big boned, Ralph said automatically, as if he'd said it many times before. It's a glandular problem. Shut up. Just asking, Zane said, raising his hands. Frankly, around here, I like the idea of having a friend who is the size of a dumpster. At dinner, the three of them sat together at the Gryffindor table. James was a little worried about it until Ted appeared and slapped Zane on the back affectionately. Our little Ravenclaw imp. How's life in the second best house on campus? After that, James noticed that Zane and Ralph weren't the only students to sit down at other house tables. After dinner, they discussed the following day's schedules. Zane would be joining James for his technomancy class with Professor Jackson, and Ralph would be with James in defense against the dark arts. The boys explored the library, hovering outside the restricted section for a while until the librarian shooed them away with a stern warning. Finally, they said their goodnights and went their different ways. See you tomorrow, with Professor Stonewall. Zane, who had a unique predisposition for nicknaming teachers, called as he climbed the staircase to the Ravenclaw common room. Entering his own room, James found Ted seated on the couch with his arms slung casually around Petra. Sabrina and Damien were at a nearby table, arguing quietly over some papers spread on the table between them. Ready for school tomorrow, Junior? Ted piped as James joined them. Yeah. I think so. You'll do fine, Ted said reassuringly. First year is mostly wand practice and theory. Wait until you get to fourth year and Professor Trelawney. At least we get to dilute Trelawney with that new bag of bones from the States, Petra said. James raised his eyebrows. How do you mean? Ted answered, looks like they'll be dividing the class. Last year it was Trelawney and Firenze, the centaur, but he's gone this year, moved back with the Valley Centaurs in Greyhaven. So this year, it's Trelawney and the Voodoo Queen, Madame Delacroix. I imagine they'll be best of friends, Damien announced philosophically. Like peas in a pot. Like powdered dragon eggshell and mandrake sap. James blinked, but before he could ask Damien what he meant, Ted shook his head, smiling wickedly. Use your imagination, mate. A few minutes later, James detached himself from the group and climbed up to the sleeping quarters. He felt a pleasant mix of nervousness and excitement about the next day. For a moment, he simply stood in the moonlit room, soaking up the thrill of being there, being a Gryffindor, and starting his studies. He had a momentary dizzying sense of the adventures and challenges he'd be facing in the coming years, and in that moment, he wished he could jump ahead and take them all on at once. Noah appeared from the tiny washroom. He glanced at James before flinging himself onto his bed. We all feel that way sometimes, he said, as if he'd read James' thoughts. Wait until tomorrow evening and you'll be back to normal. A good dose of lectures and homework does it to the best of us. And he blew out the candle by his bed. 3. The Ghost and the Intruder. James awoke early. The room was silent but for the breathing of his fellow Gryffindors and the whistling snore of Noah several beds away. The light in the room was only a few shades above night, a sort of pearly rose color. James tried to go back to sleep, but his mind was too full of all the unknowns that he was sure to experience in the next 12 hours. After a few minutes, he swung his feet out of bed and began to dress. The halls of Hogwarts, while relatively quiet and empty, seemed busy in a completely different way this early in the morning. Dewy coolness and morning shadows filled the spaces, but there was a hint of busy commotion just out of sight behind. Unmarked doors down flights of narrow steps. As James moved among the corridors and past empty classrooms that would later be filled with activity, he caught second-hand clues of the house elf activity that thrived in the morning hours. A bucket and mop, still dripping, propped open a bathroom door. The scent of baking bread and the clatter of pots and pans drifted up a short flight of stairs. A row of windows stood with tapestries draped carefully out of them for airing. James meandered to the great hall, but found it quiet and empty, the ceiling glowing a pale rose as the sky outside absorbed the light of the sunrise. James blinked and looked again. Something was moving among the semi-transparent rafters and beams. A gray shape flitted, humming a rather annoying little tune. James watched, trying to make out what it was. It seemed to be a small, fat man shape with a gleefully impish expression of concentration. Against all probability, the figure seemed to be very carefully balancing tiny objects on the edges of some of the rafters. James noticed that the balanced objects were directly above the house tables, arranged at intervals and balanced so delicately as to fall at the slightest breeze. "Fie!" the figure suddenly cried, making James jump. It had seen him. It swooped down upon him so swiftly that James almost dropped his books. "Who spies on the spike when he's planning his morning funnies?" the figure sang, annoyance and glee mingled in its voice. "So," James said, sighing. "I know you. Tad and Munn told me about you. Peeves. And I know you, little crumpet," Peeves announced merrily, looping around James. "Little Potter boy, James. No. Sneaking about early, unlike your daddy. He preferred the night, he did. Seeking a spot of breakfast, is we? So sorry, all the little elfie welfies are still cooking it up in the basements. Hogwarts belongs only to Peeves this early. Care for a Peruvian ballistic bean instead?" Peeves shoved a wispy arm toward James' face. The tiny objects filling Peeves' hand looked like dried green kidney beans. "No. Thanks. I'll be off, then." James hooked a thumb over his shoulder and began to back away. "Shoresy, are we? Beans, the musical fruit." Peeves dismissed James and swooped back up to the rafters again. "The more I plant, the more to toot. Tutti fruits in little Potter's pumpkin juice, perhaps," he cackled merrily. James wandered until he was out of earshot of Peeves singing. After a few minutes, he found himself on a long, pillared balcony overlooking the school grounds. Mist arose from the lake in a great, golden cloud, burning off in the sun. James leaned against a railing, soaking up the happiness and excitement of beginning his first day. Something moved in the stillness. James glanced toward it. It had been at the edge of the forest, near Hagrid's cabin. Perhaps Hagrid was back. James studied the cabin. There was still no smoke in the chimney. The yard looked untended and overgrown. James frowned slightly. Why wasn't Hagrid back yet? He knew that the half-giant had a notorious soft spot for beasts and monsters, and he worried, along with his parents, that this would eventually be his undoing. Perhaps the alliance with the giants, tentative at the best of times, had fallen apart. Perhaps they had attacked Hagrid and Grot or imprisoned them somehow. Perhaps. The movement caught James' eye again. Just behind the stack of firewood by Hagrid's cabin, there was a flicker of color and a flash. James squinted, leaning as far over the balcony railing as he could. There it was again. A head peered over the firewood. In the distance, James could only see that it was a man about his dad's age. The face seemed to study the grounds, and then the man stood slowly and raised a camera. The flash came again as the man took a picture of the castle. James was about to go find someone to tell about this strange sight, a teacher, or even a house elf, when something flew suddenly past him. James jumped aside, dropping his books, for certain this time. The figure was white, semi-transparent, and utterly silent. It streamed past him and swooped down to the ground below, aiming for the interloper with the camera. The ghostly form was indistinct in the brightening sunlight, but the interloper saw it coming as if he had expected it. The man let out a little shriek of fear, but didn't run, despite the fact that at least part of him seemed to want to. Jerkily, he raised the camera again and snapped off a few quick shots of the ghostly form as it streaked towards him. Finally, just as the form was about to overtake him, the man spun on his heels and sprinted clumsily into the perimeter of the woods, disappearing into the darkness within. The ghost pulled up at the edge of the woods like a dog on the end of its leash. It peered in, then prowled back and forth restlessly. After a minute, it turned and began to return to the castle. As James watched, it began to take on a somewhat more solid shape. By the time the figure had returned to the ground in front of the balcony, it looked like a young man. The ghostly man walked with a determined, if rather dejected gait, head down. Then he glanced up, saw James, and stopped. There was a long moment of perfect stillness in which the man stared up at James, his transparent face expressionless. Then the figure simply evaporated, quickly and completely. James stared at the place where the figure had been. He knew he hadn't imagined it. Ghosts were as much a part of Hogwarts as wands and moving paintings. He'd seen the Ravenclaw house ghost, the Great Lady, only the day before, gliding down a corridor and looking quaintly morose. He was looking forward to meeting nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor house ghost. But this ghost was new to him. Of course, his parents couldn't have told him about every little detail of life at Hogwarts. A great deal of it was new to him. Still, the figure nagged at him, as did the sight of the man with the camera, sneaking about and taking pictures. Could he have been from one of the wizarding tabloids? Not the Quibbler, of course. James knew the people who ran that publication, and they wouldn't be interested in the snoozing morning life of Hogwarts. Still, there were plenty of muckraking wizarding publications always interested in the supposed dirty little secrets of Hogwarts, the Ministry, and even James' dad. Heading back toward the common room where he hoped to find Ted or one of the gremlins before breakfast, James remembered that he hadn't yet given his parents' greetings to Professor Longbottom. He determined to do so at breakfast, and to use the opportunity to ask Neville about the ghost and the man with the camera. In the Great Hall, however, Neville was nowhere to be seen. The long tables were now crowded with students in their school robes. "So you saw some guy snapping pictures out on the grounds?" Ralph asked around a mouthful of French toast. "What's the big deal about that?" "I'm more interested in the ghost," Zane said determinedly. "I wonder how he was killed. Do ghosts only come back when they've been killed in some really messy way?" James shrugged. "I don't know. Ask one of the older guys. For that matter, ask Nick when you see him next." "Nearly headless Nick," Sabrina said from further down the table. "Yeah. Where's he at? We have a question for him." "Gone," Sabrina said, shaking her head so that the quill in her hair wobbled. "He hasn't been with us since our first year. Finally made it into the Headless Hunt after all those years. We had a party for him, and then off he went. He never came back. Must have been the thing he needed to finally move on. Good for him, too. But still." "The Headless?" Ralph queried tentatively, as if he wasn't sure he wanted clarification. "He never came back," James repeated. "But he was the Gryffindor house ghost." "Who's our ghost now?" Sabrina shook her head again. "Don't have one at the moment. Some of us thought it'd be old Dumbledore, but no luck." "But," James said, but didn't know how to continue. "Every house had a ghost, right?" He thought of the wispy shape that had turned into the silent young man on the front lawn. "Mail call," Zane called. Everyone looked up as owls began to swoop in through the high windows. The air was suddenly full of flapping wings and dropping letters and packages. James' eyes widened as he recalled Peeve's strange project from earlier that morning. Before he could say anything, the first loud pop rang out and a girl screamed in surprise and anger. She stood up from a nearby table, her robe spattered with yellow gobbets. "My eggs blew up," she exclaimed. More pops erupted throughout the hall as the owls banked among the rafters. Zane and Ralph looked around wildly, trying to see what was going on. "Time to go, mates," James called, trying not to laugh. As he spoke, a Peruvian ballistic beam dropped from a rafter nearby, landing in a half-empty cup and exploding with a loud pop. Juice erupted out of the cup like a tiny volcano. As James, Zane, and Ralph ran out of the milling chaos, Peeve swooped and dove through the great hall, laughing gleefully and singing about musical fruit. Technomancy class was held in one of the smaller classrooms in the levels above the main hall. It had one window immediately behind the teacher's desk, and the morning sun shone directly through it, making Professor Jackson's head a corona of golden light. He bent over the desk, scratching away with a quill and parchment as Zane and James arrived. They found seats in the uncomfortable hush of the room, taking care not to break the silence by scraping their chairs. Slowly, the room filled, few students daring to speak, so that no noise could be heard except the busy scritch of the professor's quill. Finally, he consulted the clock on his desk and stood up, smoothing the front of his dark gray tunic. Welcome, students. My name, as you may know, is Theodore Jackson. I will be instructing you this year in the study of technomancy. I believe a great deal in reading, and I put a great stock in listening. You will do much of both in my class. His voice was calm and measured, more refined than James had expected. His iron gray hair was combed with military neatness. His bushy black eyebrows made a line as straight as a ruler across his forehead. It has been said, Jackson continued, beginning to pace slowly around the room, that there is no such thing as a stupid question. No doubt, you yourselves have been told this. Questions, it is supposed, are the sign of an inquisitive mind. He stopped, surveying them critically. On the contrary, questions are merely the sign of a student who has not been paying attention. Zane nudged James with his elbow. James glanced at him, then at his parchment. Zane had already drawn a simple but remarkably accurate caricature of the professor. James stifled a laugh, as much at Zane's audacity as at the drawing. Jackson continued. Pay attention in class. Take notes. Read the assigned texts. If you can accomplish these things, you will find very little need for questions. Mind you, I am not forbidding questions. I am merely warning you to consider whether any question would require my repeating myself. If it does not, I will commend you. If it does, I will, he paused, allowing his gaze to roam over the room, remind you of this conversation. Jackson had completed his circuit of the room. He turned to the chalkboard next to the window. Taking his wand out of a sheath in his sleeve, he flipped it at the board. Who, pray, might be able to tell me what the study of technomancy entails? On the chalkboard, the word spelled out in neat, slanting cursive. There was a long, uncomfortable pause. Finally, a girl raised her hand tentatively. Jackson gestured at her. Call it out, Miss E.R. Forgive me, I will learn all your names in time. Gallows, is it? Sir, the girl said in a small voice, apparently thinking of Franklin's advice from the day before. Technomancy is, I believe, the study of the science of magic. You are of the Ravenclaw house, Miss Gallows? Jackson asked, eyeing her. She nodded. 5 points for Ravenclaw, then, although I don't approve of the word believe in my class. Belief and knowledge have little, if anything, in common. In this class, we will apply ourselves to knowledge. Science. Facts. If you want belief, Mistress Delacroix's class will be convening down the hall in the next hour. He pointed, and for the first time, there was the surfacing of something like humor in the stony facade. A few students dared to smile and laugh quietly. Jackson turned, flicking his wand at the chalkboard again. The study of the science of magic, yes. It is a common and sad misunderstanding that magic is a mystical or unnatural pursuit. Those that believe, and here I use the term believe intentionally, those that believe magic is simply mystical are also prone to believe in such things as destiny, luck, and the American Quidditch team. In short, lost causes with no shred of empirical evidence to support them. More smiles appeared in the room. Obviously, there was more to Professor Jackson than met the eye. Magic, he continued, as the chalkboard began to scribble his notes, does not, I repeat, does not break any of the natural laws of science. Magic exploits those laws using very specific and creative methods. Mr. Walker, Zane jumped in his seat, looking up from the drawing he'd been working at while the others scribbled notes. Jackson was still facing the chalkboard, his back to Zane. "I need a volunteer, Mr. Walker. Might I borrow your parchment?" It wasn't a request. As he spoke, he flipped his wand and Zane's parchment swooped up and wove toward the front of the room. Jackson caught it deftly with a raised hand. He turned slowly, holding the parchment up, not looking at it. The class looked with marked silence at the rather good caricature of Jackson Zane had drawn. Zane began to sink slowly in his seat, as if he was trying to melt under the desk. "Is it simply magic that makes a true wizard's drawing take on life?" Jackson asked. As he spoke, the drawing on the parchment moved. The expression changed from a caricature of steely-eyed sternness to one of cartoonish anger. The perspective pulled back, and now there was a desk in front of the Jackson drawing. A tiny cartoon version of Zane cowered at the desk. The Jackson drawing pulled out a gigantic cartoon clipboard and began to make red slashes on the clipboard, which had the letters OWL across the top. The cartoon Zane fell on his knees, pleading silently with the Jackson caricature, which shook its head imperiously. The cartoon Zane cried, his mouth a giant boomerang of woe, comic tears springing from his head. Jackson turned his head and finally looked at the parchment in his hand as the class erupted into gales of laughter. He smiled a small but genuine smile. "Unfortunately, Mr. Walker, your subtracted 5 points cancel out Miss Gallows' awarded 5 points. Hum. Such is life." He began to pace around the room again, placing the drawing carefully back onto Zane's desk as he passed. No, magic is not, as it were, simply a magic word. In reality, the true wizard learns to imprint his own personality on the paper using a means other than the quill. Nothing unnatural occurs. There is simply a different medium of expression taking place. Magic exploits the natural laws, but it does not break them. In other words, magic is not unnatural, but it is supernatural. That is, it is beyond the natural, but not outside it. Another example. Mr. Jackson pointed at a boy near him, who leaned suddenly back in his chair, looking rather cross-eyed at the pointing finger. "Murdoch, sir," the boy said. "Murdoch. You are of age for apparition, I am correct?" "No." "Yes, sir," Murdoch said, seeming relieved. "Describe apparition for us, will you?" Murdoch looked perplexed. "It's pretty basic, isn't it? I mean, it's just a matter of getting a place nice and solid in your mind, closing your eyes, and, well, making it happen. Then bang, you're there." "Bang? You say?" Jackson said, his face blank. Murdoch reddened. "Well, yeah, more or less. You just zap there. Just like that. So it is instantaneous, you'd say?" "Yeah. I guess I'd say that." Jackson raised an eyebrow. "You guess?" Murdoch squirmed, glancing at those seated near him for help. No. I mean, yes. Definitely. Instantaneously. Like you said. "Like you said, Mr. Murdoch," Jackson corrected mildly. He was moving again, proceeding back toward the front of the room. He touched another student on the shoulder as he went. "Miss Sabrina Hildegard, sir," Sabrina said as clearly and politely as she could. "Would you be so kind as to perform a small favor for us, Miss Hildegard? We require the use of 2 10-second timers from Professor Slughorn's potions room. Second door on the left, I believe." "Thank you." Sabrina hurried out as Jackson faced the classroom again. "Mr. Murdoch, have you any idea what it is, precisely, that happens when you disapparate?" Murdoch had apparently determined that abject ignorance was his safest tack. He shook his head firmly. Jackson seemed to approve. Let us examine it this way. Who can tell me where vanished objects go? This time Petra Morgenstern raised her hand. Sir. Vanished objects go nowhere, which is to say, they go everywhere. Jackson nodded. A textbook answer, Mississippi. But an empty one. Matter cannot be in two places at once, nor can it be both everywhere and nowhere. I'll save our time by not taxing this class's ignorance on the subject any longer. This is the part where you'll listen and I speak. Around the room, quills were dipped and made ready. Jackson began to pace again. Matter, as even you all know, is made up almost entirely of nothing. Atoms collect in space, forming a shape that, from our vantage point, seems solid. This candlestick, Jackson laid his hand on a brass candlestick on his desk, seems to us to be a single, very solid item, but is, in fact, trillions of tiny motes hovering with just enough proximity to one another as to imply shape and weight to our clumsy perspective. When we vanish it, Jackson flicked his wand casually at the candlestick and it disappeared with a barely audible pop. We are not moving the candlestick, or destroying it, or causing the matter that comprised it to cease being. Are we? Jackson's piercing eyes roamed over the room, leaping from face to face as the students stopped writing, waiting for him to go on. No. Instead, we have altered the arrangement of the spaces between those atoms, he said meaningfully. We have expanded the distance from point to point, perhaps 1,000-fold, perhaps 1,000,000-fold. The multiplication of those spaces expands the candlestick to a point of nearly planetary dimensions. The result is that we can actually walk through it, through the spaces between its atoms, and never even notice. In short, the candlestick is still here. It has simply been expanded so greatly, thinned to such an ephemeral level as to become physically insubstantial. It is, in effect, everywhere and nowhere. Sabrina returned with the timers, placing them onto Jackson's desk. Bob, thank you, Miss Hildegard. Murdoch. Murdoch jumped again. There was a titter from the class. Sir? Fear not, my brave friend. I would like you to perform what I suspect you will find to be a very simple task. I'd like you to disapparate for us. Murdoch looked shocked. Disapparate? But nobody can disapparate on the school grounds, sir. True enough. A quaint and merely symbolic restriction, but a restriction nonetheless. Fortunately for us, I have arranged a temporary educational allowance that will allow you, Mr. Murdoch, to disapparate from over there. Jackson paced to the front corner of the room and pointed at the floor, to here. Murdoch stood and swayed slightly as he worked out what the professor was asking. You want me to disapparate from this room? To this room? From over there, where you are, to here. This corner, if you could. I wouldn't expect it to be much of a challenge. Except, I'd like you to do it carrying this. Jackson picked up one of the small hourglasses Sabrina had brought. Turn it over at precisely the moment before you disapparate. Understood? Murdoch nodded in relief. No problem, sir, I can do that blindfolded. I shouldn't think that'd be necessary, Jackson said, handing Murdoch the timer. He returned to the front of the room, picking up the second timer himself. On 3, Mr. Murdoch. 1, 2, 3. Both Murdoch and Jackson turned their timers over. A split second later, Murdoch vanished with a loud crack. Every eye in the room snapped towards the front corner. Jackson held the timer, watching the sand flow silently through the pinched glass. He hummed a bit. He allowed himself to lean slightly on his desk. Then, lazily, he turned and looked into the front corner of the classroom. There was a second crack as Murdoch reapparated. In one remarkably swift motion, Jackson took Murdoch's hourglass from his hand and laid both his and Murdoch's on their sides in the middle of his desk. He stood back, looking severely at both hourglasses. The sand in Jackson's hourglass was divided almost evenly between the two bulbs. Murdoch's hourglass still had nearly all of its sand in the top. "I'm afraid, Mr. Murdoch," Jackson said, not taking his eyes off the hourglasses, "that your hypothesis has proven faulty. Do return to your seat, and thank you." Jackson looked up at the class and gestured at the hourglasses. "A difference of 4 seconds, give or take a few tenths. It appears that apparition is not, in fact, instantaneous. But, and this is the very interesting part, it is instantaneous for the operator. What can technomancy tell us about this?" "That is a rhetorical question. I will answer." Jackson resumed his pacing around the room as words began to scribble onto the chalkboard again. Around the room, students bent over their parchments. Apparition utilizes exactly the same methodology as vanished objects. The operator magnifies the distance between his or her own atoms, expanding themselves to such a degree that they become physically insubstantial, unseen, immeasurable, effectively, everywhere. Having achieved everywhereness, the operator then automatically reduces the distance between his or her atoms, but with a new center point, determined by their mental landmarking immediately before disapparition. The wizard standing in London envisions Ebbets Field, disapparates, that is, achieves everywhereness, and then reapparates with a new solidity point at Ebbets Field. It is essential that the wizard make that predestination in his mind before disapparition. Can anyone tell me, using technomancy, why? Silence. Then the girl named Gallows raised her hand again. Because the process of apparition is instantaneous for the wizard. Partial credit, Miss, Jackson said, almost kindly. Depending on distances, apparition takes time, as we have just seen, and time is not, relatively speaking, flexible. No, the reason that the wizard must firmly fix his destination before he disapparates is that, while the wizard is in the state of everywhereness, his mind is in a state of perfect hibernation. The time it takes to apparate is not instantaneous, but because the wizard's mind is effectively frozen during the process, it seems to be instantaneous to him. Since a wizard cannot think or feel during the process of apparition, a wizard who fails to fix his solidity destination before disapparating will never reapparate at all. Jackson frowned and scanned the class, looking for some sign that they'd grasped the lesson. After several seconds, a hand slowly raised. It was Murdoch. His face was a pall of misery as he apparently struggled to arrange these radical concepts in his mind. Jackson's bushy black eyebrows rose slowly. "Yes, Mr. Murdoch." "Question, sir, I'm sorry." "Where?" He coughed, cleared his throat, and then licked his lips. "Where is Ebbets Field?" James met Zane and Ralph after lunch, all three having a short free period. With too much time to head directly to their next classes, but not enough time to go to their common rooms, they strolled aimlessly along the crowded halls near the courtyard, trying to stay out of the way of the older students and discussing their morning's classes. "I'm telling you, Old Stonewall has some wacky magical effect on the passage of time," Zane told Ralph passionately. "I swear, at one point, I saw the clock actually move backwards." "Well, I liked my teacher, Professor Flitwick." "You've seen him around," Ralph said, amiably changing the subject. Zane was undeterred. "Guy's got eyes in the back of his wig or something. Who'd ve thought a school of witchcraft would be so sneaky?" "Professor Flitwick teaches beginning spells and wand work, doesn't he?" James asked Ralph. "Yeah. It was really excellent. I mean, it's one thing to read about doing magic, but seeing it happen is something else. He made his chair float, books and all." "Books?" Zane interjected. "Yeah, you know that stack of books he keeps on his chair so he can see over the desk? Must be 100 pounds of them. He floated the chair right off the floor with them still on it, just using his wand. How'd you do it? Zane asked. James cringed, thinking of Ralph's ridiculous wand. Not bad, actually, Ralph said mildly. There was a pause as Zane and James stopped to look at him. Really? Not bad, Ralph repeated. I mean, we weren't lifting chairs or anything. Just feathers. Flitwick said he didn't expect us to get it the first time. But still, I did as well as anybody else. Ralph looked thoughtful. Maybe even a little better. Flitwick seemed pretty happy with it. He said I was a natural. You made a feather float with that crazy snowman whisker log? Zane asked incredulously. Ralph looked annoyed. Yes. For your information, Flitwick says that the wand is just a tool. It's the wizard that makes the magic. Maybe I'm just talented. Did that occur to you, Mr. Wand Expert, all of a sudden? Sheesh, sorry, Zane mumbled. Just don't point that crazy snowman log at me. I want to keep the same number of arms and legs. Forget it, James soothed as they started walking again. Flitwick's right. Who cares where your wand came from? You really got the feather to levitate. Ralph allowed a small grin of pride. All the way to the ceiling. It's still up there now. I got it stuck in a rafter. Nice, James nodded appreciatively. An older boy in a green tie bumped James, knocking him off the path and into the grass of the courtyard. He bumped into Ralph as well, but Ralph was as tall as the older boy, and rather wider. The boy bounced off Ralph, who didn't budge. Sorry, Ralph muttered as the boy stopped and glared at him. Watch where you're going, first years, the boy said coldly, glancing from James to Ralph. And maybe you ought to be more careful who you allow yourself to be seen with, GRETEL. He stepped around Ralph without waiting for a response. Now, that's the Slytherin spirit you told me about on the train, Zane said. So much for I expect we'll all be friends. That was Trent, Ralph said morosely, watching the boy walk away. He's the one who told me my game deck was an insult to my wizarding blood. Didn't take him long to borrow it, though. James barely heard. He was distracted by something the boy had been wearing. What did his badge say? So, they've all started wearing those, Ralph said. Tabitha Corsica was handing them out in the common room this morning. Here. Ralph reached into his robes and produced a similar badge. I forgot to put mine on. James looked at the badge. White letters on a dark blue background read Progressive Wizarding Against False History. A large red X repeatedly slashed itself across the words False History, and then faded out. They don't all say that, Ralph said, taking the badge back. Some of them say, question the victors. Others have longer sayings on them that didn't make any sense to me. What's in order? Zane piped up. My dad got called for order duty once. He got out of it because he was on a shoot in New Zealand. He says if orders got paid more, we'd get better verdicts. Ralph looked bewildered at Zane. James sighed. Orders, he said slowly and carefully, are witches and wizards who find and catch dark witches and wizards. They're sort of like wizarding police, I guess. My dad's in order. Head of the order department, you mean, a voice said as a group passed. Tabitha Corsica was at the head of the group, looking back at James as she swept on. But do pardon my interruption. The others in the group looked back at James with unreasonable smiles. All of them were wearing the blue badges. Yeah, James said, loudly but rather uncertainly, he is. Your dad's chief of the wizard cops? Zane asked, glancing from the departing Slytherins to James. James grimaced and nodded. He'd had a chance to read another of the badges. It ran say no to or fear-mongering, say yes to freedom of magical expression. James didn't know what any of it meant, but he had a bad feeling about it. Zane suddenly turned and nudged Ralph with his elbow. Better get that badge on, mate, or your house buddies will think you've gone all soft on false history and the Ori imperialists or whatever. James blinked, finally registering something Ralph had said a minute ago. Did you say that your roommate borrowed your game deck thing? Ralph smiled humorlessly. Well, maybe not him. Somebody did. Not that many people knew about it, though. Unless they talked it up behind my back. All I know is it went missing from my bag right after I showed it to you guys. I suppose my housemates were just purging the room of counterfeit magic. He sighed. James couldn't shake the nasty feeling that was cooling in his belly. It was all wrapped up in the sugary niceness of some of the Slytherins and the odd badges. And now, one of them had taken Ralph's weird muggle game device. Why? They were passing the Hogwarts trophy case when Zane, who had drifted ahead, called out. Hey, club sign-up sheets. Let's do something extracurricular. He leaned in, examining one sheet in particular. Read the runes. Predict your fate and the fates of your friends. Learn the language of the stars. Blah, blah. Constellations Club. Meets at 11 o'clock on Tuesdays in the West Tower. Sounds to me like an excuse to be out late. I'm there. He grabbed the quill which had been affixed to a shelf by a length of string, dipped it theatrically, and scribbled his name on the sheet. James and Ralph had caught up with him. Ralph leaned in, reading the sign-up sheets aloud. Debate teams, Wizard Chess Club, House Quidditch teams. What? Where? Zane said, still holding the quill as if he meant to stab something with it. He found the parchment for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team tryouts and began to sign his name. I just gotta get on one of those brooms. What do you think my chances are, James? James took the quill from Zane, shaking his head in amusement. Anything's possible. My dad was the seeker for the Gryffindor team his first year. Youngest seeker in team history. He's part of the reason they changed the rules. Used to be that first years couldn't be on the team. Now it's allowed, but really rare. James signed his name to the bottom of the sheet for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Tryouts, he saw, were after classes the next day. Ralph, you going to sign up for the Slytherins? Come on. All your friends are doing it. Zane leered at the bigger boy. Not, I was never very good at sports. You? Zane cried heartily, throwing an arm rather awkwardly over Ralph's shoulder. You're a brick wall. All you have to do is park yourself in front of the goal and the defense is all shored up. All they'd need is to find a broom that'll hold you, you big lug. Shut up. Ralph said, twisting away from Zane's arm, but smiling and turning red. Actually, I was thinking about signing up for the debate team. Tabitha thinks I'd be good on it. James blinked. Tabitha Corsica asked you to be on the Slytherin debate team? Actually, Zane said, peering at the debate sign-up sheets, debate teams aren't divided by house. They're just random. Teams A and B look. People from all different houses are on each team. There's even some of the visiting Alma-Galerons on here. Why don't you go ahead and sign up, Ralph? James asked. Ralph obviously wanted to. I don't know. I might. So, look, Petra's on Team A, Zane said. He began to sign his name again. James frowned. You're joining the debate team just because Petra Morgenstern is on it. Can you think of a better reason? You know, James said, laughing, Petra is going out with Ted, I think. My dad says girls don't know whether they like ice cream until they've tried every kind, Zane said wisely, sticking the quill back into its holder. Ralph furrowed his brow. What's that mean? It means Zane here thinks he can give Ted a run for his money in the romance department, James said. He both admired and worried about Zane's lack of inhibition. It means, Zane replied, that Petra doesn't know what she wants in a man until she's had a chance to get to know as many men as possible. I'm thinking only of her best interests. Ralph studied Zane for a moment. You do know you're 11 years old, right? James stopped as Zane and Ralph began to walk on. His eye had been caught by a picture in the trophy case. He leaned in, cupping his hands around his face to block the glare of the sun. The picture was black and white, moving, as all wizard pictures did. It was his dad, younger, thinner, his black hair wild and unruly over the famous, characteristic scar. He was smiling uncomfortably at the camera, his eyes moving as if he were avoiding eye contact with somebody or something outside the camera's view. Next to the framed photo was a large trophy made of silver and a sort of blue crystal that glowed with a shifting, curling light. James read the plaque below the trophy. The Triwizard Cup. Jointly awarded to Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts students of the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff houses, respectively, for winning the Triwizard Tournament, which was held upon these grounds. With the cooperation of representatives from the Durmstrang Institute and the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. There was more, but James didn't read it. He knew the story. Harry Potter's name had been drawn as a competitor fraudulently, having been placed into the running by a dark wizard named Crouch. It had led to both Harry and Diggory being sent via Portkey to Voldemort's lair, resulting in the evil wizard's bodily return. No wonder his dad looked so uncomfortable in the photo. He had been under the legal age for the tournament, and had been the superfluous fourth contestant in a three-wizard competition. He'd been in a room full of people who suspected him of cheating and dark magic, at best. James glanced at the photo on the other side of the cup, the one of Diggory. His smile looked genuine and hearty compared to his dad's. James had never seen a photo of Diggory before, but it looked familiar nonetheless. He knew the story of Diggory, knew he had died next to his dad in the graveyard they'd been sent to, killed at the command of Voldemort. His dad rarely talked about that night, and James understood why, or at least thought he did. He sighed, and then ran to catch up with Zane and Ralph. Later that day, when James stopped in his room to swap books for his Defense Against the Dark Arts class, he found Nobby waiting for him, scratching the windowsill impatiently. James grabbed the rolled parchment off Nobby's leg and read it. Dear James, your father and I are thrilled to hear you are settling in well, as we knew you would. Your Uncle Ron says congratulations on becoming a Gryffindor, and we all concur. Can't wait to hear how your first day's classes go. Also, I hope you hear about this from us first. Your father has been asked to go to Hogwarts for a meeting with the American wizards about international security and other matters of mutual interest. I will be staying home with Albus and Lil, but your father looks forward to seeing you next week. Make sure you are eating more than pastries and meat pies, and be sure to get your robes and yourself washed at least once a week. Love and kisses, Mum. James folded the note into the book he was carrying as he ran down the steps. The knowledge that he'd be seeing his dad next week had left him with mixed feelings. Of course, he was excited to see him and to introduce him to his new friends. Still, he feared that the visit would also make the shadow of his famous father that much harder to escape. He was fleetingly thankful that Zane and Ralph were both Muggle-born, and therefore, relatively ignorant of the exploits of his legendary dad. As he joined the crowd of students filing into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, James saw another of the badges on a Slytherin's robe. Progressive Wizards Against Magical Discrimination, it read. He felt a sort of aimless, sinking feeling, and then he noticed the newspaper clipping tacked to the wall near the door. Harry Potter to join International Wizarding Summit, ran the headline. Below it, smaller type read head order to meet United States representatives during Hogwarts ceremony. Security questions prevail. Pinned to the newspaper clipping so that it obscured the photo of a smiling adult Harry Potter was another of the blue badges. Question the victors, it flashed. Come on, Ralph urged, joining James. We'll be late. As they navigated the crowded room and found 2 seats near the front, Ralph leaned toward James. Was that your dad on that newspaper story? James had assumed Ralph hadn't noticed it. He glanced at Ralph as they sat down. Yeah. Mum just wrote me about it. He'll be here, beginning of next week. Big meeting with the Americans, I guess. Ralph said nothing, but looked uncomfortable. You already knew about it, didn't you? James whispered as the class quieted down. No, Ralph muttered, at least, not specifically. My housemates have been talking about some sort of protest all day, though. Looks like it's about your dad, I guess. James stared at Ralph, his mouth opened slightly. So that's what Tabitha Corsica and her Slytherins were up to, behind all the friendly smiles and speeches. The Slytherin tactics had changed, but not their purpose. James pressed his lips into a grim line and turned to the front of the room as Professor Franklin approached the main desk. Professor Jackson was walking next to him, carrying his black leather case and talking in a low tone. Greetings, students, Franklin said crisply. I suspect many of you have already met Professor Jackson. Please forgive the short delay. Jackson eyed the seated students from over his shoulder, his face like granite. Zane's nickname for the man did seem to be rather appropriate, James thought. Franklin turned back to Jackson and spoke in a hushed voice. Jackson seemed discontent with what Franklin was saying. He set his case down on the floor next to him, freeing his hand to gesture minutely. James looked down at the case. It was only a foot or 2 from where he sat in the front row. Jackson was never seen without the case, which was unremarkable in nearly every way apart from the fact that he guarded it so closely. James tried not to listen in on the conversation between the 2 professors, which was obviously meant to be secret. Of course, that made it all the more intriguing. He heard the words grotto and Merlin. Then a third voice pierced the room. Professor Jackson, the voice said, and while it wasn't a loud voice, it rang with an air of understated power. James turned around to see who was speaking. Madame Delacroix was standing just inside the doorway to the room, her blind gaze hovering somewhere over everyone's heads. I thought you might like to know that your class is awaiting you. You are always such a, she seemed to search the air for the right word, stickler for punctuality. Her voice had a slow drawl that was somehow both French and Southern American. She smiled vaguely, then turned, her cane clicking the floor, and disappeared down the hall. Jackson's face was even harder than normal as he stared at the now empty doorway. He glanced pointedly at Franklin, and then dropped his gaze, reaching for his case. He froze in mid-reach, and James couldn't help glancing down toward the professor's feet. The black leather case had apparently come slightly open when he'd set it down. Its brass catches glinted. No one else seemed to have noticed except for James and Professor Jackson. Jackson resumed reaching for his case, slowly, clicking it closed with one large, knobby-knuckled hand. James had only a narrow glimpse into the case. It appeared to be stuffed with folds of some rich, dark cloth. Jackson straightened, picking the case back up, and as he did so, he glanced at James, his stony face grim. James tried to glance away, but it was too late. Jackson knew he'd seen, even if he didn't know what it was. Without a word, Jackson strode back up the aisle, moving with that purposeful, sweeping gait that looked so much like an old battleship under full sail, and then turned into the hall without looking back. Thank you for your patience, Franklin said to the class, adjusting his glasses. Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. By now, most of you know my name, and many of you, I assume, know something of my history. Just to get some of the obvious questions out of the way, yes, I am that Benjamin Franklin. No, I didn't actually invent electricity for the Muggles, but I did give them a small push in the right direction. Yes, I was a part of the American Continental Congress, although for obvious reasons, I was not one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. At that time, I used 2 different spellings of my name, only one of which was known to the Muggle world, which made it easier for me to know which correspondences to open first. Yes, I realize my face graces the American $100 bill. No, contrary to popular myth, I do not carry sheets of uncut hundreds around to snip out and sign for admirers. Yes, I am indeed quite old, and yes, this is accomplished through means of magic, although I assure you that those means are a lot more mundane and prosaic than many have assumed. Emphatically no, I am not immortal. I am a very, very old man who has aged rather well with a little help. Does that cover most of the obvious questions? Franklin finished. With a wry smile, surveying the remarkably full classroom. There was a murmur of assent. Excellent. Onward and upward then. And please, Franklin continued, opening a very large book on his desk, let us avoid any "it's all about the Benjamins" jokes. They weren't funny 200 years ago, and they are even less funny now, thank you. Crossing the grounds on their way to dinner in the Great Hall, James and Ralph were passing Hagrid's cabin when they noticed the ribbon of smoke coming out of the chimney. James broke into a grin, called Ralph to follow, and ran up to the front door. James! Hagrid bellowed, opening the door. He threw his arms around the boy, completely engulfing him. Ralph's eyes widened and he took a step backwards, looking Hagrid up and down. So good to have a Potter back in school. How's your mum and dad, and Lil Albus and Lily? Everybody's fine, Hagrid. Where have you been? Hagrid stepped out, closing the door behind him. They followed him as he crossed the grounds toward the castle. Up the mountains meetin' with the giants, that's where. Grop and me, we go every year, don't we? Spreadin' goodwill and tryin' to keep them all honest, for whatever it's worth. Stayed a little longer this year on account o' Lil Groppy finned in himself a girlfriend. Who's your mate here, James? James, momentarily distracted by the thought of Hagrid's half-brother, who was a full giant, performing mating rituals with a mountain giantess, had completely forgotten about Ralph. No. This is my friend, Ralph Deedle. He's a first year, like me. Hagrid, are you telling us Grop's in love? Hagrid grew vaguely misty. Bob, it's sweet to see the little fella and his lady friend together. Why, they're both just as happy as a pair of hippogriffs in a hen house. Giant courtships are very delicate things, yeah, no. Ralph was having some difficulty keeping up with the conversation. Grop, your brother, is a giant? Well, sure, Hagrid boomed happily. He's only a lil one. 16 feet or so. Yeah, should see his lady friend. She's from the Crest Dwellers tribe, 22 feet if she's an inch. Not my type of girl, of course, but Groppy's just smitten by her. Not surprising, really, since the first step in any giant courtship is smitten the mate over the head with a big hunk of tree trunk. She laid the little fella right out cold for the best part of a day. After that, he's been as goggle-eyed as a pup. James was afraid to ask, and suspected he knew the answer. Did Grop bring his girlfriend back home with him? Hagrid looked taken aback. Well, sure he did. This is his home, now, isn't it? He'll make a good wife of her, once they're done a-courtin'. She's made herself a nice little hovel up in the hills behind the forest. Grop's there now, helpin' her settle in, I expect. James tried to imagine Grop helping a 22-foot giantess settle in, but his exhausted imagination shut down. He shook his head, attempting to clear it. I hear your dad's comin' in for a meetin' next week, James, Hagrid said as they entered the shadow of the main gates. Havin' a meetin' of the minds with the muckety-mucks from across the pond, Eh? James puzzled over Hagrid's terminology. If you say so. It'll be nice to have your dad over for tea again, just like old times. Only without all the secrecy and adventure. Did I tell ya about the time your dad and Ron and Hermione helped my Norbert escape? Only about 100 times, Hagrid, James laughed, pulling open the door of the Great Hall. But don't worry, it changes a little every time I hear it. Later, when dinner was almost over, James approached Hagrid where he thought they could have a more private conversation. Hagrid, can I ask you a, sort of, official question? Of course, yeah can. I can't guarantee I'll know the answer, but I'll do my best. James glanced around and saw Ralph sitting at the Slytherin table on the edge of Tabitha Corsica's group. She was talking seriously, her pretty face lit in the candlelight and the deepening light of the dusky ceiling. Do people ever get, I don't know, sorted wrong? Is it possible that the hat could make a mistake and put somebody in the wrong house? Hagrid sat down heavily on a nearby bench, making it groan appreciably. Well, I can't say as I've ever heard of it happening before, he said. Some people may not like where they're placed, but that doesn't mean it's not a good fit. It might mean they just aren't happy with who they really are. What is it you're worried about, James? Though, it's not me I'm thinking of, James said hurriedly, taking his eyes off Ralph so as not to implicate him. It's just a, sort of, general question. I was just wondering. Hagrid smiled crookedly and clapped James on the back, making him stumble half a step. Just like your dad, ya are. Always looking out for other people when ya ought to be watching your own step. It'll get ya in hot water if ya aren't careful, just like it did him. He chuckled, making a sound like loose rocks in a fast river. The thought seemed to bring Hagrid a great deal of hearty pleasure. Not, the Sorting Hat knows what it's up to, I expect. Everything'll come out all right. Yeah, wait and see. But as James walked back to his table, making eye contact with Ralph for a moment as he passed the Slytherins, he wondered. 4. The progressive element. James Potter sat up in his bed, stifling a gasp. He listened very intently, peering around the darkened sleeping chamber. All around him were the small sounds of sleeping Gryffindors. Ted rolled over and snorted, muttering in his sleep. James held his breath. He'd awakened a few minutes earlier with the sound of his own name in his ears. It had been like a voice in a dream, distant and whispered, as if blown on smoke down a long, dark tunnel. He had just about convinced himself that it had, in fact, been the tale of a dream and drifted back to sleep when he'd heard it again. It seemed to come out of the walls themselves, a faraway sound, still somehow right next to him, like a chorus of whispers saying his full name. Very quietly, James slipped out of bed and shrugged into his bathrobe. The stone floor was cool under his feet as he stood and listened, tilting his head. He turned slowly, and as he looked toward the door, the figure there moved. He hadn't seen it appear, it was simply there, floating, where a moment before there had been darkness. James startled and backed into his bed, almost falling backwards onto it. Then, he recognized the ghostly shape. It was the same wispy, white figure he'd seen chase the interloper off the school grounds, the ghostly shape that had come to look like a young man as it came back to the castle. In the darkness of the doorway, the figure seemed much brighter than it had appeared in the morning sunlight. It was wispy and shifting, with only the barest suggestion of its human shape. It spoke again, without moving. James Potter. Then it turned and flitted down the stairs. James hesitated for only a second, then wrapped his bathrobe more tightly about him and followed the figure, his bare feet slapping lightly on the stone steps. He reached the deserted common room just in time to see the ghostly shape glide through the portrait hole, passing through the back of the portrait of the fat lady. James hurried to follow. James expected the fat lady to scold him as he snuck past her, but she was deeply asleep in her frame as he closed it gently. She was snoring a remarkably tiny, ladle-like snore, and James wondered if it was an enchanted sleep cast by the ghostly figure. The halls were silent and dark, it being the very pit of night. Silvery blue moonlight sifted through the few windows. It occurred to James that he should have brought his wand. He couldn't do much with it yet, but he did know a basic illumination spell. He glanced around the pattern of moonlight and shadows that was the hall, seeking the ghostly shape. It was nowhere in sight. He chose a direction at random and trotted along it. Several turns later, James was about to give up. He wasn't even sure he'd know his way back to the Gryffindor common room. The corridor here was high and narrow, with no windows and only one torch guttering redly near the archway he'd entered by. Closed doors lined the corridor on both sides, each one made of thick wood and braced with iron bars. Behind one of them, a gust of night wind made something creak, low and long, like the moan of a sleeping giant. The overall effect was rather frightening, but James couldn't quite bring himself to turn back just yet. He walked slowly down the corridor, the torch making his shadow stretch before him, flickering into blackness. "Hello," he said quietly, his voice hoarse, just above a whisper. "Are you still there? I can't see you." There was no response. The corridor was growing colder. James stopped, squinting hopelessly into the shadows, and then turned around. Something flickered across the corridor inches from his face and he jumped. The white shape streamed through one of the doors, and James saw that that door wasn't entirely closed. Blue moonlight filled the space he could see through the crack. Trembling, James pushed the door and it creaked open. Almost immediately, the door caught on something, making a grating scrape. There were broken chunks of iron on the floor next to something long and black with a hook on the end. It was a crowbar. James kicked these aside and pushed the door further open, stepping in. The room was long and dusty, cluttered with broken desks and chairs, apparently once sent here for repair, but long forgotten. The ceiling sloped down toward the back wall, where 4 windows glowed with moonlight. The window on the far right was broken. Glass glittered on the floor and one of the swinging panes hung crookedly like a broken bat wing. The ghostly figure stood there, looking down at the broken glass, and then turned to look at James over its shoulder. It had resumed its human shape, and James gasped as he saw the young man's face. Then, 2 things happened simultaneously. The ghostly shape evaporated in a wisp of silvery smoke, and there was a crash and clatter from the corridor outside. James jumped and spun on the spot, peering out the door. He didn't see anything, but he could still hear an echoing clatter from the darkness. James leaned against the inside of the door, his heart thudding so hard that he could see dull green flashes in his peripheral vision. He glanced around the room, but it was completely dark and empty except for the cobwebby furniture and broken window. The ghostly man was gone. James took a deep breath, then turned and crept out into the corridor again. There was another, smaller clatter. James could tell by the sound of it that it was further down the corridor, in the darkness. It echoed as if it were coming from another side room. Again, James berated himself for having forgotten his wand. He tiptoed into the darkness. After what felt like an age, there was another open door. He held on to the stonework of the doorframe and peered in. James vaguely recognized the potions storage room. There was a man in it. He was dressed in black jeans and a black shirt. James recognized him as the very same man he had seen the morning before at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, sneaking photographs. He stood on a stool, examining the shelves with a small penlight. On the floor, by the stool, were the shattered remains of a couple of small vials. As James watched, the man stuck the penlight in his teeth and groped for another jar on the top shelf, keeping a precarious hold on the opposite shelf with his free hand. Herida Hurung, he read to himself around the penlight, craning his neck to direct the light onto the jar. What the heck if tough? His voice was a low, odd mutter. Suddenly, the man looked toward the door. His eyes made contact with James, and for a long moment, neither moved. James was sure the man would attack him. He was obviously an intruder, and James had seen him. He tried to will his feet to turn and run, but there seemed to be some disconnect between his brain and his lower extremities. He stood and stared, gripping the stonework of the doorway as if he meant to climb it. Then the man did the last thing James expected. He turned and ran. He was gone almost before James realized it. The curtain at the back of the storage room still swayed where the man had blown through it. To James' great surprise, he darted to follow the man. The potions storage room led into the potions classroom itself. Long, high tables stood in the darkness, their stools tucked neatly beneath them. James stalked and cocked his head. Footsteps echoed from the corridor beyond. His own feet smacked the stone floor as James dodged around the tables and out into the corridor, following the man. The man was hesitating at a point where two corridors crossed. He looked desperately back and forth, then glanced up and saw James coming. The man let out the same high, little shriek James had heard him make when he'd been chased by the ghost. He slipped on the stones, his feet seeming to run in 3 directions at once, then he mastered them and ran clumsily down the broader corridor. James knew where he was now. The man would come out onto the hall of the moving staircases. Even as James was thinking it, he heard another little shriek of surprise echoing back to him. He grinned as he ran. James stuttered to a stop at a railing and leaned over, peering intently into the darkness of the floors below. At first, the subtle grinding of the stairs was the only noise, and then he heard the clatter of the man's shoes. There he was, holding onto a railing for dear life and stumbling down a staircase as it swiveled ponderously. James hesitated for a moment, then did something that he'd always wanted to do but never quite had the temerity to try. He clambered up on the railing of the nearest staircase, straddled it, and then let go. The thick wooden railings, polished by generations of house elves to a rock-like, glassy shine, were like beams of ice beneath James. He shot down the railing, craning his head over his shoulder to see where he was going. His hair, which had gotten lank with sweat in the minutes before, ruffled as air whipped past. When he neared the bottom, he gripped the railing again with both his arms and his legs, slowing, and then hopping lightly off the bottom. He cast around, looking for the man, and saw him clambering toward another landing, 1 floor below. James' dad had told him about the moving staircases, had explained the secret of navigating them. James gauged the moving labyrinth, and then chose another staircase just as it began to swivel. He swung himself over the railing and let go, streaking down it as if it were greased. On one side was the swaying chasm of landings, staircases, and halls, on the other, the speed of the blurring stairs. James gritted his teeth and craned to look behind him again. The man was just reaching the landing below. He stumbled, disoriented, as he backed off the staircase, and then looked up just as James rocketed into him. James hit the man at full speed, rebounded off him, and sprawled onto the flagstones of the landing. The man shrieked a third time, this time in frustration and surprise, as the force of the collision knocked him entirely off his feet. There was a piercingly loud crash, followed by a shower of tinkling glass. James rolled and covered his face instinctively. When silence descended again, James peeked through his fingers. There was a very large, roughly man-shaped hole in the stained glass window at the foot of the landing. Through it, the spindly black fingers of trees swayed in a night breeze, scratching amiably at the star-strewn sky. "What is going on up there?" a raspy voice called, vibrating with rage. James scrambled to his feet, being careful not to step on any of the broken glass with his bare feet. Gingerly, he edged as close to the hole as he could and peered down. It was hard to tell how high the window was. There was no noise from the night except the hiss of the wind in the treetops. Mrs. Norris the cat streaked up a nearby staircase, her orange eyes baleful as she flicked her gaze over the window, the broken glass, and then James. Mr. Filch followed, puffing and cursing as he climbed. "So," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "It's the Potter boy. Why, though, why am I not surprised? What were you thinking, Potter, chasing an unidentified individual through the castle, at night, alone?" Headmistress McGonagall was standing behind her desk, leaning on it with both arms, ramrod straight. Her eyes were incredulous, her face scowling. James began, but she raised one hand, stopping him. "Don't answer. I've no patience for it this morning." She sighed and stood up straight, pushing up her glasses and pinching the bridge of her nose. "I've heard enough Potter explanations throughout the years to know the general shape of them, anyway." Filch stood nearby, the jut of his jaw and the glint of his eye showing his pleasure at catching the latest Potter troublemaker so quickly. Mrs. Norris purred in his arms, like a small, furry engine. James risked a look around the headmistress' office. The room was still dim, with very early morning shadows. The portraits of all the previous headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames. James could just see the portrait of his brother's namesake, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore was seated, his chin on his chest and his hat lowered over his eyes. His lips moved as he snored silently. McGonagall lowered herself into her chair. "Mr. Potter, you, of all people, cannot tell me that you are not aware that there are rules against students wandering the school grounds at night." "No," James said quickly. Yes, I do know about the rules. But the ghost." McGonagall raised her hand again. "Yes, the ghost, I know." Everything except her actual words expressed doubt about that part of his story. "But Mr. Potter, you understand that even if a ghost appears in a student's bedchamber, that does not give said student a free pass to break whatever rules he deems temporarily inconvenient." Mr. Filch stirred, seeming to decide that now was the time to press the point as he saw it. "He destroyed the Heracles window, headmistress. Priceless bit of glasswork. We'll not find a replacement to match it, I'll wager." He sneered down at James as he finished. "Windows are one thing, Mr. Filch," McGonagall said, not looking at him, "but intruders on school grounds are quite another. I presume you've already arranged an inspection of the campus, beginning with the area outside the Heracles window." "Yes, ma'am, and we've found nothing. The Venus Rose Gardens are immediately below that window. They're a bit of a mess, broken glass everywhere, but there's no sign of any intruder. We've only got this boy's word that there ever was such an intruder, headmistress." "Yes," McGonagall replied. "And unfortunately, in this case, that is a word I am inclined to trust. Someone obviously went through that window, unless you are suggesting that Mr. Potter himself came in through it." Filch ground his teeth and glared at James as if he wanted very much to suggest such a possibility. "But he was in the potions room, ma'am," James insisted. "He broke some vials. They must still be there. And he broke in through a window not far from there. I saw it. The ghost led me there." McGonagall studied James carefully. "Mr. Potter, I believe that you saw someone, but the likelihood of that person actually having broken onto the school grounds from outside is extremely small. You are aware that Hogwarts is protected by the best security measures and anti-magic spells available. No witch or wizard, regardless of their skills, can possibly get into these halls unless they are supposed to be here." "That's just it, ma'am," James said earnestly. "I don't think he was a wizard. I think he was a muggle." He'd expected gasps of surprise from the headmistress and Filch, but there were none. The headmistress merely gazed at him, her expression unchanging. Filch glanced from her to James and back, then let out his breath in a nasty little laugh. "You've got to hand it to him, headmistress. They get a little more creative every year." James, McGonagall said, her voice softer. The unplottable nature of the school, as well as the innumerable disillusionment charms that blanket the grounds, make it truly impossible for any Muggle, no matter how persistent, to ever find their way in. You know that, don't you? James sighed and tried not to roll his eyes. Yes. But that doesn't change what I saw. It was a Muggle, ma'am. He used a crowbar. And a penlight. Not a wand. McGonagall read his face for a long moment, and then turned businesslike. Well, Mr. Potter, if you are correct, then we have a situation on our hands that certainly needs remedying. You may trust that we will look into the matter. However, in the meantime, there is still the issue of breaking curfew, as well as the damaged window. Under the circumstances, I won't blame you for the latter, but you must still face the consequences for the former. You will serve 2 hours of detention with Mr. Filch this Saturday night. But, James began, then Filch's hand descended heavily onto his shoulder. I'll take care of the lad, headmistress, he growled. It's not too late to save him when you catch him early. Is it, young lad? Potter, McGonagall said, apparently having already moved on to other matters, take Mr. Filch up to the potions closet and the other broken window. Won't you? Let's try to get things cleaned up before classes, if we can. Good morning, gentlemen. James stood miserably and Filch guided him to the door with the great, calloused hand on his shoulder. Come along, my lad. We've got mischief to rectify, haven't we? On the way out, James saw that one of the headmaster portraits was not sleeping. The eyes of that headmaster were black, like the lanky hair that framed the white face. Severus Snape studied James coldly, only his eyes moving to follow as Filch marched him from the room. Tina Curry, the Muggle Studies professor, led the class briskly out onto the lawn. The day, which had started rather brightly, was now turning gray and blustery. Gusts of wind sprang up and flapped the edges of Professor Curry's sport cloak and the nets Hagrid was trying to hang on the wooden frame he had just finished assembling. Expertly done, Hagrid, Curry called as she approached, the class trotting to keep up. Sturdy as a barn, I dare say. Hagrid looked up, losing his grasp on the netting as he did so and scrambling to catch it. Thank ye, Miss Curry. Weren't what ye might call a challenge. Up to this part, though, course, which is a mite hairy. Hagrid's construction was a simple wooden framework, roughly rectangular. There was another one several dozen yards away, its netting strung taut and swishing in the stiffening breeze. Curry's new this year, if you haven't guessed, Ted commented to James as they gathered. Has some pretty crazy ideas about how to learn about Muggles. Makes a fellow wish he hadn't pushed off taking this class until his last year. As if these outfits weren't bad enough, Damien said sourly, glancing down at his shorts and socks. Every Thursday, Muggle Studies class was required to dress out in shorts, athletic shoes, and one of 2 colors of Hogwarts jerseys. Half the class was wearing burgundy, the other half, gold. You wouldn't look quite so, interesting, Damien, if you had some white socks, Sabrina said as diplomatically as she could. Damien gave her a tell me something I don't know look. Thanks, sweetie. Tell my mum that next time she goes shopping at Sears and Bloody Romart. Zane didn't bother to correct Damien. He beamed with annoying good cheer, obviously far more comfortable in the outfit than the rest. I have a good feeling about this. The breeze will air some of you vampires out. Lighten up. Damien hooked a thumb toward Zane. Why is he even in this class? He's right, Damien, Ted said good-naturedly. Shake out the old batwings a bit, why don't you? All right, class, Curry called, clapping her hands for attention. Let's look orderly, shall we? Form 2 lines, please. Burgundy over here, gold over there. That's very nice. As the lines formed, Professor Curry produced a long basket from under her arm. She paced to the head of the burgundy line. "Wands out," she called. Each student produced his or her wand and held them at the ready, some of the first years glancing around to see if they were holding theirs correctly. James saw Zane sneak a peek at Ted, then swap his wand from his right hand to his left. "Excellent," Curry said, holding the basket out. "In here, then, please." She began to pace along the line, watching the students reluctantly drop their wands into the basket. There was a mass groan throughout the gathered students. "You all surely can tell your wands apart, I expect. Come, if we are to learn anything about the Muggle world, we must learn how to think non-magically. That means, of course, no wands. Thank you, Mr. Metzger. Mr. Lupin. Ms. Hildegard. And you, Ms. Macmillan. Thank you. Now, is that everyone?" A very unenthusiastic noise of assent came from the students. Hup, students," Curry chirped as she laid the basket of wands next to Hagrid's framework. "Are you implying that you are so dependent upon magic that you are unable to play simple, a very simple game?" She glanced around at the students, her sharp nose pointed slightly upwards. "I should hope not. But before we begin, let us have a bit of discussion about why it is important for us to study the ways and means of the Muggle world. Anyone?" James avoided Curry's eyes as she looked from student to student. There was silence but for the gusting wind in the nearby trees and the flap of the banners over the castle. "We learn about Muggles so that we will not forget the fact that, despite our myriad differences, we are all human," Curry said crisply and emphatically. "When we forget our essential similarities, we forget how to get along, and that cannot but lead to prejudice, discrimination, and eventually, conflict." She allowed the echo of her words to diminish, and then brightened. "Besides, the non-magical nature of our Muggle friends has forced them to be inventive in ways that the magical world has never achieved. The result, students, are games so simple and elegant that they require no broomsticks, no enchanted snitches, no flying bludgers. The only things necessary are 2 nets." She indicated Hagrid's new structures with a sweep of her left arm, then held something else aloft with her right, and 1 single ball. "Excellent," Zane said ironically, gazing at the ball in Curry's upraised hand. "I came to a school of magic to learn to play soccer. Around here, we call it football," Damien said sourly. "Madam Curry," a pleasant female voice said. James looked for the speaker. Tabitha Corsica stood near the end of the opposite line, all but cringing in her gold jersey. She wore a black sport cloak over it, tied neatly at her throat. A group of other Slytherins stood in line near her, the distaste very clear on their faces. "Why is it necessary, exactly, for us to learn to play a Muggle sport? Might it not be sufficient to read about Muggle histories and, lifestyles? After all, even if they desired to, witches and wizards are not allowed to compete in Muggle sporting competitions. According to international magical law. Am I correct?" "Indeed you are, Miss Corsica," Curry answered quickly. "And have you any idea why that might be?" Tabitha raised her eyebrows and smiled politely. "I'm sure I don't, ma'am." "The answer to your question lies therein, Miss Corsica," Curry said, turning away from Tabitha. "Anyone else?" A boy James recognized as a third-year Hufflepuff raised his hand. "Ma'am? I think it's because wizards would throw off the balance of competition if they used magic." Curry motioned for him to elaborate. "Go on, Mr. Terrell." "Well, my mum works for the ministry and she says there are international laws that keep wizards from using magic to win Muggle sporting events or lotteries or contests and the like. If witches and wizards got into a Muggle sport and used any magic, they'd be able to run circles around any Muggle, wouldn't they?" You are speaking of the International Department for the Prevention of Unfair Advantage, Mr. Terrell, and you are, more or less, correct. Curry dropped the ball to the ground at her feet and kicked it lightly. It rolled a couple of yards across the grass. To be honest, it is not accurate to say that witches and wizards are forbidden from competing in Muggle sports. There are allowances for persons of magical heritage who do wish to compete. However, they must agree to undergo certain spells that, performed upon themselves with the help of wizarding officials, temporarily nullify their magical abilities. If this were not so, Professor Curry produced her own wand from an inner pocket of her cloak and pointed it at the ball. Velocito expendum, she trilled. She pocketed the wand, and then strolled toward the ball. She kicked it in a casual, offhand manner. The ball virtually exploded off her foot. It shot across the grass and hit the netting of the goal with a sharp smack, belling the netting outward as if the ball had been shot from a cannon. Well, you get the point, Curry said, turning back to the double line of students. The Wizard Muggle sportsmanship program is, as you might imagine, distasteful enough that virtually no wizards or witches have participated in it. That is not to say, however, that many witches and wizards do not attempt to circumvent these laws each year, upsetting the fairness of the Muggle sporting world. Madam Curry, Tabitha said again, raising her hand. Is it true, then, that the Ministry, and the international magical community, believe Muggles are unable to cope with the skills of the magical world, and that witches and wizards must be hobbled in order to be considered equal with them? For the first time, Professor Curry seemed rather ruffled. Miss Corsica, that is hardly a discussion for this class. If you wish to discuss the political machinations of the Ministry. I'm sorry, Madam Curry, Tabitha said, smiling disarmingly. I was just curious. This being a class devoted to the study of Muggles, I thought we might be planning to discuss the obvious disrespect for the Muggle world that the magical community has shown by assuming them too feeble to deal with our existence. Please forgive my interruption and carry on. Curry stared at Tabitha, obviously fuming, but the damage had been done. James heard whispers all around, saw the sideways looks and nods of agreement. He noticed that the Slytherin students were still wearing their blue question the victors badges, having pinned them to their gold jerseys. Yes, Curry said curtly. Well, then. Shall we begin? For the next 40 minutes, she led them through drills and ball handling techniques. James had been unenthusiastic at first, but began to warm to the simplistic nature of the sport. Besides disallowing wands, football apparently demanded that players not even use their hands. The pure silliness of it amused and intrigued James. Few of the students were any good at the sport, which allowed them to approach it without being afraid of getting it wrong. Zane had, of course, played football before, although he claimed very little skill at it. Sure enough, James noticed that Zane didn't seem to be much better at running down the field with the ball than anyone else. As James watched, Zane tangled his feet around the ball and fell over it. The ball squirted out from under him and Zane simply lay there, staring up at the marching clouds with a look of thoughtful grimness on his face. Tabitha Corsica and her Slytherins stood in a disdainful huddle in a corner of the makeshift field, one of the footballs lying forlornly in the grass between them. They made no attempt to practice the drills, and Curry seemed to have dismissed them, spending her time near the goal, where students were taking place kicks into the net. James found that he was enjoying himself. He dug his heels into the grass, eyed the ball lying 20 feet ahead of him, and then charged it. He timed his steps carefully, planted his left foot next to the ball and kicked it solidly with his right. The thump of it leaving his foot was surprisingly satisfying. The ball sailed through a smooth arc and through the reaching arms of Professor Curry, who was acting as goalie. There was a thump and swish as the ball struck the net. Very nice, Mr. Potter, Curry called, breathing hard. Her hair had come askew and hung in loose curls around her thin face. She pushed up her sleeves and bent to retrieve the ball. Very nice, indeed. James smiled despite himself as he trotted to the back of the line. Teacher's pet, Zane muttered as James passed. Nice foot, Potter, Ted called as the class finally headed back to the castle. We need to work that into the walk-it routine somehow. Sabrina, think of something we can do with that. High-kicking aliens from the planet Goalatron or something. Got it. Sabrina called, saluting as she entered the castle gate. By the way, Captain, you've got grass stains on your bum. Nice work. After lunch, James and Zane joined Ralph in the library for a study period. As they unpacked their books and spread them around a corner table, Ralph seemed even more melancholy than usual. What's going on, Ralph? Zane said, trying to keep his voice low so as not to attract the attention of Professor Slughorn, who was monitoring the library that period. Your Slytherin buddies tell you your underwear aren't magical enough, or something? Ralph looked around, cautiously. I got in trouble this morning with Professor Slughorn. Seems to be going around, James said. I spent my morning in McGonagall's office getting detention. McGonagall? Ralph and Zane both exclaimed. You first, then, James. McGonagall outranks Slughorn, Ralph said. James told about the ghost the night before, and about being led to the Muggle intruder and the chase that followed. That was you? Ralph asked incredulously. We all saw the broken window on the way down to breakfast. Filch was covering it with canvas and muttering away under his breath. He looked like he wanted us to ask him about it so he could rant and rave a bit. Who do you think it was? Zane prodded James. I don't know. All I know is that it was the same guy I saw hiding out by the forest the other morning. And I think he's a Muggle. So? Zane said, shrugging. I'm a Muggle. Ralph's a Muggle. No, you aren't. You're Muggle-born, but you're both wizards. This guy was just a plain old Muggle. Although, according to McGonagall, that's impossible. No Muggle can get past the school's disillusionment charms. Why not? What happens? Ralph asked. Well, for one thing, like I said on the train, Hogwarts is unplottable. It can't be mapped. Also, no Muggle has ever heard of it. And, even if some Muggle did just happen to wander into the grounds, the disillusionment charms would guide them around so they didn't even know they were passing us. If they tried to push through the disillusionment charms, they'd just get all disoriented and doubt themselves. Their compasses would go all wacky and they'd end up turning around, even without knowing it. You can't just force your way through that kind of disillusionment charm. The whole point of it is to deflect anybody who isn't supposed to get in, and make them believe the deflection was their idea. Zane frowned. So how do any of us get in, then? Well, we're all basically secret keepers, aren't we? James said, and then had to explain the idea of being a secret keeper, about how only a secret keeper could find the secret place or lead others there. Of course, it all gets a lot less secure with this many of us. That's why there are laws against even Muggle parents of students telling anyone. Yet, my parents had to sign some big non-disclosure agreement before I came, Zane said, as if the very idea was the greatest thing he'd ever heard. It said that any privileged Muggles like my parents weren't allowed to talk to any other Muggles about Hogwarts or the magical community. If they did, the contract would kick in and their tongues would curl up until somebody from the ministry came to release the spell. Excellent. Yeah, James said, Ted told me about a Muggle-born girl he dated his third year. Her parents accidentally mentioned Hogwarts at a dinner party, and their hosts called the Muggle paramedics because they thought both of them were having some sort of weird seizure at exactly the same time. The ministry had to do memory modifications on everybody. It was a mess, but it was pretty funny. Cool, Ralph said meaningfully. Hey, I should have used one of those disillusionment charms on my duffel bag. Would have saved me some trouble. Zane turned to him. So what's the deal, Ralphie? What kind of trouble are you causing now? It wasn't me. Ralph protested, and then lowered his voice, glancing toward the front desk. Slughorn was reclined behind it, peering at a gigantic book through a pair of tiny spectacles and drinking something frothy in a stoneware mug. Ralph grimaced and sighed. Slughorn found my game deck this morning. He said I left it in the common room. He was all diplomatic about it, but he told me I wanted to be very careful about things like that. Said I should probably try to leave my muggle toys at home. James furrowed his brow. I thought you said it had gone missing a few days ago. Ralph became animated. It did. That's what I mean. I didn't leave it in the common room. I'm about to chuck the stupid thing in the toilet. Somebody took it out of my bag and left it out there for Slughorn to find. I hate those guys. Ralph's voice had descended to a harsh whisper. He glanced around quickly, as if he expected his housemates to pop out from behind the nearest bookcase. Zane looked thoughtful. You don't know who took it? No, Ralph said sarcastically. I'm pretty sure that was the point. You have it with you? Yeah, Ralph said, deflating a bit. I'm not letting it out of my sight until I can get rid of it. It doesn't work all that well around here anyway. Too much magic in the air or something. He dug the game console out of his backpack and handed it under the table to Zane. James watched as Zane worked the buttons swiftly and the screen came to life. If anybody sees you with that thing, Ralph muttered, it's yours. Happy Christmas. Zane pressed buttons fluidly, making the screen flash and cycle. I'm just checking to see if the last person who played it made a profile. What's a profile? James asked, leaning to look at the screen. Zane waved him away without looking up. Don't look. Slughorn will see. Ralph, tell Mr. Wizard here what a game profile is. It's just a way to keep track of your game, Ralph whispered. Before you play, you create a profile, with a name and stuff, usually just something made up. Then anything you do in the game is recorded under that profile. When you come back later and log into that profile, you can pick up wherever you left off. You the Ralphinator? Zane asked, still working the game deck. I'm not even going to answer that, Ralph said flatly. Here we are then, Zane said, stubbing a finger at the screen. Does the name Maddox mean anything to you? No, Ralph said, raising his eyebrows. There's a profile with that name? Right here. Created around midnight day before last. No other info and no game progress at all. James blinked. No game progress? Nope, Zane said, shutting the device down and passing it back to Ralph under the table. Plenty of login time, but no actual gaming. Probably couldn't figure out that D-pad up and the left shoulder button worked the super attack. Newbies. James rolled his eyes. So what's it mean? Who is what's his name? It's just a made-up name, like I said, Ralph said, stuffing the game deck into the bottom of his bag. It doesn't mean anything. Right? Ralph said the last to Zane, who was sitting across the table looking almost comically thoughtful. He had his head tilted, his brow furrowed, and one corner of his mouth cinched up, dimpling his cheek. After a moment, he shook his head. I don't know. It's familiar. Seems like somebody just mentioned that name, but I can't place it. Well, all I know, Ralph said, propping his chin on his hands, is I'm dumping this thing off with my dad at the break. I'm sorry I ever saw it. Mr. Potter, a voice suddenly boomed nearby. All three of them jumped. It was Professor Slughorn. He had approached the table and was suddenly standing behind James' chair. I had hoped to run into you. So good to see you, my boy. So good, indeed. James forced a smile as Slughorn patted him on the back. "Thank you, sir. You know, I know your father. Met him when he was a student here and not yet the famous orator that he is now, of course." Slughorn nodded knowingly, winking, as if Harry Potter had not, in fact, been enormously famous even before he'd become head orator. "He's mentioned me, no doubt. Very close we were at the time. Of course, I've lost track of him in the years since, what with my teaching, pottering about, turning into an old man, and his getting married, developing his illustrious career, and making fine young men like yourself." Slughorn punched James playfully on the shoulder. "I look forward to catching up with him a bit during his visit next week. Do tell him to look me up, won't you?" "I will, sir," James said, rubbing his shoulder. "Good, good. Well, I'll leave you boys to your studies, then. Carry on, lads," Slughorn said, glancing at Ralph and Zane with no apparent recognition, despite the fact that he and Ralph had spoken that very morning. "So, Professor Slughorn, could I ask you a question?" It was Zane. Slughorn glanced back, eyebrows raised. "Why, certainly, Mr. Walker, sir. It was your Potions 1 class, I believe. You mentioned someone named Austen. "Ah, yes, Mr. Walker. Wednesday afternoon, was it? Now I recall." Slughorn glanced distractedly toward the front desk. "Yes, not really potions related, but his name did come up. Austen was a historian and seer from the distant past. His writings are considered, well, apocryphal at best. I believe I was making a little joke, Mr. Walker." "So? Well, thank you, sir," Zane replied. "Never a problem, my boy," Slughorn assured him, glancing around the library. "And now, I must return to my duties. I'll not distract you further." "That was quite a coincidence," Ralph whispered, leaning over the desk as Slughorn drifted away. "Not really," Zane reasoned. "He mentioned Austen in class as a joke. I remember now. It seemed to be a reference to a source that isn't all that trustworthy or is a little loopy. The way we'd refer to a tabloid or a conspiracy theory or something. Slughorn's head of Slytherin House, so he probably uses that same reference among your guys. They'd know it. That's why the one that made off with your game deck knew the name." "I suppose," Ralph said doubtfully. "But why?" James asked. "Why use a name that means don't trust me, I'm a loon? Who knows what dopiness lurks in the hearts of Slytherins?" Zane said dismissively. "It just doesn't make sense," James insisted. "Slytherins are usually all about image. They love all that cloak and dagger stuff, with the dragons' heads and secret passwords. I just don't get why one of them would use a name that their own head of house treats like a joke." "Whatever," Ralph said. "I have actual homework to do, so if you two don't mind." They all spent the next half hour working on their homework. When it was time to pack up, Zane turned to James. "Quidditch tryouts tonight, right?" "Mine, yes. Yours, too?" Zane nodded. "Looks like we'll be sharing the field. Good luck, mate." Zane shook James' hand. James felt surprisingly touched. "Thanks. You too." "Of course, you'll rip it up out there," Zane pronounced airily. "I'll be lucky to stay on top of a broom." "How long have you been flying, anyway?" "I only ever flew a toy broom around the house when I was little," said James. "The laws used to be pretty loose about brooms. There were underage height and distance restrictions, but pretty much anyone of any age could take one up as long as they were careful not to be seen by any muggles. Then, back around the time Dad got his honorary diploma from Hogwarts, some teenagers got drunk on fire whiskey and tried to play Quidditch in Trafalgar Square. Since then, the laws have been tightened up. Now it's almost like getting a Muggle driver's license. We have to take flight lessons and get certified before we can fly legally. Some wizarding families will still let their kids go up on a broom in the backyard and stuff, just to practice. But my dad being an orator. Both your dad and your mom were big-time Quidditch players, though, right? Thane asked, nudging James with an elbow and grinning. Even if you don't even know which end of a broom is up, you'll still be killer on it when you hit the field. Metaphorically, of course. James smiled uncomfortably. They headed to their classes. James couldn't help feeling nervous. He'd nearly forgotten all about Quidditch tryouts. The knowledge that he'd be out there in a few hours, getting on one of the team brooms for the first time and trying to be one of the few first years to make the Gryffindor team left him feeling vaguely sick. He thought of the snitch he'd grown up playing with, his famous dad's famous first snitch. Back then, he'd never doubted his future. The way Uncle Ron talked about it, it was almost James' birthright to be on the Gryffindor Quidditch team his first year, and James had never questioned it. But now that it was imminent, he was afraid. The fears he had felt during the sorting ceremony all came back. But that had turned out all right, he reminded himself. He'd been so worried about it, he'd almost talked the sorting hat into sending him to Slytherin House with Ralph, and he knew now what a mistake that would have been. The key was to relax. Quidditch, like being a Gryffindor, was in his blood. He had to just let it happen and not worry. By dinner, he had to admit his plan wasn't working. He could barely eat. That's right, Potter, Noah nodded, seeing James' untouched plate. The less you eat, the less you'll have to throw up when you're in the air. Of course, some of us see a little well-aimed sick as a great defensive technique. You've had your first broom lesson with Professor Ridcully, right? James drooped and rolled his eyes. No. I haven't. First class is on Monday. Noah looked serious for a moment, and then shrugged. Ed, you'll do fine. Brooms are easy. Lean forward to go, pull back to stop. Lean and roll into turns. Piece of cake. Yeah, Ted agreed. And all the rain and wind out there will only make it easier. You probably won't even be able to see the ground, what with the fog. Easier to trust your guns. Just as long as you keep them on the inside, somebody called from further down the table. There was a chorus of laughter. James dropped his head onto his folded arms. The Quidditch pitch was sodden and muddy. Rain fell in great sheets, beating the ground and creating a dense mist that drenched James to the skin within the first minute. Justin Kennelly, the Gryffindor captain, led his group out onto the field, yelling over the steady roar of the rain. Quidditch isn't called on account of rain, he bellowed. Some of the best Quidditch matches have taken place in weather like this, and much worse. The 1984 Quidditch World Cup was held with a typhoon off the coast of Japan, you know. The Seekers both flew over 60 miles, chasing the snitch in gale force winds. This is a trickle by comparison. Perfect weather for tryouts. Kennelly stopped and turned in the center of the pitch, rain running from the tips of his nose and chin. There was a large Quidditch trunk at his feet, as well as a line of broomsticks neatly laid out on the wet grass. James saw that most of the house brooms were Nimbus 2000s, serviceable but rather obsolete models. He was a little relieved. If he'd been asked to fly a new Thunderstreak, he was pretty sure he'd have ended up in a tree 100 miles away. At the opposite end of the pitch, James saw the Ravenclaw team assembling. He couldn't recognize any of them through the spattering rain and mist. All right, then, Kennelly called out. First years, you're up first. I'm told that some of you haven't yet had your first broom lessons, but thanks to new regulations and the disclaimers you all signed before school, there's no reason you can't climb on up and give it a go. Let's see what you can do before we try anything with the rest of the team. No worries about formations or stunts, Let's just see you get in the air and navigate the field without knocking each other to your dooms." James felt his stomach plummet. He had hoped to spend some time watching the older students practice. Now that he was about to climb onto his first broom, he wished he had paid more attention to how the players handled them during the matches he'd been to, rather than looking for the spectacular stunts and messiest bludger hits. The other first years were already moving forward, picking brooms and holding out their hands to summon them. James forced himself to join them. He stopped next to a broom and stared down at it. For the first time, the thing looked like nothing more than a chunk of wood with a brush on the end instead of a sleek flying apparatus. Rain dripped from the sodden bristles. James held his hand over it. "Up," he said. His voice seemed tiny and silly to him. Nothing happened. He swallowed past something that felt like a steel marble in his throat. "Up," he called again. The broom bobbed, and then dropped back to the grass with a dull smack. He glanced around at the other first years. None of them seemed to be having much more luck. Only one of them had succeeded in raising his broom. The older players were gathered around watching with amusement, nudging each other. Noah caught James' eye and hoisted his thumb into the air, nodding encouragingly. "Up," James called again, mustering as much authority as he could. The broom bobbed again, and James caught it before it could drop back. Close enough, he thought. He gave a huge sigh, then slung a leg over the broom. It floated uncertainly beneath him, barely supporting its own weight. Something swooped past him. "Way to go!" Ted cried over the rain as a first-year girl named Baptiste swept upward, waddling slightly. Two more first years kicked off. One of them slipped sideways and swung, dangling from the bottom of his broom. He hung on for a second or two, then his fingers slipped from the wet broomstick and he tumbled to the ground. There was a roar of amiable laughter. "At least you got into the air, Klein," somebody called. James pressed his lips together. Gripping the broomstick so tightly his knuckles turned white, he kicked off. The broom bobbed up, and James saw the grass glide beneath him. Then he began to descend again. His feet skidded, and he waddled, trying to kick up again. The broomstick arced upward and picked up speed, but James couldn't seem to make it maintain any height. He was skidding along the grass again, sending up rooster tails of muddy water. Hollers of encouragement erupted behind him. He concentrated furiously, holding his breath and kicking along as the broom weaved toward the Ravenclaws, who turned to watch. "Up," he thought desperately, "up, up, up." He remembered Noah's advice at dinner: lean forward to go, pull back to stop. He realized he was pulling on the broomstick, trying to make it rise, but that wasn't right, was it? He had to lean forward to go. But if he leaned forward, common sense told him he'd simply plow into the ground. Ravenclaws began to sidle away as he approached, trying to get out of his path. They were all calling advice and warnings. None of it made any sense to James. Finally, desperately, James abandoned his own logic, lifted his feet and leaned forward as far as he could. The sense of speed was shocking as the broom rocketed forward. Mist and rain stung James' face and the grass beneath him became a blur of muddy green. But he wasn't going up, he was merely streaking along the ground. He heard shouts and exclamations as he plowed through the Ravenclaws. They scrambled and leaped to get out of the way. He was still picking up speed as he leaned forward. Ahead of him, the ramparts of the grandstand filled his vision, getting alarmingly close. James tried to lean, to steer aside. He felt himself banking, but not enough. Up, he thought furiously, he needed to go up. Finally, for lack of a better idea, he leaned back, pulling the broomstick as hard as he could. The broom responded instantly and with sickening force, angling into a steep climb. The grandstands fell away. Rows of seats and banners flickered past, and then gave way to an enormous, gray sky. Motion seemed to stop, despite the air and rain that barreled past him. James risked a glance behind him. The Quidditch pitch looked like a postage stamp, shrinking and growing hazy behind a raft of clouds and mist. James gasped, inhaling wind and rain, panic gripping him like giant claws. He was still climbing. Great gray slabs of cloud barreled past, buffeting him with shocking darkness and cold. James shoved down on the broom again, gritting his teeth and stifling a cry of terror. He felt the broomstick dip sickeningly, almost hurling him off. He couldn't seem to make it do anything other than drastic altitude changes. James had lost all sense of direction. He was surrounded by rain and dense clouds. For the first time, getting on the Gryffindor Quidditch team seemed much less important than simply getting both feet back on the ground, wherever it was. He couldn't gauge how fast he was going or in what direction. Wind and mist tore at his face, making his eyes water. Suddenly, there were other shapes nearby. They swooped around him out of the clouds. He heard distant yelling, calls, his name. One of the shapes angled toward him and James was shocked to see Zane on a broomstick, his face chalk white, his blonde hair whipping wildly around his head. He motioned at James as he banked, but James couldn't make sense of his gestures. "Follow me," Zane shouted over the wind as he swooped by. The other figures resolved as they centered on James. He saw Ted and Jennifer, the Ravenclaw. They moved into formation around him. Ted was calling directions to James, but he couldn't make them out. He concentrated on angling the broom in the direction that Zane was flying. The clouds barreled past again like freight trains, and James lost sight of the other flyers. There was a buffeting shock of cold air, and then the ground opened up beneath James, swaying with enormous finality. The Quidditch pitch was rising to meet him, its matted grass looking very hard and unforgiving. Zane was still ahead of James, but he was pulling back, slowing, gesturing wildly with one hand. James pulled back on his own broomstick, trying to emulate Zane, but the force of the wind roaring past fought him. He battled it, turning, wrestling the broomstick up so that he feared it might snap beneath him. And then his rain-slicked hand slipped, fumbled, and he fell backwards, gripping the broom desperately with only his legs. He was spinning wildly, end over end. James felt the force of Zane whipping past, Zane's shouts diminishing behind him with horrible speed. The ground swooped around his head, reaching up to embrace him, and James heard the sound of it, a huge, low roar, getting louder and louder until there was a horrible jolt. James squeezed his eyes shut, trying not to hear the sound of his body hitting the ground. There was no sound. He risked opening his eyes just a tiny bit, and then looked around with relief and surprise. He was hovering 5 feet above the center of the Quidditch pitch, still straddling his broom, but not holding on. Rain hissed all around him as the Ravenclaws and Gryffindors stared at him. Zane, Ted, and Jennifer drifted down around James, gawping at him. Then Ted turned. James followed his eyes. Ralph stood on the edge of the field, his robe soaked through and sticking to him, an umbrella lying abandoned at the edge of the grandstands. Every muscle in Ralph's body seemed to be tensed, straining, as he held his ridiculous, enormous wand straight out, pointing it at James. He was trembling visibly. Rain streamed down his face, matting his hair to his forehead. "Do I have to keep this up?" he said through gritted teeth. "Or can I let go now?" 5. The Book of Audiobooks. "Don't think of it as looking like a miserable failure on a broomstick," Zane said afterwards as they all sat in the Ravenclaw common room. "Think of it as giving Ralphie here a chance to look positively brilliant." James said nothing. He sat slumped at the end of the couch, his head propped miserably on his hand. "Besides, if I hadn't hopped on my broomstick and took off after you, I don't think I'd have been able to figure it out at all. It was just a matter of not thinking about it, really." "Spectacular stuff out there," Walker, an older student, said as he passed the couch, ruffling Zane's damp hair. Yeah, another one said from across the room. Normally, first year's tryouts are just for laughs. With you, we get the laughs and the skills. There was a round of laughter and scattered applause. Zane beamed, soaking it up. Seriously, though, Ralph said from where he sat on the floor, his back to the fire, how'd you do that? Flying is supposed to be pretty tough to master. I don't know, honestly, Zane said. I saw James heading into the stratosphere and I just took off after him. I hardly even knew I was doing it until the very end, when I realized I was nosediving straight into the pitch. I pulled up at the last second, just as the human torpedo here went past me, and I thought, look at me. I'm flying. Maybe it was all those racing games and flight simulators I grew up playing with my dad. The feel of it all just made sense to me. Zane suddenly seemed to realize this conversation wasn't lifting James' mood much. But enough about me and my broom. What about you, Ralphie? Ralph blinked thoughtfully, and then picked up his wand from where it lay on his wet cloak. It was just as huge and ridiculous as always, still with the tip whittled down and painted lime green, but nobody was laughing at it anymore. I don't know. It's like you said, isn't it? I just didn't think about it. I saw James falling and I thought of the feather in Flitwick's class. Next thing I know, I'm pointing my wand at him and yelling. Several students, including Zane, ducked and called out as Ralph flicked his wand ahead of him. Ralph smiled sheepishly. Get a grip, everybody. I wasn't gonna say it. Ralph, you're the real deal, mate, Zane said, recovering. You went from floating a feather to a human body in one class, you know. My boy's got talent. James stirred. If you two are done congratulating yourselves, I'm gonna go find a hole and live in it for the rest of the year. Hey, I'll bet Grop's girlfriend has room in her cave, Ralph said. Zane did a double take at Ralph, open-mouthed. What? Ralph said. It'll save him some time looking. He's joking, Zane said, glancing at James. I couldn't tell at first. Congratulations on making the team, James said quietly, standing and collecting his cloak from a hook by the fire. Hey, really, Zane said awkwardly. I'm sorry about how things worked out. I didn't know it was that important to you. Really? James stood still for several seconds, staring into the fire. Zane's expression of regret struck him deeply. His heart ached. His face heated and his eyes burned. He blinked and looked away. It wasn't that important to me, really, he said. It was just really, really important. As the door closed behind James, he heard Ralph say, so who was it important to? James walked slowly, his head down. His clothes were still damp, and his body ached from the jolt of Ralph levitating him at the end of his long dive, but he barely noticed those things. He had failed. After the victory of becoming a Gryffindor, he'd been cautiously confident that Quidditch, too, would work out. Instead, he'd ended up looking like a complete fool in front of both the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws. Far from the spectacular aerobatic displays his dad had legendarily performed, James had to be rescued from killing himself. There was no surviving this kind of failure. He'd never live it down. Nobody was making fun of him now, at least to his face, but what would they say next year when he showed up for tryouts again? He couldn't even bear to think about it. How would he tell his dad? His dad, who would be coming at the beginning of next week to see him and hear of his exploits. He'd understand, of course. He'd tell James Quidditch didn't matter, that the important thing was for him to be himself and have fun. And he'd even mean it. And still, knowing that didn't make James feel any better. Zane had made the Ravenclaw team, though. James felt a stab of bitter jealousy at that. He felt immediately sorry for it, but that didn't make the jealousy go away. Zane was Muggle-born, And an American, to boot. Quidditch was supposed to be a baffling mystery to him, and James was supposed to be the instinctive flyer, the rescuing hero. Not the other way around. How could things have gone so totally wrong so fast? When he reached the Gryffindor common room, James ducked around the edge of the room, avoiding the eyes of those gathered there, laughing with their friends, listening to music, discussing homework, snogging on the couch. He ducked up the stairs and into the sleeping chamber, which was dark and quiet. Back in his dad's day, the dorms had been separated by year. Now James was glad that he shared the room with some of the older years. They usually brought reassurance that all of this was survivable. He needed some of that reassurance now, or at least someone to notice his misery and validate it. He sighed deeply in the empty room. James washed up in the little bathroom, changed, then sat on his bed, looking out into the night. Nobby watched him from his cage by the window, clicking his beak from time to time, wanting to get outside and find a mouse or two, but James didn't notice him. The rain had finally exhausted itself. The clouds were breaking up, revealing a great silvery moon. James watched it for a long time, not knowing what he was waiting for, not even really knowing he was waiting. In the end, what he was waiting for didn't happen. No one came upstairs. He heard their voices below. It was Friday night. Nobody else was going to bed early. He felt utterly lonely and bereft. He slid under the covers and stared out at the moon from there. Eventually, he slept. James spent most of his weekend moping about in the Gryffindor common room. He knew that neither Ralph nor Zane could get into the common room without the password, and he was in no mood to see them or anyone else. He read his assigned homework chapters and practiced some wand work. He was particularly annoyed to discover that he couldn't get his practice feather to do any more than scuttle pathetically around the table. After 20 minutes, he grew exasperated, growled a word his mother didn't know he knew, and slammed his wand onto the table. It shot a stream of purple sparks, as if surprised at James' outburst. Saturday night's detention with Argus Filch came. James found himself following Filch around the corridors with a bucket and a giant, stiff-bristled scrubbing brush. Occasionally, Filch would stop and, without turning, point at a spot on the floor, the wall, or a detail of a statue. James would look and there would be a bit of graffiti or a patch of long trodden-upon gum. James would sigh, dip the brush, and begin to scrub with both hands. Filch treated James as if he was personally responsible for each bit of defacing he scrubbed. As James worked, Filch muttered and fumed, lamenting about the much better sorts of punishments he had been permitted to mete out in years past. By the time James was allowed to return to his rooms, his fingers were cold, red, and sore, and smelled of Filch's ugly brown soap. On Sunday afternoon, James went for a moody wander around the grounds and ran into Ted and Petra, who were lounging on a blanket, ostensibly working out star charts on sheets of parchment. Now that Trelawney's sharing divination class with Madame Delacroix, we have actual homework, Ted complained. Used to be we just had to look at some tea leaves and make up doom and gloom predictions. That was kind of fun, actually. Petra was leaning against a tree, shuffling maps and charts on her lap, comparing them to a huge book of constellations that lay open on the blanket. Unlike Trelawney, Delacroix seems to have the quaint notion that astrology is a hard science, she said, shaking her head in disgust. How a bunch of rocks rolling around in space know anything about my future is beyond me. Ted told James to stick around and keep them from getting too much done. Sensing that he wasn't interrupting anything personal, and that neither Ted nor Petra were going to bring up James' disastrous Quidditch tryouts, James flopped onto the blanket and peered at the book of star charts. Black and white drawings of planets, each emblazoned with names and illustrations of mythical creatures, circled and spun slowly on the pages, their orbits drawn as red ellipses. Which one of these planets is the Wocket from? James asked drily. Petra turned a page. Hardy har. James turned the enormous pages of the constellation book slowly, examining the moving planets and otherworldly astrological symbols. So how do Professor Trelawney and Madame Delacroix get along, then? James asked, after a minute. He remembered Damien implying there would be some friction between them. Oil and water, Ted replied. Trelawney tries to make nice, but she obviously hates the Voodoo Queen. For Delacroix's part, she doesn't even pretend to like Trelawney. They're from two different schools of thought, in every sense of the word. I like Trelawney's school better, Petra muttered, scribbling a note on her parchment. We all know what you think, dear, Ted soothed. He turned to James. Petra likes Trelawney because she knows that, at its heart, divination is really just a set of random variables that you use to order your own thinking. Trelawney thinks it's all mystical, of course, but she still knows it's just a bunch of totally subjective mumbo-jumbo. Petra is a facts girl, so she likes that even if Trelawney takes all this stuff seriously, she doesn't try to make it, rigid. Petra sighed and clapped her book shut. Divination isn't science. It's psychology. At least Trelawney gets that in practice, if not in belief. Delacroix. She threw the book onto the pile next to her, rolling her eyes. We have a test this week, Ted said mournfully. An actual divination test. It's all about some crazy astrological event that's happening later this year. The linings of the planets, or whatever. James looked quizzical. The linings of the planets. Alignment of the planets, Petra said patiently. Actually, it is a pretty big deal. It only happens once every few hundred years. That's science. Knowing what silly mythical creature each planet represents, what it was a god of to some bunch of dotty primitives, and what it means to the harmonics of the astrological precognition matrix isn't. Ted looked at James and frowned. Someday, we'll get Petra to reveal her true feelings about it. Petra smacked him over the head with one of the larger star charts. Later, at dinner, James saw Zane and Ralph sitting together at the Ravenclaw table. He saw Zane look over once, and was glad that he didn't try to come over and talk to him. He knew it was extremely petty of him, but he was still sick with jealousy and the shame of his embarrassment. He ate quickly, and then wandered out of the Great Hall, unsure where he would go. The evening was pleasant and cool as the sun dipped behind the mountains. James explored the perimeter of the grounds, listening to the song of the crickets and throwing stones into the lake. He went to knock on the door to Hagrid's cabin, but there was a note on the door, written in large, clumsy letters. The note said that Hagrid was up in the forest until Monday morning. Spending time with Grop and Grop's lady giant friend, James figured. It was beginning to get dark. James turned and headed dejectedly back in the direction of the castle. He was on his way up to the common room when he decided to make a side trip. He was curious about something. The trophy case was lit with a series of lanterns, so that the cups, plaques, and statues each glinted brightly. James walked slowly along, looking in at the team photos of decades past Quidditch teams, their uniforms outdated, but their smiles and expressions of hearty invincibility eternally unchanged. There were gold and bronze trophies, antique snitches, game bludgers strapped down with leather belts, but still wiggling slightly as he passed. James stopped near the end and looked in at the Triwizard Tournament display. His dad smiled the same uncomfortable smile, looking impossibly young and unruly. James leaned in and looked at the picture on the other side of the Triwizard Cup, the one of Cedric Diggory. The boy in the picture was handsome, guileless, with the same expression on his face that James had seen in the old Quidditch team photos, that expression of perpetual youth and seamless confidence. James studied the photo. The expression was what had kept him from making the connection the first time he'd seen the picture. It was you, wasn't it? James whispered to the picture. It wasn't really a question. The boy in the picture smiled his smile, nodding slightly, as if in agreement. James hadn't expected an answer, but as he started to straighten up, something changed on the plaque below the Triwizard Cup. The engraved words sank into the silver plaque, then, after a moment, new words surfaced. They spelled out slowly, silently. James Potter, Harry's son. A shiver thrilled down James' back. He nodded. Yes, he whispered. The words sank back into nothing. Several seconds went by, and then more words drifted up. How long has it been? James didn't understand the question at first. He shook his head slightly. I'm sorry. How long has it been, since what? The letters receded and spelled again, slowly, as if they took great effort. Since I died. James swallowed. I don't know, exactly. 17 or 18 years, I think. The letters faded out very slowly. No more formed for almost a minute. Then. Time is so strange, here it feels longer, shorter. James didn't know what to say. A sense of great loneliness and sadness had crept into the corridor, filling the space, and James himself, like a cool cloud. My, James' voice caught. He cleared his throat, swallowed, and tried again. My dad and Mum, Ginny, used to be Weasley. They talk about you. Sometimes. They remember you. They liked you. The letters faded, surfaced. Ginny and Harry I always knew. There was something there. Cedric's ghost seemed to be seeping away, leaking out of the air of the corridor. The letters faded slowly. James had wanted to ask more questions, had meant to ask about the Muggle intruder, how he was getting in, but now it seemed unimportant. He just wanted to say something to lessen the pall of sadness he'd sensed in Cedric's presence, but he couldn't think of anything. Then the letters came once more, spelling out very faintly and slowly. Are they happy? James read the question, considered it. He nodded. Yeah, Cedric. They are. We are. The letters evaporated as soon as James spoke, and there was something like a sigh all around him, long and somehow exhausted. When it was over, James glanced around the corridor. He could tell he was alone again. When he looked back at the plaque below the Triwizard Cup, it had reverted to its normal state, covered in elaborate, engraved words. James shivered, hugged himself, then turned and began to walk back toward the main hall. The ghost had finally spoken, and it was Cedric Diggory. We are happy, James thought. As he climbed the steps to the common room, he realized it was true. He felt a little silly about the way he'd mooned around all weekend, stirring his jealousy and sense of failure like a stew. At this moment, it all seemed unimportant. He was just glad to be here, at Hogwarts, with new friends, challenges, endless adventures before him. He ran along the hallway to the portrait hole, wanting nothing more at that moment than to spend the last couple of hours of his first weekend at Hogwarts having some fun, laughing, forgetting the silliness of the whole Quidditch disaster. He realized, reluctantly, that on some level, it was even a little funny. As he entered the common room, he stopped and looked around. Ralph and Zane were there, sitting with the rest of the gremlins around the table by the window. They all looked up. There's our little alien, Zane said happily. We're trying to work your broom handling skills into the routine. What do you think of a Roswell crash kinda gig? Ralph's got his wand, all ready to catch you. Ralph wiggled his wand and smiled sheepishly. James rolled his eyes and went to join them. James awoke late Monday morning. He ran into the Great Hall, hoping to grab a piece of toast before Transfiguration class, and met Ralph and Zane, who were just coming out. No time, mate, Ralph said, hooking James' arm and turning him around. Can't be late to first class. McGonagall teaches it, and I've heard bad things about what she does to tardy students. James sighed and trotted along with them through the noisy, busy corridors. I hope she doesn't do terrible things to students whose stomachs growl during class as well. Zane handed something to James as they walked. Check that out when you get a chance. I'd already showed it to Ralphie and it blew his mind, didn't it? I've marked the spot for you. It was a thick, bedraggled book. The cover was cloth-bound in frayed fabric that had once probably been read. The pages were yellowed, threatening to fall out of the binding in chunks. What is it? James said, unable to read the embossed title, which was ghostly, faint with age. Between Jackson and Flitwick, I've got enough reading to last me until next term. You'll be interested in this, believe me. It's the Book of Parallel Histories, Volume 7, Zane said. I got it from the Ravenclaw Library. Just read the section I marked. Ravenclaw has a private library? Ralph asked, struggling to wrestle his Transfiguration textbook out of his overstuffed backpack. Do you Slytherins have dragons' heads on your walls? Zane shrugged. Sure. To each his own. As they filed toward the Transfiguration classroom, they passed through a cluster of students standing beside the door. Several of them wore the blue Question the Victor's badges. More and more students seemed to be wearing them as the days went by. Signs on some of the bulletin boards had identified the badges as the mark of a club called the Progressive Element. James was dismayed to see that not all of the students wearing them were Slytherins. Your dad's coming today, eh, Potter? An older boy called out, smiling crookedly. Going to have a little meeting with his cronies from the States. James stopped and looked at the speaker. He's coming today, yeah, he said, his cheeks going red. But I don't know what you mean about his cronies. He hasn't even met the Americans before. Maybe you should read a little before you open your mouth. So, we've been reading, believe me, the boy replied, his smile disappearing. More than you and your father would like us to be, I'm sure. Your kind can't hide the truth forever. Hide the truth? James said, anger overcoming his caution. What's that supposed to mean? Read the badges, Potter. You know exactly what we're talking about, the boy said, hoisting his backpack and moving casually down the hall with his friends. And if you don't, you're even stupider than you look. He turned his back on James. James blinked in anger and amazement. What was that all about? Ralph sighed. Come on, let's get a seat. I'll tell you, although I don't understand much of it myself. But they had no time to discuss it before class. Headmistress McGonagall, who had taught Transfiguration to James' mum and dad, taught it still, and with apparently the same degree of business-like briskness. She explained the basic wand motions and commands, illustrating by transforming a book into a herring sandwich. She even asked one of the students, a boy named Carson, to eat a portion of the sandwich. Afterward, she transformed the sandwich back into the book and showed the class that the book still bore the bite marks Carson had made. There were sounds of awe and amusement. Carson looked at the bit in chunks and pressed his hand to his stomach, a look of thoughtful dismay on his face. Near the end of class, McGonagall instructed the students to produce their wands and practice the motions and commands on a banana, which they were to attempt to transfigure into a peach. Persica alteramus, emphasis on first syllables only. Don't expect to make much progress your first time, she called over the noise of the students' attempts. If you produce even a banana with a hint of peach fuzz, we will consider that a success for today. Do be careful, Miss Majerus. Small circular flicks only, please. Zane stared furiously at his banana and flicked his wand at it. Persica alteramus. There was no apparent change. He pressed his lips together. Let's see you try, James. Shrugging, James raised his wand and flicked it, speaking the command. The banana flopped over, but remained decidedly a banana. Maybe they're transforming on the inside, Zane said hopefully. Maybe we should peel it and see if it's all peachy in there, eh? James thought about it, and then shook his head. They both tried again. Ralph watched. More wrist movement. You guys look like you're directing jetliners. So easy to criticize, so hard to create, Zane said between attempts. Let's see you have a go, Ralphinator. Ralph seemed reluctant to try. He fingered his wand, keeping it under the edge of the desk. Come on, Ralph, James said. You've been pretty excellent at wand work so far. What are you worried about? Nothing, Ralph said, a little defensively. I don't know. Rats. Zane said, dropping his wand arm and grabbing the banana with the other. He plunked his wand onto the table and pointed the banana at it. Maybe I'd have better luck doing it this way, you think? James and Ralph stared at him. He rolled his eyes. So, sheesh, come on Ralph. Make with the peach. You know, you can do it. What are you waiting for? Ralph grimaced, then sighed and raised his gigantic wand. He flipped it lightly at his banana and said the command flatly, almost as if he was trying to get it wrong. There was a flash and a noise, like a pine knot exploding in a fireplace. The rest of the class heard the noise and glanced over at Ralph. A puff of heavy smoke lingered on the table in front of Ralph, who had pushed back from it, his eyes wide and troubled. As the smoke dissipated, James leaned in. Ralph's banana was still lying there, completely untouched. Well, Zane said into the sudden silence, that was a whole lotta. A small, squishy noise came from Ralph's banana. The peel split slowly and began to separate, opening like a pulpy yellow flower. There was a prolonged gasp from the students as a green tendril grew out of the center of the peeling banana. It seemed to sniff the air as it grew, twisting and lengthening like a vine. The tendril began to straighten as it rose, snaking up from the table with a graceful, writhing motion. More tendrils came out of the banana. They spread along the surface in a starburst pattern, found the edges of the table, and curled under them, gripping tightly. Branches began to separate from the main shoot as it grew, thickening and turning lighter, until it was a woody, yellowish-gray. Foliage sprouted from the branches in great, sudden bursts, growing from tender shoots to full leaf in a matter of seconds. Finally, as the tree reached a height of about 4 feet, there came a series of soft pops. Half a dozen peaches sprouted from the ends of the lower branches, weighing them down. Each one was fuzzy, plump, and pristine. James tore his glance away from the tree and looked around the room. Every eye was on the perfect little peach tree Ralph had conjured, mouths dropped open, wand hands still frozen in mid-flick. Headmistress McGonagall stared at the tree intently, her mouth a frown of complete surprise. Then motion returned to the room. Everyone exhaled, and spontaneous, odd applause broke out. He's mine, Zane called, standing and throwing an arm around Ralph's shoulders. I saw him first. Ralph broke his eyes away from the tree, looked at Zane, and smiled rather blankly. But James remembered the look on Ralph's face when the tree was growing. He hadn't been smiling then. Moments later, in the corridor outside, Zane spoke through a mouthful of peach. Seriously, Ralph. You're creeping me out a bit, here. That's some serious wizarding you've got going on. What's the deal? Ralph smiled his uncertain, worried smile again. Well, actually. James looked at Ralph. What? Tell, Ralph. All right, he said, stopping and pulling them into a windowed alcove. But this is just a guess, right? James and Zane nodded enthusiastically, gesturing for Ralph to go on. I've been practicing a lot with some of the other Slytherins at night, you know, Ralph explained. Just the basic stuff. They've been teaching me a few things. Disarming spells and some tricks and pranks, stuff to pull on your enemies. What enemies have you got already, Ralph? Zane asked incredulously, licking peach juice from his fingers. Ralph flapped his hand impatiently. You know, just average enemies. It's just the way the guys in my house talk. Anyway, they say I'm better than average. They think I'm not really just a plain old muggle kid who got some random magic genes. They think maybe one of my parents is from one of the great wizarding families and just don't know it. Seems like a pretty big thing not to know, doesn't it? James said doubtfully. I mean, you said your dad made muggle computer stuff, didn't you? Well, yeah, him, Ralph said dismissively, and then dropped his voice. But my mum. I didn't tell you guys she was dead, did I? No, he answered himself. Of course not. Well, she is. She died when I was really little. I never even knew her. What if she was a witch? I mean, what if she was from one of the great old pure-blood wizarding families and my dad never even knew it? It happens, you know. Magic types fall in love with muggles and can never tell them the secret their whole lives. Pure-blood types don't like it, I guess, but still. He trailed off and looked back and forth at Zane and James. Well, James said slowly, sure. I guess it's possible. Stranger things have happened. Zane raised his eyebrows, considering. Would explain a lot, wouldn't it? Maybe you're, like, a prince or something. Maybe you're an heir to fabulous riches and power and stuff. Ralph grimaced and stepped out of the alcove. Let's not get carried away. It's just a guess, like I said. James walked with Zane and Ralph until it was time for his next class. Neither of the other two had herbology class with him, so he told them he'd see them that afternoon and struck off across the grounds toward the greenhouses. Professor Longbottom greeted James by name as he entered, smiling warmly. James had always liked Neville, even though he was much quieter and thoughtful than his dad or Uncle Ron. James knew the stories of how Neville had fought back during his last year of school, when Voldemort had taken over the Ministry and Hogwarts had been under his control. In the end, Neville had been the one to cut off the head of the Great Snake, Nagini, Voldemort's last link to immortality. Still, it was hard to imagine the gaunt and rather clumsy professor doing such things as he arranged pots and planters on the table at the front of the greenhouse classroom. Herbology is, Neville began, gesturing and knocking over one of the smaller pots. He interrupted himself, righting the pot quickly, spilling dirt onto his papers. He looked up and smiled in a harried sort of way. Herbology is the study of, well, herbs, of course. As you can see. He nodded to the greenhouse at large, which was packed with hundreds of plants and trees, all growing in a bewildering variety of containers. James thought Professor Longbottom would probably be quite interested in examining the peach tree currently growing on the Transfiguration Room table. Herbs are the root, so to speak, of much of the most fundamental practices of magic. Potions, medicine, wand construction, even many charms, all rely on the essential cultivation and processing of magical plants. In this class, we will be studying the many uses of some of our most important vegetable resources, from the lowly bubotuber to the rare Mimbulus Mimbletonia. Out of the corner of James' eye, he saw something moving. A plant was spreading a vine along a windowsill next to a first-year girl, who was furiously scribbling the names Neville was listing off. The vine separated from the windowsill, tapped lightly along her back, then curled into her earring. The girl's eyes widened and she dropped her quill as the vine began to pull. Out! How? Out! She cried, scrambling sideways off her chair and clapping a hand to her ear. Neville looked around, saw the girl, and came bounding towards her. Yes, grab the vine, Miss Petunia. That's right. He reached her and began to carefully extract the vine from her earring. It twisted slowly as he pried it loose. You've discovered our Larcinus Legulus, or rather, it has discovered you. I apologize for not warning you before you sat down. Bred by pirates several hundred years ago because of its innate attraction to sparkly objects, which it uses to magnify sunlight for photosynthetic purposes. Nearly extinct, after having been systematically hunted and burned during the purges. Neville found the base of the plant and wrapped the vine methodically around it, pinning its tip into the dirt with a diamond-topped hoop. Petunia rubbed her ear and stared at the vine as if she'd like to do some burning of her own. Neville returned to the front table and began talking the class through the long line of potted plants he'd arranged there. James yawned. The heat of the greenhouse was making him rather drowsy. In an attempt to stay awake, James reached to get his parchment and quill from his backpack. His hand bumped the book Zane had given him. He pulled it out, along with his parchments, and cradled it in his lap. When he was sure Neville had descended deep enough into talking about his favorite subject not to notice, James opened the book to where Zane had marked it. His interest was immediately piqued by the heading at the top of the page, Phaedra Austromatics. He leaned over the book and read quickly. Proponent of reverse precognition, or the art of recording history through counter-chronological divination, the seer and historian Austromatics remains known to modern wizardry mainly for his fantastic accounts of the last days of Merlinus Ambrosius, legendary sorcerer and founder of the Order of Merlin. Austromatics's account, which is recorded in its entirety in his famous inverse history of the magical world, deals with his acquaintance with Merlinus at the end of the latter's career as special magical regent to the kings of Europe. Having grown disenchanted with the corruption of the magical world as it became infected by influences from the growing non-magical kingdoms, Merlinus announced his plan to quit the earthly realm. Further, he claimed he would return to the society of men, centuries, or even millennia later, when the balance between the magical and non-magical worlds was more, as Austromatics put it, right for his ministrations. These predictions have been the source of many plots and conspiracies in the centuries since, usually led by those of a revolutionary bent, who believe that the return of Merlinus would facilitate their plans to overcome and subjugate the non-magical world via politics or outright war. James stopped reading. His mind was racing as he considered the implications of what he'd just read. He'd known of Merlin his whole life, in much the same way that Muggle children knew about St. Nicholas, not as a historical figure, but as a sort of mythical cartoon character. It had never occurred to James to doubt that Merlin had been a real person, but it had also never occurred to him to wonder what kind of a man Merlin might have been. His only references were silly sayings he'd grown up with, like by Merlin's beard or what in the name of Merlin's pants, none of which implied much about the character of the great sorcerer. According to Austromatics, Merlin had been a sort of magical advisor to Muggle kings and leaders. Was it possible that, in Merlin's time, witches and wizards lived openly in the Muggle world, with no laws of secrecy, no hiding, no disillusionment charms? And if so, what did Merlin mean by saying the wizarding world had been infected by the Muggles? Even more, what had he meant by the creepy prediction that he'd return when the world was ripe for his ministrations? It was no wonder that dark wizards through history had tried to make Merlin's prediction come true, to bring the great sorcerer back into the world somehow. Dark wizards had always sought to rule the Muggle world, and apparently, there was some basis to believe that Merlin, the greatest and most powerful wizard of all time, would help them bring that about. A sudden thought occurred to James, and his eyes widened. He had first heard the name Austromatics via a profile created by a Slytherin. Slytherin had always been the house of dark wizards intent on domination of the Muggle world. What if the enigmatic mention of Austromatics wasn't just a meaningless coincidence? What if it was a sign of a new dark plot? What if the Slytherin who had made that profile was part of a plot to facilitate the predicted return of Merlinus Ambrosius, who would lead a final war against the Muggle world? James closed the book slowly and gritted his teeth. Somehow, the moment he thought of it, it seemed completely true. That explained why a Slytherin would use a name that even his head of house thought was a joke. The Slytherin knew it wasn't, and would soon be victorious in a plot that would prove it. James' heart pounded as he sat and thought furiously. Who could he tell? Zane and Ralph, of course. They might have already thought of it. His dad? James decided that he couldn't. Not yet, at least. James was old enough to know that most adults wouldn't believe such a story from a kid, even if the kid could provide pictures that proved it. James didn't know exactly what he could do to stop such a plot, but he knew what he had to do next. He had to find out which Slytherin it was that had taken Ralph's game deck. He had to find the Slytherin that used the name Austromatics. With that in mind, James bolted from the greenhouse as soon as class was over, forgetting entirely that tonight was the night his dad, Harry Potter, was arriving for his meeting with the Americans. As James ran across the grounds, he became aware of the noise of a crowd. He slowed, listening. Shouts and chants mingled with the babble of raucous, excited voices. As he turned the corner into the courtyard, the noise became much louder. A mob of students roiled around the courtyard, gathering from all directions even as James watched. Most were simply curious to see what the commotion was about, but there was a very active group in the center, marching, chanting slogans, some holding large, hand-painted signs and banners. James saw one of the banners as he approached the crowd, and his heart sank. It read, "End Ministry" or Fascism. Another sign waved and poked at the sky, "Tell the truth, Harry Potter." James circled around the group, trying to stay inconspicuous. Near the steps of the main hall, Tabitha Corsica was being interviewed by a woman with garish purple cat's-eye glasses and an overly attentive expression. With growing unease, James recognized her as Rita Skeeter, lead investigative reporter for the Daily Prophet, and one of his dad's least favorite people. As he passed, Tabitha glanced sideways at him and made a slight shrug and smile, as if to say, "So sorry about this, but these are hard times and we all do what we must." Just as James was about to climb the steps into the main hall, the headmistress appeared, striding purposefully into the sunlight with a very grim expression on her face. She placed her wand to her throat and spoke from the top step, her voice echoing all around the courtyard, cutting through the noise of the crowd. "I won't ask what the meaning of this is, as I find it disappointingly obvious," she said sternly, and James, who had known Minerva McGonagall in a peripheral way for most of his life, thought he had never seen her so enraged. Her face was deathly pale, with livid red high on her cheeks. Her voice, still ringing around the courtyard, was controlled but steely with conviction. "Far be it from me to disabuse you of the right to maintain whatever ill-founded and preposterous notions many of you might have picked up, but let me assure you, regardless of what you might choose to believe, it is not the policy of this school to allow students to insult esteemed guests." The sign sagged, but did not lower completely. James saw that Rita Skeeter was staring up at the headmistress with a look of hungry excitement on her face, her quick quotes quill scribbling wildly on a pad of parchment. McGonagall sighed, gathering her composure. "There are proper avenues for expression of disagreement, as you all know. This display is neither necessary nor appropriate. I expect you all, therefore, to disperse immediately with the knowledge that you have most certainly," she allowed her gaze to fall upon Rita Skeeter, "made your point." "Madam Headmistress," a voice called, and James didn't need to turn to know that it was Tabitha Corsica. There was a pregnant silence as the entire courtyard held its breath. James could hear Rita Skeeter's quills scratching avidly. McGonagall paused, studying Tabitha meaningfully. "Yes, Miss Corsica?" "I couldn't agree with you more, ma'am," Corsica said smoothly, her beautiful voice echoing around the courtyard. "And for my own part, I hope that we can all choose to pursue these issues in a more reasonable and relevant manner, as you suggest. Might it be too soon to propose that we make this the subject of the first all-school topical debate? That would allow us to approach this sensitive issue respectfully and thoroughly, in the manner I'm sure you'd agree it deserves. McGonagall's jaw was like iron as she stared down at Corsica. The pause was so long that Tabitha actually looked away. She glanced around the courtyard, her composure faltering slightly. The quick quotes quill had caught up to the proceedings. It hovered over the parchment, waiting. I appreciate your suggestion, Miss Corsica, McGonagall said flatly, but this is neither the time nor the place for discussion of the debate team calendar, as you can surely imagine. And now, she let her gaze sweep over the courtyard critically. I consider the matter closed. Anyone who wishes to continue this discussion may do so much more comfortably in the privacy of their rooms. I'd advise you to be off now, before I send Mr. Filch out to take a census. The crowd began to break up. McGonagall saw James, and her expression changed. Come along, Potter, she said, beckoning impatiently. James climbed the steps and followed her back into the shadow of the hall. McGonagall was muttering angrily, her tartan robe swishing as she stalked into a side corridor. She seemed to expect James to follow, so he did. Ridiculous rabble-rousing propagandists, she fumed, still leading James into what he recognized as the staff offices. James, I'm sorry you had to witness that. But I'm even sorrier that such an ugly bit of rumor-mongering has found a foothold within these walls. McGonagall turned and opened a door without breaking stride. James found himself entering a large room full of couches and chairs, small tables, and bookshelves, all arranged haphazardly around an enormous marble fireplace. And there, standing to greet him with a crooked smile, was his dad. James grinned and ran past McGonagall. James, Harry Potter said delightedly, pulling the boy into a rough hug and ruffling his hair. My boy. I'm so glad to see you, son. How's school? James shrugged, smiling happily but feeling suddenly shy. There were several other people present he didn't recognize, all of them looking at him as he stood with his father. You all know my boy, James, Harry said, squeezing James' shoulder. James, these are some representatives from the ministry who've come along with me. You remember Titus Hardcastle, don't you? And this is Mr. Recreant and Miss Saccharina. They both work for the Department of Ambassadorial Relations. James shook hands dutifully. He did remember Titus Hardcastle when he looked at him, although he hadn't seen him for a long time. Hardcastle, one of his dad's head orators, was squat and thick, with a square head and very tough, weathered features. Mr. Recreant was tall and thin, dressed rather fussily in pinstriped robes and a black derby. His handshake was quick and loose, rather like holding a dead starfish. Miss Saccharina, however, didn't shake hands. She smiled hugely at James and squatted down to his level, examining him up and down. I see so much of your parents in you, young man, she said, tilting her head and affecting a conspiratorial manner. Such promise and potential. I do hope you'll be joining us for the evening. In answer, James looked up at his dad. Harry smiled and put both hands on James' shoulders. We're having dinner tonight with the Almond-All-Aarons. Do you want to come along? Apparently, we're having true American food, which could mean anything from hamburgers to, well, cheeseburgers, as far as I can guess. Sure, James said, smiling. Harry Potter smiled back and winked. But first, he said, addressing the rest of the group, we'll be joining our friends from Almond-All-Aron for a look at some of their proprietary magic. We're due to meet them in the next 10 minutes, and I've asked a few others to join us as well. Shall we? I'll not be joining you, I'm afraid, McGonagall said briskly. It appears that I will need to be keeping a close tab on certain elements of the student populace during your tour, Mr. Potter. I apologize. Understood, Minerva, Harry said. It always sounded strange to James that his dad called the headmistress by her first name, but she seemed to expect it from him. Do what you have must, but don't worry about squashing every little outburst. It's hardly worth the effort. I'm not sure I agree with you about that, Harry, but I expect I'd not be able to maintain perfect order regardless. I shall see you this evening, then. With that, the headmistress turned and left the room brusquely, still fuming. Shall we, then? Miss Saccharina inquired. The group began to move toward a door on the opposite side of the room. As they walked, Harry bent toward his son and whispered, I'm glad you'll be coming along tonight. Saccharina and Recreant aren't exactly the most pleasant traveling companions, but Percy insisted I bring them. I'm afraid this whole affair's gone all political. James nodded wisely, not knowing what that meant, but happy to be invited into his dad's confidence, as always. So how'd you travel? Flow Network, Harry answered. Didn't want to make any more visible entry than necessary. Minerva warned us about the demonstration the PA types were planning. It took James a moment to realize his dad was talking about the progressive element. She knows about those guys, he asked, surprised. His dad put a finger to his lips, nodding slightly towards Saccharina and Recreant, who were ahead of them, talking in low voices as they walked. Later, Harry mouthed. After a few turns, Mr. Recreant opened a large door and stepped out into sunlight, the rest following. They descended a broad stone stairway which led down to a grassy area bordered by the forbidden forest on one side and a low stone wall on the other. Neville Longbottom and Professor Slughorn were standing near the wall, talking. They both looked up as the group approached. Hi, Harry, Neville said, grinning and coming forward to meet him. Thanks for inviting me and Horace along for this. I've been curious about it ever since the Americans got here. Harry Potter, as I live and breathe, Slughorn said warmly, taking Harry's hand in both of his. Very good of you indeed to ask us to come. You know I'm always interested in new developments in the international magical community. Harry led the group to a gate in the stone wall. It opened onto a neat flagstone path that meandered toward the lake. Don't thank me, either of you. I only brought the both of you along so that you could ask all the smart questions and make sense of what they show us. Slughorn laughed indulgently, but Neville only smiled. James figured that his dad was probably telling at least part of the truth, and only Neville knew it. The group approached a large canvas tent that was pitched on a low rise overlooking the water. An American flag hung limp on one of the tent's poles, over a flag emblazoned with the Alma Al-Aron crest. A pair of American students stood talking nearby. One of the students saw the group and acknowledged them with a slight nod. He called toward the tent. Professor Franklin? After a moment, Franklin emerged from the side of the tent wiping his hands on a large cloth. Bob. Greetings, visitors, he said graciously. Thank you so much for coming. Harry shook Franklin's outstretched hand. It was apparent that they had already met earlier and arranged this gathering. Harry turned and made introductions all around, finishing with James. Of course, Franklin said, beaming at James. Young Mr. Potter is in my class. How are you today, James? Good, sir, James answered, smiling. As you should be, on such a fine day, Franklin said seriously, nodding approvingly. And now that the pleasantries have been seen to, do follow me, my friends. Harry, you were interested in seeing the means by which we care for our vehicles, is that right? Very much so, Harry said. I wasn't here to see your rival, of course, but I heard all about your interesting flying vehicles. I am very eager to see them, as well as your storage facility. I have heard quite a lot of speculation about it, although I admit I understand very little of it. Our trans-dimensional garage, yes. Virtually none of us understands very much about it, I am afraid, Franklin said dubiously. In fact, if it were not for our technomancy expert, Theodore Jackson, none of us would have the slightest idea how to maintain it. Speaking of whom, he sends his apologies for not being able to be here for the tour. He will be joining us this evening and will be happy to discuss it with you then, should you have any questions for him. As I am sure we will, Titus Hardcastle said in his low, gravelly voice. James followed his dad around to the open side of the tent and nearly tripped over his own feet when he looked inside. The tent was quite large, with complicated wooden struts and frameworks supporting it. All three of the Al-Aeron flying vehicles were parked inside it, leaving enough room for neat arrangements of tool chests, maintenance equipment, extra parts, and several men in work clothes who moved among the vehicles busily. The strangest thing about the tent, however, was that the back was missing. Where James was sure he should have seen the hanging canvas wall he had seen from the outside, there was simply open air, looking out onto a view that was definitely not any view of the Hogwarts grounds. Neat, red brick buildings and huge, horny trees could be seen in the distance beyond the tent's missing back wall. Even stranger, the lighting of the scene was completely different than the bright noon sunlight of the Hogwarts grounds. On the other side of the tent, the scene was lit with a pale pink light, the huge, fluffy clouds in the distance tinged with gold. The trees and grass seemed to sparkle, as if covered in morning dew. One of the workmen nodded at Franklin, then turned and walked out into the strange scene, brushing his hands on his overalls. "Welcome to one of the world's few trans-dimensional structures," Franklin said, gesturing proudly. "Our garage, which simultaneously stands both here, in temporary residence on the grounds of Hogwarts Castle, and in its permanent location in the East Quadrangle of Al-Aeron University, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States." "Great Ghost of Golgameth," Slughorn said, stepping forward slowly. "I've read of such things, but never thought I'd live to see one. Is this a naturally occurring temporal anomaly? Or is this orchestrated via quantum transference charms?" "That's why I'd invited you, Professor," Harry said, smiling and examining the interior of the tent. "The former," Franklin said, stepping between the Dodge Hornet and the Volkswagen Beetle to make room for the group. "This is one of only 3 known dimensional plurality bubbles. What that means, I am told, is that this tent exists within a dimensional bridge, allowing it to span 2 places simultaneously. Thus, we can see on one side the noontime grounds of Hogwarts." He gestured out the open side of the tent through which they had entered, what you might think of as our side of the trans-dimensional bubble. "And on the other side," he spread a hand toward the dim landscape seen magically through the rear of the tent, "the dawn-time quadrangle of Al-Aeron University, the other side of the bubble. Meet Mr. Peter Graham, our head mechanic." A man straightened up from the open hood of the Stoats Dragonfly. He smiled and waved. "Good to meet you, lady and gentlemen. So to speak." Likewise, Neville, who was closest, said a bit faintly. "Mr. Graham and his men are all in the American half of the bubble," Franklin explained. "Seeing as they are specifically trained to work on our fleet, we find it best to let them handle the care and maintenance even while we travel. As you may guess, however, they are not, technically, here." To illustrate, Franklin reached toward one of the workmen who was squatted near the Hornet. Franklin's hand swept through the man as if he were smoke. The man seemed not to have noticed. "So," Harry said, frowning slightly, "they can hear us and see us, and we can see and hear them as well, but they are still there, in America, and we are still here, at Hogwarts. Therefore, we cannot touch them?" "Precisely," Franklin said. James spoke up. "Then how is it we can touch the cars, and so can your mechanics in the States?" "Excellent question, my boy," Slughorn said, patting James on the back. "It is indeed," Franklin agreed. "And that is where things get a bit, quantum. The simple answer is that these cars, unlike us, are multidimensional. You've all heard, I expect, the theory that there are more dimensions beyond the 4 we are familiar with. Yes, There were nods. James hadn't heard of any such theory, but he thought he understood the idea nonetheless. Franklin went on. The theory states that there are extra dimensions, unknowable by any of our senses, but just as real. Effectively, Professor Jackson has created a spell that enables these vehicles to tap into those dimensions, allowing them to exist simultaneously in two places anytime they are inside the walls of this garage. While they are parked here, they cross the dimensional bubble and exist in both places at once. Remarkable, Slughorn said, running his hand along the fender of the Hornet. So, effectively, your crew can service the vehicles regardless of where they travel, and you are afforded a view of home, even if you cannot access it. Very true, agreed Franklin. It is indeed both a great convenience and a touch of comfort. Neville was interested in the cars themselves. Are they actual mechanized creatures, or are they charmed machines? James lost interest as Franklin launched into a detailed explanation of the winged cars. Walking over to the other side of the tent, he looked out into the grounds of the American school. The sun had just peeked over the roof of the red brick building nearby, casting its rose-colored light onto a clock tower. It was just after 6 in the morning there. How utterly strange and wonderful, James thought. Tentatively, he reached out his hand, curious to see if he could feel the coolness of the morning air in that other place. He felt a strange, numbing feeling in his fingertips, and then they brushed unseen canvas. Sure enough, he couldn't pass through or even feel the air of the place. Too bad you can't come on over, friend, a voice said. James looked up. The head mechanic was leaning against the fender of the Beetle, smiling. It's almost breakfast, and today's mushroom omelet day. James grinned. Sounds good. It's lunchtime, here. Professor Franklin, James heard Mr. Recreant's voice say rather loudly, how does this, structure comply with the International Magical Coalition's ban on unproven or dark magic? Being virtually one of a kind, it would seem difficult to establish much of a safety record. Bob, too true, Franklin agreed, looking steadily at Mr. Recreant. We have been fortunate enough not to have experienced any problems so far, thus we have gone more or less unnoticed by the coalition. In any case, it would be difficult to prove the threat of any danger. Even a total failure of Professor Jackson's transdimensional spell work would mean, at worst, that we'd have to take a taxi home instead of our beloved cars. Excuse me, Miss Saccharina interjected, affecting a rather plastic smile. A what? I'm sorry, miss, Franklin said. A cab. A rented, muggle, vehicle. I was being somewhat ridiculous, of course. Saccharina cinched her smile a notch tighter. Bob. Yes, of course. I tend to forget the American wizard's fascination with muggle machinery. I cannot imagine how it slipped my notice. Franklin seemed oblivious to her sarcasm. Well, I won't speak for my compatriots, but I admit I do enjoy tinkering. Part of my appreciation for the garage is that it allows me to oversee the maintenance of my fleet. I never get tired of figuring out how things work, and trying to make them work just a little bit better. Saccharina nodded primly, glancing around at the cars. One of the mechanics touched a wire under the hood of the Stux Dragonfly and there was a spurt of blue sparks. With a squeak and a jerk, the long wings of the car unfolded, beating the air several times before screeching to a halt again. Neville had had to duck backward to avoid being pummeled by them. Good reflexes, Neville, Harry said. That was almost a case of fly swats man. Neville glanced at Harry and saw a suppressed smile. Hardcastle cleared his throat. We should be moving along, ma'am, gentlemen. Of course, Harry agreed. Mr. Franklin. Franklin raised a hand. I insist you call me Ben. I'm 300 years old, give or take, and being called Mr. just reminds me of that. Will you indulge me? Harry grinned. Of course, Ben. I look forward to seeing you at dinner tonight. Thank you very much for showing us your remarkable garage. A pleasure, Franklin said, beaming proudly. I've got a very interesting, thought-powered printing press back home I'd love to show you when you come to visit us in the States. I'd even show you the bell I helped cast back during the birth of our country, but the blasted thing's broken and they won't let me fix it. Don't listen to him, Graham, the mechanic called after them. Or he'll have you believing he forged the copper for the Statue of Liberty. There was laughter from the rest of the crew. Franklin grimaced, and then waved Harry and the group on. Tonight, my friends. Bring your appetite. And perhaps a competent freezing charm. I understand that Madame Delacroix is overseeing the gumbo. 6. Harry's midnight meeting. James hurried back to the Gryffindor common room after classes, shrugging out of his school robes as he ran up the steps. He changed into a jacket and an evening cloak, matted his hair down with water from the basin, frowned critically at himself in the mirror, and then ran back down the steps 2 at a time to meet his dad. Harry was waiting with Neville by the portrait of Sir Cadogan. A spirited tussle it was, Cadogan was saying, leaning nonchalantly against the frame of his painting and waving his sword illustratively. He was talking to Neville, who looked extremely uncomfortable. I saw the whole thing, of course. Took place right there. Bollocks Humphreys was his name, and he thought like a man possessed. Lost, of course, but noble as 1,000 kings. Spilt most of his innards right where you're standing and still swung his sword with more strength than a mountain troll. Gallant man. Gallant. Ah, James, here we are, Neville said loudly as James approached. Harry and Sir Cadogan looked up. Harry smiled, looking his son up and down. Your mum will be glad to know you're putting that cloak to use. To be honest, this is the first I've had it out of the trunk, James admitted, grinning sheepishly. Harry nodded, and it'll go right back into the trunk after tonight, won't it? Guaranteed. Good man, Harry acknowledged. James fell into step next to his dad as they headed toward a staircase. Wait! Cadogan cried, sheathing his sword and jumping into the center of his frame. Have I ever told you about the Battle of the Red Mages? Bloodiest massacre these walls have ever seen. Happened just at the foot of those stairs. Next time, then. Courage. Who's that? James asked, looking back over his shoulder. You'll get to know him, Neville said. Enjoy your ignorance while you can. As they walked, James listened as his dad told Neville about the current happenings at the ministry. There had been an arrest of several individuals involved in a counterfeit portkey operation. More trolls were being seen in the foothills, and the ministry was stepping up patrols to keep the troublesome idiots from venturing into Muggle territories. The new minister, Loquacious Nap, was preparing to give a speech on expanded trade with Asian wizarding communities, including lifting the ban on flying carpets and something called shades. In other words, Harry said, sighing, things are more or less the way they always are. Little breakouts here and there, small conspiracies and squabbles. Politics and paperwork. What you mean, Neville said, smiling crookedly, is that peace can be a pretty boring thing for an Auror. Harry grinned. I guess you're right. I should be thankful my job isn't any more interesting, shouldn't I? At least, I get to spend most nights at home with Ginny, Lil, and Albus. He glanced down at James. And take on an ambassador's assignment that just happens to afford me the chance to see my boy during his first week at Hogwarts. I understand he's only been to McGonagall's office once so far, Neville commented mildly. Oh, Harry said, still eyeing James. And what for? Neville raised his eyebrows at James as if to say you have the floor. Broke a window. Harry's smile hardened a bit around the edges. I look forward to the story of how that happened, he said thoughtfully. James felt his dad's stare like it was a set of tiny weights. They reached a double doorway with both doors thrown wide open. Delicious smells wafted down the hall. "Here we are," Neville said, standing aside to allow Harry and James to enter first. "The Americans' quarters during their stay. We've given them most of the southwest turret. Had it temporarily refitted with a recreational area, common room, kitchen, and staff to suit their needs." "Sounds nice," Harry said, examining the space. The common room was, in fact, rather small, with circular walls, high, rough-beamed ceilings, a cramped stone fireplace, and only two very tall, narrow windows. The Americans had, however, been very busy. There were bearskin rugs on the floors and tall, vibrantly colored tapestries hung on the walls, positioned over the stone staircase that spiraled the room. A three-story bookcase was crammed with gigantic volumes, most accessible only via a very rickety-looking wheeled ladder. The most amazing detail, however, was a mind-bogglingly complex armature of brass gears, joints, and mirrored lenses that hung from the ceiling, filling the upper chamber of the room and moving very slowly. James stared up into it, delighted and amazed. It made a very faint squeaking and clicking as it moved. "You've discovered my daylight savings device, my boy," Ben Franklin said, coming from a large arched doorway beneath the spiral staircase. "One of my absolute necessities whenever I travel for long periods, despite the fact that it's a veritable bear to pack, and the calibrations when I set it up again are simply dreadful." "It's wonderful," Neville said, also staring up into the slowly ratcheting network of mirrors and wheels. "What does it do?" "Let me demonstrate," Franklin said eagerly. "It works best in full daylight, of course, but even the stars and moon of a bright night can provide adequate light. An evening such as this should prove most satisfactory. Let me see." He moved to a battered high-backed leather chair, settled himself into it carefully, and then consulted a chart on the wall. 3rd of September, yes. Moon is in the 4th house, it is, let me see. Approximately 7:15. Jupiter is approaching the final leg of M. As Franklin muttered, he produced his wand and began pointing it at bits of the device. Gears began to spin as parts of the device whirred to life. Bits of the armature unfolded as other bits pivoted, making room. Mirrors began to slide, positioning behind cycling groups of lenses, which magnified them. Ratchets clicked and shuttled. The entire device seemed to dance slowly within itself as Franklin directed it with his wand, apparently making calculations in his head as he went. And as it moved, something began to form within it. Ghostly beams of rose-colored light began to appear between the mirrors, pencil-thin, turning motes of dust into tiny specks of fire. There were dozens of the beams, brightening, swiveling into place, and eventually forming a complicated geometric tracery. And then, in the center of the tracery, shapes shimmered into place. James turned on the spot, watching raptly as tiny planets coalesced, formed out of colored light. They spun and orbited, tracing faint arcs behind them. Two larger shapes condensed in the very center, and James recognized them as the sun and the moon. The sun was a ball of rose light, its corona spreading several feet around it. The moon, smaller but more solid, was like a silver quaffle, equally divided between its light and dark sides, turning slowly. The entire constellation weaved and turned majestically, dramatically lighting the brass device and spilling delightful patterns of light over the entire room. "Nothing so healthy as natural light," Franklin said. "Captured here, through the windows, and then condensed within a carefully calibrated network of mirrors and lenses, as you can see. The light is filtered with my own optical spell work for clarity. The final result is, well, what you see here. Excellent for the eyesight, the blood, and one's health overall, obviously." "This is the secret to your longevity?" Harry asked, rather breathlessly. "So, certainly this is a small part of it," Franklin said dismissively. "Mostly, I just prefer it to read by at night. Certainly, it's more fun than a torch. He caught James' eye and winked. Professor Jackson appeared in the archway. James saw him glance from Franklin to the light displayed overhead, a look of tired disdain on his face. Dinner, I am told, is served. Shall we adjourn to the dining room, or shall I have it brought in here? Along with Harry, James, Neville, and the representatives from the ministry, most of the Hogwarts teaching staff was present, including Professor Curry. To James' consternation, Curry told Harry all about James' skills on the football field, assuring him that she would work to see that said skills were developed to their fullest extent. Contrary to his dad's suspicion, the meal was remarkably diverse and enjoyable. Madame Delacroix's gumbo was the first course. She carried it to the table herself, somehow not spilling a drop, despite her blindness. Even more curiously, she directed the ladle with her wand, and gnarled an evil-looking length of grapefruit, dishing a portion into each bowl at the table while she stared at the ceiling and hummed rather disconcertingly. The gumbo was indeed spicy, thick with chunks of shrimp and sausage, but James liked it. Next came fresh rolls and several varieties of butter, including a brown and sticky boo that Jackson identified as apple butter. James tasted it carefully on a hunk of bread, and then spread a gigantic dollop on the remainder of his roll. The main course was rack of lamb with mint jelly. James didn't consider this typical American food, and commented as much. "There's no such thing as American food, James," Jackson said. "Our cuisine, like our people, is simply the sum total of the various world cultures we come from." "That's not entirely true," Franklin interjected. "I am pretty sure we can lay undisputed claim to the spicy buffalo wing." "Will we be having those tonight?" James asked hopefully. "My apologies," Franklin said. "It is rather difficult to collect the ingredients for such things unless you possess Madame Delacroix's unique voodoo capabilities." "Is that so?" Neville inquired, helping himself to more mint jelly. "And what abilities are those, madam?" Madame Delacroix composed herself, having given Professor Franklin a wilting, albeit blind glare. "The old man, he don't know what he speaks of. I just know about the sources he not as familiar with, being more interested in his machines and gizmos." Franklin's smile, for the first time, seemed icy. "Madame Delacroix is being modest. She is, you may already know, one of our country's foremost experts on remote physio-apparition. Do you know what that is, James?" James didn't have the slightest idea, and yet something about the milky gaze of Madame Delacroix made him reluctant to say so. Franklin was watching him earnestly, expecting a response. Finally, James shook his head. Before Franklin could explain, however, Harry spoke up. "It just means that the madam has, let's say, different means of getting around." "Different means is one way to put it," Franklin chuckled. James felt uneasy, hearing that chuckle. There was something nasty in it. He noticed that Franklin was emptying what was likely his third glass of wine. "Think about it, James. Remote physio-apparition. Can you factor it out? It means that poor old blind Madame Delacroix can project herself, send a version of herself out into the wide world, collect things, and even bring them back. And the beauty of it is, the version of herself she can project isn't poor or old or blind. Isn't that right, madam?" Delacroix stared blindly at a spot just over Franklin's shoulder, her face a grim mask of anger. Then she smiled, and as James had seen on the day of the American's arrival, the smile transformed her face. "So, dear Professor Franklin, you do tell such tales," she said, and her strange Bayou accent seemed even thicker than usual. "My skills were never as grand as ye speak of, and they're far less now that I'm the old woman ye see before ye. If I could project such a sight, I hardly think I'd ever let anyone see me as I really am." The tension in the room broke, and there was laughter. Franklin smiled a bit tightly, but let the moment pass. After dessert, Harry, James, and the rest of the Hogwartians retired to the common room again, where Franklin's daylight savings device had reproduced a condensed and shimmering version of the Milky Way. It lit the room with a silvery glow that James thought he could very nearly feel on his skin. Jackson offered the adults an after-dinner cocktail in tiny glasses. Neville barely touched his. Both Miss Saccharina and Mr. Recreant sampled tiny sips and gave forced, rather strained smiles. Harry, after holding it up to the light to look through the amber liquid, downed his in one gulp. He squinted and shook his head, then looked inquiringly at Jackson, unable to speak. Just a little of Tennessee's finest, with a little wizard afterburn thrown in, Jackson explained. Finally, Harry thanked the Americans and bid them good night. Retracing their steps through the darkened corridors, Harry walked with his hand on James' shoulder. "Want to stay with me in the guest quarters, James?" he asked. "I can't guarantee I'll be able to see much of you after tonight. I'll be busy all day tomorrow, meeting with the Americans, keeping our friends from the Department of Ambassadorial Relations from making an international incident of themselves. Then I'm off home again. What do you say?" "Sure," James agreed instantly. "Where are your quarters?" Harry smiled. "Watch this," he said quietly, stopping in the middle of the hall. He turned around and paced idly, looking thoughtfully up at the dim ceiling. "I need a really cool room with a couple of beds for me and my boy to sleep in tonight." James stared at his dad quizzically. Several seconds went by as Harry continued to pace back and forth. He seemed to be waiting for something. James was about to ask him what he was up to when he heard a sudden noise. A low grind and rumble came from the wall behind him. James turned around just in time to see the stonework alter and shift, reforming itself around a huge door that hadn't been there a moment before. Harry glanced down at his son, smiled knowingly, then reached and opened the door. Inside was a large apartment, complete with a set of draped bunk beds, framed Gryffindor posters on the walls, a wardrobe containing Harry's trunk and James' school robes, and a fully equipped washroom. James stood inside the door, opening and closing his mouth, speechless. "The room of requirement," Harry explained, plopping onto a low, overstuffed chair. "I can't believe I never told you about it." James got ready for bed, but his dad simply changed into a pair of jeans and a sweater and freshened up in the basin. "I need to go out for a little while," he told James. "After dinner tonight, Professor Franklin asked me to meet him privately. He wanted some time to discuss a few things outside of tomorrow's official meetings." There was something about the way Harry said this that told James his dad preferred a private chat over an official meeting anyway. "I shouldn't be too long, and I'll be just down the hall, in the Americans' quarters. Breakfast tomorrow, you and me?" James nodded happily. He still hadn't brought himself to tell his dad about his abysmal failure on the Quidditch pitch, and he was happy to put it off as long as possible. When Harry was gone, James lay in the top bunk, thinking about the events of the night. He remembered the sudden nastiness of Franklin, which had surprised him. It was almost as great a change in character as the change that came over the Voodoo Queen, Madame Delacroix, when she smiled. Thinking of Madame Delacroix reminded James of the way she'd spooned the gumbo, unseeingly, operating the ladle with her creepy black wand, never spilling a drop. James realized he was simply too excited to sleep. He slid off the top bunk and prowled the room restlessly. His dad's trunk sat open in the bottom of the wardrobe. James looked into it idly, then stopped and looked closer. He knew what it was when he saw it, but was surprised his dad would have brought it along. What use would he have for it here? James considered it. Finally, he reached into the trunk and withdrew his dad's invisibility cloak, unfolding its smooth, heavy length as it came. How many times had the young Harry Potter explored the grounds of Hogwarts safely hidden away under this cloak? James had heard enough tales, from both his dad, Uncle Ron, and Aunt Hermione, to know that this was an opportunity not to be missed. But where to go? James thought for a moment, and then smiled a long, mischievous smile. He slipped the cloak over his head, just the way he used to on the rare occasions when Harry would let him play with it. James vanished. A moment later, the door of the room of requirement seemed to open all by itself, rocking slowly on its huge hinges. After a pause, it shut again, carefully and silently. Tiptoeing, James headed for the quarters of the representatives of Almedal-Aron. James had only gotten halfway down the corridor when there was a flicker of motion. Mrs. Norris, Filch's awful cat, had darted across the passage that intersected the corridor 20 feet ahead. James stopped, his breath caught in his chest. "Shouldn't you be dead by now, you ratty old carpet sample," he whispered to himself, cursing his luck. Then, worse, Filch's voice came echoing down the passage. "That's it, dearest," he said in a sing-song voice. "Don't let the little buggers escape. Teach them a lesson that will have their little mousekin shivering with fear." Filch's shadow leaped across the floor of the intersection, weaving as he approached. James knew he was invisible, but he couldn't help feeling that he should hunker up against the wall. He sidled into a narrow space between a doorway and a suit of armor, trying to keep his breathing shallow and silent. He peered around the elbow of the suit of armor. Filch stepped into the intersection, his gait rather unsteady. "Find a hidey hole, did they, precious?" he asked the unseen Mrs. Norris. He reached into his coat and produced a silver flask. He took a swig, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and then spun the cap back on. "There they are, coming this way again, my dear. Come, come." Two mice scurried into the intersection, looping and dodging as they approached Filch's feet. Mrs. Norris pounced, batting at them, but the mice scampered away, darting along the wall toward where James was hiding. Mrs. Norris followed, growling. To James' great chagrin, the mice scampered behind the suit of armor and wriggled under the edge of the invisibility cloak. Their cold little feet scurried over James' bare toes, then they stopped between his feet, sniffing the air as if sensing a hiding place. James tried to push them out from under the cloak with his toes, but they refused to go. Mrs. Norris patted down the corridor intently, her whiskers twitching. She hunkered along the front of the suit of armor's base, one paw outstretched, then pounced around it, stopping inches from the edge of the invisibility cloak. She looked around, her eyes flashing, sensing the mice were nearby, but not seeing them. "Don't tell me those dumb animals have bested you, my dear," Filch said, scuffling down the corridor toward them. James watched Mrs. Norris. She had encountered the invisibility cloak before, years earlier. James knew the stories, having been told them by both Aunt Hermione and Uncle Ron. Maybe she remembered the smell of it. Or maybe she was sensing James himself, his heat or scent or the beat of his heart. She raised her eyes, narrowing them, as if she knew he was there and was trying very hard to see him. "Don't be a sore loser, my dear Mrs. Norris," Filch said, coming closer still. He was almost near enough that if he reached out, he might inadvertently touch James. "If they got away, they'll just tell their rodent friends about you. It's a victory, either way you slice it." Mrs. Norris inched closer. The mice between James' feet were getting nervous. They tried to hide under each other, scooting further back between James' feet. Mrs. Norris raised a paw. To James' horror, she brushed the edge of the invisibility cloak with it. She hissed. The mice, hearing the hiss, panicked. They scampered out from under the cloak, darting right between Mrs. Norris' feet. She jumped at the sight of them, ducking to watch them scurry away into the corridor. Filch laughed, raspily. "They put the spook on you, precious. I'd never have expected it. There they go. After them, now." But Mrs. Norris half turned back toward James, her baleful orange eyes narrowed, her slit pupils flared wide. She raised her paw again. "Go, Mrs. Norris, go," Filch said, his mood swinging to annoyance. He shoved her with his foot, scooching her away from James and toward the mice, which had disappeared further along the corridor. Filch's foot caught the edge of the cloak, pulling it away from James' feet. He felt cool air on his toes. Mrs. Norris looked back toward James and hissed again. Filch, however, was too sodden to take heed. They went that way, you blind old thing. I'd have never guessed a pair of dumb animals would get the jump on you. Let's go, let's go. There are always more near the kitchens. He ambled on into the shadows of the corridor, and eventually Mrs. Norris followed, throwing occasional rankled glances back towards James. When they turned the corner, he exhaled shakily, composed himself, then continued down the corridor, running lightly and feeling extremely lucky. When he reached the door to the Americans' quarters, it was closed and bolted. In the darkness, James could hear the voices of his dad and Franklin inside, but they were muffled and unintelligible. He was about to give up and head downstairs, thinking he might perhaps find Cedric's ghost again, or even the Muggle intruder, when the voices inside the door grew louder. The bolt sucked back, and James scrambled out of the way, forgetting for a moment that he was hidden under the cloak. He pressed himself against the wall on the opposite side of the corridor just as the door creaked open. Franklin emerged first, talking quietly. Harry followed, closing the door with the practiced stealth of any good orator. Practice being quiet when you don't need to, Harry had told his son on many occasions, and you won't need to think about it when you do. I find it safer to move around during a private conversation, Franklin was saying. Even our own quarters are subject to eavesdropping by those whose philosophies differ from my own. At least this way no unwanted ears can hear the entirety of our dialogue. Funny thing, Harry said. I spent so much time sneaking around these halls and corridors when I was a student that even as an adult, it's difficult to avoid the instinct to skulk and sneak, for fear that I might get caught and be given detention. The two men began to walk slowly, apparently meandering in no particular direction. James followed at a safe distance, taking care not to breathe too heavily or stumble against any of the statues or suits of armor that lined the walls. Things haven't changed much, you know, Franklin said. Now, however, we have worse things than detention to worry about. I don't know, Harry said, and James could hear the wry smile in his voice. I had some pretty horrible detentions. Franklin murmured noncommittally. The history of both our schools has involved some unsavory characters and unnecessary ugliness. Your Miss Umbridge, our Professor Magnuson. Your Voldemort, our... Well, honestly, we have no one in our history that compares to him. Indeed, he was a terrible threat to all of us while he lived. Our duty is to ensure that such things don't happen again. Am I to assume that this meeting, then, is an opportunity to compare notes about such threats? Off the record, so to speak. Harry asked, seriously. Franklin sighed. One can never have too many friends or too many sources, Mr. Potter. I am not an orator, and I do not have any official authority or policing jurisdiction even in my own country. I am just an old teacher. Old teachers, however, are often underestimated, as you certainly know. Old teachers see quite a lot. You have your own version of the progressive element at Alma-Dal-Aeron? Though, it's beyond that, unfortunately. For most of the students and even the staff, the facts of Voldemort and his Death Eaters are up for conjecture. It's incredible how short a time must pass before a certain kind of mentality feels it is safe to turn history onto its head. The progressive element here knows they need to be very careful, Harry said in a low voice. Enough people are still alive who have first-hand memories of Voldemort and his atrocities. Enough people still remember lost family and friends, killed at the hand of his Death Eaters. Still, the lure to challenge the status quo, whatever it may be, is strong in the young. It's natural, but typically short-lived. History will out, as they say. History is bunk, Franklin said disgustedly. I should know. I lived during quite a bit of it, and I can indeed tell you that sometimes, there is, in fact, a wide gulf between what gets reported and what actually happened. I would expect that that is the exception and not the rule, Harry stated. Franklin sighed as they turned a corner. I suppose. The fact is, though, that the exceptions give rabble-rousers like the progressive element all the ammunition they need to challenge any historical record they wish. The history of Voldemort and his rise to power, as we know it, doesn't fit their agenda. Thus, they carefully attack it, sowing the seeds of doubt among minds shallow enough to believe the distortions. It sounds, Harry said, keeping his voice low and conversational, like you have a pretty good idea what their agenda is. Of course, I do, and so do you, Mr. Potter. The agenda hasn't changed for 1,000 years, has it? No, it hasn't. Harry Potter. Franklin stopped in the darkness of the corridor, looking at Harry's face. Even now, a sizable minority in my country believe that Lord Tom Riddle, as they prefer to call him, has been unfairly demonized by you who defeated him. They prefer to believe that Voldemort was a revolutionary hero, a fresh thinker, whose beliefs were simply too much for the traditional ruling class to tolerate. They think he was destroyed because he threatened to make things better, not worse, but that the wealthy and powerful were resistant even to a change for the good. James, standing several feet away, hidden under the cloak, could see his dad's jaw clenching as Franklin spoke. But when Harry responded, his voice remained calm and measured. You know that these are lies and distortions, I assume. Of course, I do, Franklin said, waving a hand dismissively, almost angrily. But the point is that they are attractive lies to a certain type of person. Those that preach these distortions know how to appeal to the emotions of the populace. They believe the truth is a wire to bend to their will. It is their agenda only that they care for. Harry remained stoic and unmoving. And the agenda, you believe, is the domination of the Muggle world? Franklin laughed rather harshly, and James thought of the nasty chuckle the professor had made during dinner, when discussing Madame Delacroix's powers. Not to hear them tell it. No, they are crafty these days. They claim to be, for the exact opposite. Their rallying cry is absolute equality between the Muggle and magical worlds. Full disclosure, the abolition of all laws of secrecy and non-competition. They preach that anything less is unfair to the Muggles, an insult to them. Harry nodded grimly. As we are seeing here. Of course, it is a two-edged sword. Prejudice and equality in the same message. Certainly, Franklin agreed, resuming his walk along the corridor. In America, we are seeing a resurgence of stories about Muggle scientists capturing witches and wizards, torturing them to discover the secret of their magic. A throwback to the old Salem witch trials? Harry asked. Franklin laughed, and this time there was no malice in it. Hardly. Those were the good old days. Sure, witches were put on trial, and loads of them were burned, but as you know, any witch worth her wand wouldn't be hurt by a Muggle bonfire. She'd stand in the flames and yell for a while, just to give the Muggles a good show, then transport herself from the pyre flames to her own fireplace. That was the origin of the Flu network, of course. No, these days, the stories of witches and wizards being captured and systematically tortured are pure fabrications. That doesn't matter to the faithful, though. The culture of fear and prejudice works side by side with their mission of equality. Full disclosure, they claim, will bring peace and freedom. Continuing the program of secrecy, on the other hand, can only lead to more attacks on wizarding society by an increasingly invasive Muggle world. Harry stopped by a window. And once they've achieved their goal of total disclosure with the Muggle world? Well, there's only one outcome to that, isn't there? Franklin answered. Harry's face was thoughtful in the moonlight. Muggles and wizards would descend into competitions and jealousies, just like they did in eons past. The dark wizards would make sure of it. It would start as small challenges and outbursts. Laws would be passed, enforcing equal treatment, but those laws would become the basis for new contentions. Wizards would demand to be placed into Muggle power structures, all in the name of equality. Once there, they'd push for greater control, more power. They'd win over Muggle leaders, using promises and lies where they could, threats and the Imperius Curse where they couldn't. Eventually, order would break down. Finally, inevitably, there would be all-out war. Harry's voice had gone soft, considering. He turned to Franklin, who stood watching him, his face calm but dreadful. And that's what they want, isn't it? War with the Muggle world. That's what they've always wanted, Franklin agreed. The struggle never stops. It just has different chapters. Who's involved? Harry asked, simply. Franklin sighed again, hugely, and rubbed his eyes. It's not so simple. It's virtually impossible to tell the instigators from their followers. There are some individuals it would be instructive to watch closely, though. Madame Delacroix. Franklin glanced up, studying Harry's face. He nodded. And Professor Jackson. James gasped, and then clapped his hand over his mouth. His dad and Professor Franklin stood very still. James was sure they'd heard him. Then, Harry spoke again. Anyone else? Franklin shook his head slowly. Of course. But then you'd just be watching everyone and everything. It's like an infestation of cockroaches in the walls. You can either watch the cracks or burn down the house. Take your pick. James backed away very carefully, then when he felt safely out of earshot, he turned and retraced his steps back to the Americans' quarters. His heart was pounding so heavily he had been sure that his dad or Professor Franklin would hear it. He knew the so-called progressive element was no good, but now he knew it must be them that were planning the return of Mayor Linus Ambrosius, believing he would help them to accomplish their false goal of equality, which would lead inevitably to war. Merlin had said that he would return when the balance between Muggles and Wizards was right for his ministrations. What else could that mean? He hadn't been surprised that Madame Delacroix might be involved in such a plot. But Professor Jackson? James had come to quite like the professor, despite his crusty exterior. He could hardly imagine that Jackson could be secretly plotting the domination of the Muggle world. Franklin had to be wrong about him. James ran lightly past the Americans' quarters, looking for the door to the guest room he and his dad were staying in. With a sudden stab of fear, he remembered that the doorway had vanished when he'd come out. It was a magical room, after all. How was he supposed to get back in? He had to be inside the room, apparently asleep, by the time his dad came back. He stopped in the corridor, not even sure what stretch of wall the doorway had appeared in. He glanced around hopelessly, unable to keep himself from looking for some subtle clue or hint of where the doorway was hidden. What had his dad called it? The Room of Requirement. James had remembered his wand this time. He pulled it out and shook his hand out from under the cloak, revealing it. He began, whispering harshly and pointing his wand at the wall. Room of Requirement. Open? Nothing happened, of course. And then James heard a noise. His senses had grown almost painfully sharp as his body shot full of adrenaline. He listened, his eyes wide. Voices. Franklin and his dad were coming back already. They must have begun their return journey at almost exactly the same time as James, but a little slower. He heard them talking in hushed voices, probably as they stood by the door into Franklin's rooms. His dad would be returning in mere moments. James thought furiously. What had his dad done to open the room? He had just stood there, hadn't he, waiting, and then bang, there was the door? No, James recalled, he had spoken first. And paced a bit. James replayed the evening in his memory, trying to remember what his dad had said, but he was too flustered. Light bloomed at the end of the corridor. Footsteps approached. James looked down the corridor frantically. His dad was approaching, wand lit but held low, his head down. James remembered that he had his own wand held out, his arm outside the cloak. He yanked it in as quickly and silently as he could, arranging the cloak to cover him completely. It was hopeless. His dad would enter the room and see that James wasn't there. Maybe James could follow him in and claim to have been to his rooms to get a book he needed. He had never been any good at lying. Besides, he'd have the cloak with him. He almost groaned out loud. Harry Potter stopped in the corridor. He held the wand up and looked at the wall. "I need to get into the room my son is sleeping in," he said conversationally. Nothing happened. Harry didn't seem surprised. He said, apparently to himself. "I wonder why the door won't open. I suppose." He looked around, raising his eyebrows and smiling very slightly. "It's because my son isn't sleeping in the room of requirement at all, but is standing here in the corridor with me, under my invisibility cloak, trying as hard as he can to remember how in the world to open the door. Right, James?" James let out his breath and yanked the invisibility cloak off. "You knew all along, didn't you?" "I assumed it when I heard you gasp downstairs. I didn't know for sure until the trick with the door. Come on, let's get inside." Harry Potter chuckled tiredly. He paced 3 times and spoke the words that opened the room of requirement, and they went in. When they were both in their beds, James in the top bunk, staring up at the dark ceiling, Harry spoke. "You don't have to follow in my footsteps, James. I hope you know that." James worked his jaw, not ready to respond to that. He listened and waited. "You were down there tonight, so you heard Professor Franklin," Harry finally said. "There's one part of what he said that I want you to remember. There are always plots and revolutions in the works. The battle is always the same, just with different chapters. It isn't your job to save the world, son. Even if you do, it'll just go and get itself into danger again and again and again. It's the nature of things." Harry paused and James heard him laugh quietly. "I know how it feels. I remember the great weight of responsibility and the heady thrill of believing I was the only one to stop the evil, to win the war, to battle for the ultimate good. But James, even then, that wasn't my duty alone. It was everyone's fight. Everyone's sacrifice. And there were those whose sacrifice was far greater than my own. It isn't one man's duty to save the world. And it certainly isn't the duty of one boy who can't even figure out how to open the room of requirement yet." James heard movement from the bunk below. His dad stood, his head rising to look at James in the top bunk. In the darkness, James couldn't make out his expression, but he knew it nonetheless. His dad was smiling his crooked, knowing smile. His dad knew it all. His dad was Harry Potter. "What do you think, son?" James took a deep breath. He wanted to tell his dad about everything he'd seen and heard. It was on the tip of his tongue to tell him about the Muggle intruder, and Cedric Diggory's ghost, and the secret of Austramadox, the plot to return Merlin and use him to start a final war with the Muggles. But in the end, he decided not to. He smiled at his dad. "I know, Dad. Don't worry about me. If I decide to save the world single-handedly, I'll send you and Mum a note first. Okay?" Harry smirked and shook his head, not really buying it, but knowing there was no point in pressing the point. He climbed back into the bottom bunk. 5 minutes later, James spoke up in the dark. "Hey, Dad, any chance you might let me keep the invisibility cloak with me for the school year?" "None at all, my boy. None at all," Harry said sleepily. James heard him roll over. A few minutes later, both slept. When James and Harry Potter entered the Great Hall the next morning, James sensed the mood of the room change. He was used to the reaction that the wizarding community showed whenever he was out with his dad, but this was different. Rather than turning to look at them, James sensed people looking pointedly in the other direction. Conversations quieted. There was the strange sensation of people glancing at them sideways or turning to watch once James and Harry had passed them. James felt a surge of anger. Who were these people? Most of them were good witches and wizards, from hard-working parents who had always been supportive of Harry Potter, first as the boy who lived, then as the young man who helped bring about the downfall of Voldemort, and finally as the man who was head order. Now, just because some rabble-rousers had painted a few signs and spread around a few stupid rumors, they were afraid to look directly at him. Even as James thought that, however, he saw that he was wrong. As Harry and James sat down at the end of the Gryffindor table, there were a few grins and hearty greetings. Ted saw Harry, hoot, and ran down the length of table, giving Harry a complicated handshake that involved a lot of banging fists, hand grips, and finally, an embrace that was one part hug and one part body slam. Harry collapsed onto the bench, laughing. Ted, you're going to knock yourself clean out one of these times. My godfather, everybody, Ted said, as if introducing Harry to the room at large. Have you met Noah yet, Harry? He's a gremlin, like me and Petra. Harry shook Noah's hand. I think we met last year at the Quidditch Championship, yes? Sure, Noah said. That was the game where Ted scored the winning point for the opposing team. How could I forget? Technically, it was an assist, Ted said primly. I happened to wallop their team's quaffle carrier through the goal on accident. I was aiming for the press box. Hate to interrupt, but do you guys mind if James and I get a little breakfast? Harry asked, gesturing toward the table. Having it, Ted replied magnanimously. And if any of these malcontents give you any trouble, just let me know. It's Quidditch tonight, and we hold grudges. He eyed the room grimly, then grinned and sauntered away. I'd tell him not to sweat it, but that'd be taking away his fun, wouldn't it? Harry said, watching Ted depart. James grinned. They both began to fill their plates from the steaming platters along the table. As they began to eat, James was pleased to see Ralph and Zane enter. He waved them over enthusiastically. Hey, Dad, here are my friends, Zane and Ralph, James said as they piled onto the benches, one on either side. Zane's the blonde one, Ralph's the brick house. Pleased to meet you, Zane, Ralph, Harry said. James tells me good things about both of you. I've read about you, Ralph said, staring at Harry. Did you really do all that stuff? Harry laughed. Straight shooter, isn't he? He said, raising an eyebrow at James. The major points, yes, those are probably true. Although if you'd been there, it would have seemed a lot less heroic at the time. Mostly, me and my friends were just trying to keep ourselves from getting blasted, eaten, or cursed. Zane seemed uncharacteristically quiet. Hey, what's the deal? James said, nudging him. You're a little too new to all this to have an idol complex about the great Harry Potter. Zane grimaced, and then pulled a copy of the Daily Prophet from his backpack. This stinks, he said, sighing and flopping the paper open onto the table, but you're gonna see it sooner or later. James leaned over and glanced at it. Hogwarts Anti-Order Demonstration Overshadows International Summit, the main headline read. Below it, in smaller type, Potter visit sets off school-wide protest as magical community re-evaluates order policies. James felt his cheeks flush red with anger. Before he could respond, however, his dad placed a hand on his shoulder. Harry said mildly. That's got Rita Skeeter's name all over it. Zane frowned at Harry, then glanced at the paper again. You can tell who wrote it just by the headline? No, Harry laughed, dismissing the newspaper and digging into a slice of French toast. Her name's on the byline. Still, yeah, that is pretty much her typical brand of tripe. It hardly matters. The world will forget it by this time next week. James was reading the first paragraph, his brow furrowed furiously. She says that most of the school was there, protesting and shouting. That's complete rubbish. I saw it, and if there were more than 100 people there, I'll kiss a blast-ended scroot. Besides, most of them were just there to see what was going on. There were only 15 or 20 people with the signs and the slogans. Harry sighed. It's just a story, James. It isn't supposed to be accurate, it's supposed to sell papers. But how can you let them say things like this? It's dangerous. Professor Franklin. The look Harry gave him stopped him from going any further. After a second, Harry's expression softened. I know what you are worried about, James, and I don't blame you. But there are ways of handling these things, and one of those ways isn't arguing with people like Rita Skeeter. You sound like McGonagall, James said, dropping his eyes and jabbing at a chunk of sausage. I should, Harry replied quickly. She taught me. And I think it's Headmistress McGonagall to you. James poked at his plate sullenly for a moment. Then, not wanting to look at it anymore, he folded the newspaper roughly and stuck it out of sight. First Quidditch of the season tonight, then, right? Harry asked, waving his fork at the three boys in general. Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor. Zane announced. My first game. I can hardly wait. James looked up and saw his dad grinning at Zane. You made the Ravenclaw team, then. That's very cool. If I can finish early enough, I plan on coming to the match. I look forward to seeing you fly. What position will you play? Beater, Zane said, pretending to swat a bludger with his fork. He's pretty good, Mr. Potter, Ralph said earnestly. I saw him fly his first time. He just about made a crater in the middle of the pitch, but he pulled up at the last second. That takes some serious control, Harry acknowledged, studying Zane. You've had broom lessons? Not a one. Ralph cried, as if he were Zane's public relations agent. That's the amazing bit, isn't it? James looked at Ralph, his face grim, trying to catch his eye and warn him off the topic, but it was already too late. He probably wouldn't have figured it out at all, Ralph said, if he hadn't taken off after James when he did the big out-of-control like a bottle rocket rumba. Ralph squirmed on the bench, mimicking James' inaugural broom flight. But you'll be supporting the Gryffindors, of course. Zane interrupted suddenly, planting his palm on Ralph's forehead and pushing him backwards. Harry glanced around the table, chewing a chunk of toast, a quizzical look on his face. Well, yes. Of course, he admitted, still looking from boy to boy. Yeah, well, that's cool. I understand completely, Zane said quickly, waggling his eyebrows at Ralph who was sitting there looking nonplussed. Be true to your school and all that. Who? Look at the time. Come on, Ralphinator. Classes to get to. I have a free period, first, Ralph protested. And I haven't had any breakfast yet. Let's go, you lunkhead. Zane insisted, coming around the table and hooking Ralph's elbow. Zane could barely move Ralph, but Ralph allowed himself to be tugged along. What? Ralph said loudly, frowning at the meaningful look Zane was giving him. What did I do? Did I say something I wasn't? He stopped. His eyebrows shot up and he turned back to James, looking mortified. No. Bob, he said as Zane pulled him toward the door. As they rounded the corner, James heard Ralph say, I'm just a big idiot, aren't I? James sighed. So yeah, I stink at Quidditch. I'm sorry. Harry studied his son. Pretty bad, was it? James nodded. I know, he said. It's no big deal. It's just Quidditch. There's always next year. I don't have to do it just because you did it. I know. You don't have to say it. Harry continued to stare at James, his jaw moving slightly, as if he was thinking. Finally, he sat back and picked up his pumpkin juice. Well, that's a load off my chest, then. Sounds like you've done my job for me. James looked up at his dad. Harry looked back at him as he took a very long, slow drink from his glass. He seemed to be smiling, and hiding his smile behind the glass. James tried not to laugh. This is serious, he told himself. This isn't funny. This is Quidditch. On that thought, his composure cracked slightly. He smiled, and then tried to cover it with his hand, which only made it worse. Harry lowered his glass and grinned, shaking his head slowly. You've really been worried about this, haven't you, James? James' smile faltered again. He swallowed. Yeah, Dad. Of course I have. I mean, it's Quidditch. It's your sport, and Granddad's, too. I'm James Potter. I'm supposed to be excellent on a broom. Not a danger to myself and everybody around me. Harry leaned forward, putting his glass down and looking James in the eye. And you may still be great on the broom, James. Merlin's beard, son, it's your first week and you've not even had your first broom lesson, have you? Back when I started here, we wouldn't have even been allowed to get on a practice broom without lessons, much less try out for the house teams. But even if you had, James interrupted, you'd have been excellent at it. That's not the point, son. You are so worried about living up to the myth of who I was supposed to be that you aren't giving yourself a chance to be even better. You're defeating yourself before you even start. Don't you see that? No one can compete with a legend. Even I wish I was half the wizard the stories make me out to be. Every day, I look in the mirror and tell myself not to try so hard to be the famous Harry Potter, but just to relax and let myself be your dad, and your mum's husband, and the best order I can be, which sometimes doesn't seem to be all that great, to tell you the truth. You have to stop thinking of yourself as the son of Harry Potter. Harry paused, seeing that James had really heard him, perhaps for the first time. He smiled a little again. And give me the chance to think of myself simply as James Potter's dad instead. Because of all the things I've done in my life, raising you, Albus, and Lily, are the three things I am proudest of. Got it? James smiled again, crookedly. He didn't know it, but it was the same crooked smile he so often saw on his dad's face. All right, Dad. I'll try that. But it's hard. Harry nodded understandingly and sat back. After a moment, he said, Am I always that predictable? James broke into a knowing grin. Sure, Dad. You and Mum both. You aren't going outside wearing that, are you? Harry laughed out loud at James' impression of Ginny. James went on. It's cold in here, put on a sweater. Don't say that word in front of your grandmum. Stop playing with the garden gnomes or you'll get green thumbs. Harry was still laughing and wiping his eyes as they said goodbye, promising to meet that evening at the Quidditch match.